Chapter 1. Am I the only one who hasn't ascended? A sharp headache jolted him from deep contemplation. He opened his eyes, and the world rushed towards him. The bright sun hung high above, and the clear skies seemed to stretch endlessly. It was still that familiar sky, the vaulted heavens above. He was in the Dingling Hall, the second of the 100 halls of the Spirit Mountain. The realm within the hall was a cohesive unity of heaven and earth, drawing upon the essence of the 9 provinces to provide boundless spiritual energy for those in seclusion. It was one of the most renowned sanctuaries in the world. He had been in seclusion here, seeking to refine a wondrous golden elixir capable of reaching the heavenly courts of the immortal realm. As the closed-door disciple of Song Yijing, the master of Spirit Mountain, he naturally enjoyed the most abundant cultivation environment possible, with confidence that in no more than 3 months, he would successfully achieve the Golden Core and become the youngest Golden Core true person in the history of heavenly cultivation. Spirit Mountain was the pinnacle of the 9 provinces' immortal path, founded by Qi Cheng, the first to ascend to the celestial realm and establish the heavenly courts, the progenitor of all immortals. The current master, Song Yijing, was truly a figure of unparalleled significance in the mortal realm. With such a rich background, his path to immortality ought to be smooth and unimpeded. However, it now seemed that his efforts to refine the elixir had met with setbacks. He should not have awakened so soon, and upon waking, he felt lost, as if he had lost many memories. His limbs felt weak and limp, and the abundant vital energy that should have surged within him was almost depleted, leaving his dantians almost empty. What he faced was more than just a failure in cultivation. It felt like a complete downfall, as if he had been cast back to the early stages of foundation building overnight. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. It was as if there were no setbacks in the world that could dampen his spirit. If the elixir refinement failed, then he would simply attempt it again. However, the materials he had prepared during his seclusion were all spent, and his regression had somewhat damaged his foundation. Although the hall was filled with spiritual energy, it was not suitable for healing. With this thought, he strained to rise and murmured, "Ascension record." In an instant, a gentle golden light blossomed beside him, revealing an apricot-colored tome floating before him. The cover, adorned with ancient characters, bore the words "Ascension record," and below it was his personal signature. Oh, Wang Luo. Upon seeing that familiar handwriting, the fog in his mind finally dissipated, allowing him to recall that his name was Wang Luo, born in a picturesque paradise in Ling Province, although his childhood had been marred by the wars of the mortal realm. Fortunately, Master Song Yijing happened to pass by, saved his life, and brought him back to the mountain for cultivation, thus beginning his formidable destiny as an immortal. The ascension record in his hands was the very proof of that destiny. Every disciple entering the mountain was granted a copy of the ascension record personally bestowed by the master, which served not only as identification for the cultivators of Spirit Mountain, but also as an unparalleled treasure to assist in their cultivation, with numerous functions that could accompany them all the way to ascension. What Wang Luo needed at this moment was the most basic communication function. "Senior sister, I failed in my elixir refinement, seeking your consolation." When facing a problem in cultivation, his first reaction was not to seek help from the master. Although Song Yijing was the preeminent figure in the world and sincerely cared for his closed-door disciple, he had cultivated for over 400 years and was mere moments away from ascension, leaving no time to concern himself with mundane matters. In reality, it was the master's eldest disciple, Lu Ziyo, who truly guided Wang Luo's cultivation. A truly remarkable person. As the master's first disciple, Lu Ziyo's talent and ability were beyond doubt. Before Wang Luo entered the mountain, she was recognized as the most gifted of her generation, having mastered a plethora of arts. By the time she refined her golden core, achieving results that could rival even the immortal ancestors. Yet, memories of her teachings were scant. Instead, he recalled more of their daily companionship. Lu Ziya's daily life was simply too unique. When Wang Luo first entered the mountain, led by Song Yijing to meet various disciples, they greeted him with either warmth or coolness, all maintaining their pride and decorum. Only Lu Ziyo, with a playful tone, exclaimed, "A little boy?" Then she swept Wang Luo up and lifted him high into the air, so high that he broke through the clouds. On a whim, she threw him upwards 100 zhang, leaving a lasting impression on the young boy. Having returned in disgrace from the Hall of Reflection, Lu Zio was still tasked with teaching in place of the master. But between guiding his cultivation, she would often narrate the most peculiar stories. Among these tales were many inexplicable terms, such as Shota and gay. There were also many stories that completely disregarded decorum, featuring Shota and gay. Whenever Wang Luo didn't understand, Lu Zio would kindly explain, for example, you are the Shota and Song Yijing is the gay. Though each explanation would earn an immediate, furious response from Master Song, Lu Zio always managed to escape his wrath and continue sharing even more bizarre stories. These tales unfolded in another world, a place filled with unfamiliar terms that rendered him perplexed, such as single chubby geek and bizarre social organizations like resource sharing group. Yet amidst the oddities, this world felt complete and irresistibly enticing. As Wang Luo instinctively recalled his senior sister's vibrant stories, he awaited her response. A long silence ensued. Wang Luo was not particularly concerned, for Lu Zio was a notoriously busy person, either sowing discord or being chased by Master Song for petty misdeeds, and she had no habit of replying immediately. In her absence, he turned to his next option. Master, I have failed in my elixir refinement and seek permission to procure more elixir materials. Yet still, a long time passed with no response from the ascension record. Wang Luo frowned and began to contact a third party. Uncle, I failed in my elixir refinement and cannot reach master or senior sister. Could you kindly approve my request for the materials needed for refining the elixir? But once again, there was only prolonged silence, prompting Wang Luo to realize something was amiss. Although it was one thing to lose contact with his sister and master, his uncle, Song Yiming, Master Song's twin brother, and acting head of the mountain, was ordinarily available at any hour and would respond to any request. His stricter character had always kept Wang Luo from approaching him, yet there had never been a precedent for not being able to reach someone. With that thought, Wang Luo began to sense that his failure in elixir refinement likely had greater implications that could not be resolved simply within the confines of Dingling Hall. Thus, he closed his eyes, focusing his somewhat muddled consciousness to fuse with the surroundings. Open the door. In the depths of his mind, he issued the command. Suddenly, the clear sky opened wide above, a beam of immortal light streaming from the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, Wang Luo found himself standing outside Dingling Hall, his feet resting on the cool, finely chipped jade bricks of the courtyard. Perhaps due to the aftermath of his failed elixir refinement, the ever-clear sky outside the hall appeared gray, as if cloaked in a veil of cataracts. Yet, gazing around, the verdant mountains encircling Dingling Hall were now shrouded in a vast sea of clouds. This scene evoked memories of 2 years prior when, in a fit of inspiration, his senior sister sought to channel the heavenly spring of Spirit Mountain to create immortal happiness water. However, during the process of pressurizing the elixir, she mismanaged it, causing an explosion that left the mountain engulfed in sweet mist. Though Song Yiming had swiftly dealt with the aftermath, the creatures of the mountain had suffered greatly, with many animals, particularly the monkeys, growing so plump they could scarcely climb trees. Yet Wang Luo quickly realized that the current situation was of a wholly different nature. This vast sea of clouds showed no signs of dissipating, and within the mist seemed to lurk something that sent a shiver down his spine. As he scanned the surroundings, the once familiar outlines of the mountains and halls seemed to reveal an unsettling, ominous aura. This was highly unusual as the master's closed-door disciple. He should not feel fear on the grounds of Spirit Mountain, especially when the inhabitants had no reason to allow such eerie circumstances to arise. Realizing this, he swiftly opened the Ascension record and sent out a message. What is happening? X3. After a long time with no response, Wang Luo couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Though Spirit Mountain had always been sparsely populated at its peak, merely 100 people and now reduced to about 20 under Song Yijing's leadership. Each member had extraordinary talent and fortuitous encounters, supported by the secrets and magical treasures of Spirit Mountain that provided unexpected advantages. There should be no reason for everyone to mysteriously lose contact. Theoretically, even if the fiendish forces from Redong Mountain in the Mujo were to encroach upon them, written by the Master Song Yiming, he could easily gather his 2 disciples to harness the mountain's protective array and dispatch the encroaching demons. What possibility could cause the entire population of Spirit Mountain to collectively vanish? With these heavy doubts, Wang Luo put down the ascension record and stepped deeper into the mist. He needed to go to the Qiling Hall to seek answers. That hall was the foremost of the 100 halls, and the very center of Spirit Mountain. What had transpired in the first immortal mountain of the 9 provinces would soon be clear. The path from Dingling Hall to Qiling Hall was a treacherous and rugged mountain trail. Under normal circumstances, Wang Luo's skill would allow him to soar effortlessly above the clouds. Yet following his failed elixir refinement, his cultivation had regressed. The clouds themselves deterred him from relying on flight. Strictly speaking, this milky white fog was toxic. Immersing himself within it caused a tightness in his chest and back, making his eyes feel dry. For an ordinary mortal, even a brief stay in this mist could lead to flesh being melted away. Yet, despite having expended virtually all of his vital energy, he still possessed a body honed through rigorous training, granting him exceptional resistance to abnormal states. This mild discomfort did not impede his movements. Soon enough, he overcame the precarious mountain road and arrived at the Qiling Hall. Aside from the omnipresent mist, everything was as he remembered. The clean and flat courtyard, the 8 indistinct statues representing the highest spiritual paths, and most importantly, the Qiling Hall, which held the highest position in the mortal realm. As he approached the hall, however, he found the doors tightly shut, prompting another frown. The Qiling Hall held exceptional significance. Only the master could open or shut its doors, and typically, Song Yijing would leave them wide open for convenience. Theoretically, for anyone other than the Spirit Mountain's master to open that door, it would be an exceedingly difficult task, even for a true immortal. Yet at that moment, Wang Luo suddenly saw the tightly shut doors gradually begin to open before his very eyes. Simultaneously, the ascension record materialized beside him, flipping open on its own. Under the gentle golden glow, a few unfamiliar characters slowly but surely appeared on the pages. Detecting inheritor Wang Luo, initiating transmission protocol. Spirit Mountain error transmission protocol unexpectedly interrupted, initiating backup procedure. Completing the transmission of the Master's legacy, confirming transfer of Master privileges. Confirming Wang Luo as the 84th Master of Spirit Mountain. With that, the doors of Qiling Hall swung open entirely, releasing a heavy sound that echoed like a drumbeat pounding within Wang Luo's mind. Even having been tempered by his senior sister Lu Ziyu's diverse stories, Wang Luo still felt that his grasp of reality was insufficient at this moment. He had merely entered the Dingling Hall in seclusion to refine an elixir, yet how had the world become so utterly transformed in a blink? His sister, master, and others had collectively vanished. The mountain was filled with toxic mists, and now he suddenly found himself named the Master of Spirit Mountain. Wang Luo did not doubt the authenticity of the Ascension Record's contents, for this treasure was fundamentally tied to the immortal ancestor Qi Cheng. To deceive or alter its records would require bribing Qi Cheng himself. Through millennia of immortal history, even the past masters could not lie within the Ascension Record. Moreover, as a Spirit Mountain disciple, especially one chosen to be the master's successor, Wang Luo was acutely aware of the implications of the master's title. Song Yijing had treated him as an heir in his training. Although theoretically Lu Ziyu was the standout among the next generation of Spirit Mountain cultivators, Song Yijing had explicitly declared that the next master would never be passed to Lu Ziyu, even if it meant handing it to a dog. That comment had been made during an awkward moment when Lu Ziyu's secret workshop was raided, exposing a significant amount of Song Yijing's personal literature, so even if it was said in anger, it carried a level of credibility. In any case, as the word surfaced within the Ascension Record, Wang Luo recognized clearly that his identity was no longer that of an ordinary Spirit Mountain disciple. He had genuinely become the Master of Spirit Mountain. However, this was exceedingly abnormal. Even if Song Yijing had indeed viewed him as a successor, the training period for such a role should be measured in decades. Even now, less than a fifth of that period had passed, and the older generation, such as Song Yiming, was still present. How could it suddenly be his turn to assume the role of master? To put it bluntly, judging from Wang Luo's standing when he began his seclusion, he was not yet destined to inherit such a position unless there was simply no one left but a dog. Fortunately, all answers lay close at hand with Qiling Hall now opened, It was time to enter and investigate. Stepping inside, Wang Luo found the interior very much changed from his memories. First, the space felt significantly smaller and more constricted. Moreover, Chilling Hall, which should have been filled with an array of celestial treasures and adorned with jade maps for the mountain's protective formation, now stood barren, as if Lu Zio had ransacked the place, with nothing left but blank walls. At that moment, Wang Luo suddenly recalled a pressing question. The Ascension record stated that he was the 84th master, while Song Yijing was the 82nd. But who was the one in between? Had there been a transfer of power within Spirit Mountain during the time he was in seclusion? With that thought, Wang Luo opened the Ascension record once more. Roster. Now that Chilling Hall had become a vacant chamber, the only leads he had were those of the mysteriously inserted 83rd master. Though he already had a guess regarding the identity based on the familiar writing style, confirming it through the roster would offer clarity. But the next moment, as he flipped through to the roster section, a burst of golden light erupted, catching him off guard. Before him shone a dazzling array of golden names. In this context, gold signified that this person has ascended, representing the ultimate honor for every mortal cultivator. Since Spirit Mountain's founding over 1,000 years ago, a total of 2023 individuals have been recorded in the roster, with only about 10% graced and gold over 300 having ascended successfully. This was already a remarkable feat compared to the minuscule ascension rate in the wider world. However, many of the Spirit Mountain members were not unable to ascend, but simply unwilling otherwise. The ascension rate could have been even higher. Notably, as the lineage of immortals perpetuated over millennia, the ascension rate across the 9 provinces had risen correspondingly. When the immortal ancestor Qi Chung first laid the foundation, it had taken several hundred years to see 1 or 2 ascensions, leaving Qi Chung feeling quite isolated in the celestial realm. Yet by Wang Luo's time, the ascension rate for Spirit Mountain had approached 31 could often determine whether an individual would ascend as early as the Golden Core stage, or even earlier. For instance, Master Song Yijing and Song Yiming were both assured of ascension. It was just a matter of time. Third Master Zhou Fubo was destined not to ascend, as he had long since abandoned the thought fourth master, who Wanyang was capable but lacked the drive, and so could be seen as unable to ascend. Among the current generation of Spirit Mountain disciples, Lu Zio was practically guaranteed to ascend even with her eyes closed. Second senior brother Fu Li had marginally less talent, but still had opportunities, though it was a question of cost versus sacrifice. Fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother had long agreed on a cycle of reincarnation, with no interest in ascension. Yet now, looking at the names inscribed at the end of the roster, Wang Luo found that those entries were resplendently golden, with little variation, from the 82nd Master Song Yijing to Song Yiming, and Wang Luo's own 7th senior brother Xing Chong, each name glimmered with a dizzying gold. So much so that the last entry, the plain white name of Wang Luo, seemed entirely out of place amidst the brilliance of the others. So, gazing at the radiant golden names in the Ascension record, Wang Luo finally comprehended what had transpired within Spirit Mountain. From Master Song Yijing to senior sister Lu Zio, each individual, for reasons unknown, had collectively ascended, and the only one left behind had become the solitary master of Spirit Mountain. Chapter 2. Please bear witness to the spectacular scenery ahead. Standing before the Hall of Awakening, Wang Luo was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of absurdity. Was it truly the case that because I alone had not ascended, I must assume the mantle of the Mountain Lord of Ling Mountain and indulge in a leisurely existence? The crux of the matter was that this world, wherein I was the only one left unascended, could just as easily be viewed from another perspective as a realm where the Ling Mountain had suffered a cataclysmic extermination. The notion of a collective ascension resulting in such annihilation was utterly preposterous. Yet, amid the absurdity, Wang Luo recognized that there was, indeed, a modicum of reason to this circumstance. Given the formidable strength of Ling Mountain, no external foe could possibly unsettle it. Unless, of course, the anomaly originated from the heavens above. Was there a possibility of such celestial anomalies? Undoubtedly there was. For instance, the age-old legend that has endured for millennia, the opening of the celestial gate, where one ascends in broad daylight. This legend suggests that, At times, celestial affinities may inexplicably bestow favor upon an individual, propelling their cultivation to dizzying heights, even leading to immediate ascension. That is as if the gates of the celestial realm open above, drawing the practitioner into its embrace. Although this myth appears ethereal and insubstantial, it has indeed manifested throughout the annals of history, the reasons for which even the celestial beings themselves cannot elucidate. All that is known is that some individuals have experienced a stroke of extraordinary fortune, ascending without the need for arduous toil, in reality, with the evolution of the immortal path across the 9 provinces. The occurrence of this seemingly insubstantial legend has become increasingly frequent. What may have transpired once in a millennium has now occurred thrice in the past 50 years, prompting some practitioners to adopt a passive stance, merely awaiting the arrival of their own celestial fortune. However, the denizens of Ling Mountain have always been indifferent to this legend. On one hand, ascension is inherently facile, leading many to develop a sense of pretentiousness, choosing not to ascend even if they could. On the other hand, the opening of the celestial gate is a purely random event, unlikely to favor any specific blessed land, despite Ling Mountain's esteemed status as the pinnacle of the immortal path. It has not encountered the opening of the celestial gate even once in over 10 millennia. Thus, no one knows if, when faced with the opening of the celestial gate and a forced ascension, practitioners would indeed have a choice. Yet Wang Luo was at least aware that once one ascends, returning is no longer an option, since the founding of the celestial realm by the celestial ancestor Qi Cheng. While the celestial realm has wielded tremendous influence over the mortal world, there has never been a precedent for celestial beings descending to the mortal plane. Not even Qi Cheng could accomplish such a feat. Therefore, should Song Yijing, Lu Jiao, and others truly encounter some unforeseen event and collectively ascend, it would indeed signify the obliteration of Ling Mountain, leaving the sole survivor to sorrowfully inherit the position of Mountain Lord. In that moment, Wang Luo found himself at a loss, unsure whether to congratulate his master and senior sister for successfully reaching the culmination of their mortal cultivation, or to lament the sudden and irrevocable separation from those closest to him. Nevertheless, there was no need for excessive mourning. With Wang Luo's innate talent, ascension would, at most, take a little over a century, and he lacked the earthly attachments of his 4th sister, Bai Cheng, and 5th brother Qin Muzhou, harboring a genuine desire to ascend. Thus, reunion in the celestial realm would be in order, without excessive entanglements. The pressing concern at present was the daunting prospect of inheriting the position of the 84th Mountain Lord. In the illustrious history of Ling Mountain spanning over 10,000 years, there had never been a Mountain Lord of the Foundation establishment stage, and practitioners at this level were utterly incapable of managing such a prestigious position. Gazing at the desolate Hall of Awakening, Wang Luo realized that it was not merely that the hall had been pillaged by Lu Jiao. Rather, the current Mountain Lord at the Foundation establishment stage was unqualified to behold the treasures within the hall. Furthermore, he had unlocked but a few of the privileges befitting a Mountain Lord. Upon assuming the mantle, the Ascension record ought to have expanded its functions that he had witnessed Song Yijing remotely controlling the Hall of Awakening using the Mountain Lord's edition of the Ascension record, manipulating the entire Ling Mountain, redirecting rivers, and reshaping the earth in mere moments. That he had also seen Song Yijing directly extract elixirs ranked among Ling Mountain's treasures from the Jingxiac. Yet now, the 84th Mountain Lord was unable to disperse the clouds and mist enveloping the mountain. The phrase, virtue not commensurate with position, could not be more apt, and this discrepancy carried its own risks. Ling Mountain, as the leader of the immortal path across the 9 provinces, attracted attention and was not without adversaries. The competition was considerable. Yet for over 10,000 years, no one had managed to shake Ling Mountain's standing. But now, with the entire sect ascending, who could refrain from taking action? And once action was taken, could a mere Foundation establishment-level Mountain Lord withstand the onslaught? Moreover, even in the absence of external foes, Ling Mountain, as the zenith of the immortal path, had an extensive sphere of influence, necessitating management and maintenance, a capability Wang Luo evidently lacked. Furthermore, while the formal establishment of Ling Mountain was not extensive, the external sects handling mundane affairs were vast, and Wang Luo had previously had little interaction with them. Wang Luo pondered for a long time within the Hall of Awakening, feeling overwhelmed by a myriad of thoughts crashing upon him like a tidal wave, all of which were disheartening. Fortunately, he was one of the few individuals in all of Ling Mountain who was impervious to despair. Finding no fruitful leads within the Hall of Awakening, Wang Luo chose to exit and explore elsewhere. He refused to believe that the entirety of Ling Mountain had truly been stripped bare. Even if his master and senior sister had been compelled to ascend, there must have been a note left behind. Right, surely, if the position of Mountain Lord could be vacated, there would be other clues. However, over the course of the next half-day, Wang Luo found not a single thing, or rather, it seemed that Ling Mountain had not revealed even the slightest hint to its new Mountain Lord. During this half-day, Wang Luo traversed the 100 halls of Ling Mountain on foot, only to find each door firmly shut, and even with the privileges of the Mountain Lord, he was unable to gain entry. As a result, he did not even find a scrap of paper. Matters were beginning to take on a rather peculiar nature, for during this half-day, he had not merely ambled through the sea of clouds. He had meticulously examined the ascension record in his possession. While he found no definitive leads, he did uncover numerous points of suspicion. Upon inheriting the Mountain Lord position, the functions of the ascension record had not only failed to increase, but had rather diminished significantly. Even the basic functionality of the Sumeru seed could not be activated, effectively sealing the supplies he had stored in his personal repository. Moreover, the function he valued most, the Annals of Ling Mountain, had ceased updating upon his entry into the Hall of Spirits, failing even to record how Song, Yijing, and the others had ascended. Most absurdly, even the calendar function had suffered damage. The ink in the date columns twisted, as if it were the grotesque markings of a monstrous beast, to the point where Wang Luo could not ascertain how long he had been in seclusion within the Hall of Spirits. With an ever-growing sense of confusion, Wang Luo resolved to cease wasting time in this swamp-like sea of clouds and instead make his way down the mountain. That on one hand, he could find no usable leads within Ling Mountain. On the other, he found himself bereft of available resources. With the personal repository of the Ascension record sealed and the doors of the Jingxiig firmly shut, he was not only unable to seek elixirs to nourish his dantian, but also had no prospects for dinner. Thus, descending the mountain seemed the more prudent choice. Hoping that the external sex might offer him a pleasant surprise, as he made his way down. After what felt like half a day, Wang Luo gradually approached the foot of the mountain. The surrounding clouds and mist began to dissipate, revealing a golden-red hue cast by the setting sun, along with the outlines of the distant horizon. However, the mountain path suddenly dipped steeply, leading into a winding valley, where the enchanting golden-red scenery was abruptly obscured by the towering cliffs on either side, dampening his spirits. Yet Wang Luo was well acquainted with the terrain. He knew that beyond this valley lay a broad platform, unassuming in appearance but steeped in historical significance as the place where the celestial ancestor Qi Cheng had once ascended. Though the ascension platform was close to the foot of Ling Mountain, its height still made it the highest point for hundreds of miles, affording a splendid view of the far-off scenery. However, before he could round the bend, Wang Luo was startled to hear the faint sounds of laughter and chatter not far away, as if dozens of people were merrily conversing. In an instant, the breath of the 84th Mountain Lord caught in his throat, not out of fear, but out of caution. While this area was nearing the edge of Ling Mountain, it was still very much a part of its sacred grounds, where idle wanderers were strictly prohibited. In fact, not even the leaders of the external sects or the direct descendants of the guardian families could enter without authorization, let alone approach the historically significant ascension platform. So who were these dozens of people? Had the protective formations on the outskirts of Ling Mountain been rendered ineffective? Driven by caution, Wang Luo swiftly concealed himself amidst the dense foliage by the path. The clusters of flourishing peace ferns seemed to cling to him like affectionate pups, their broad leaves brushing against him with a cool touch, perfectly concealing his figure and providing him with a modicum of solace. At the very least, the flora of Ling Mountain still recognized him as its master. Shielded by the vegetation, Wang Luo quietly turned the corner, catching sight of the source of the voices. The platform, which bore a faint resemblance to his memories, was embraced by verdant shades, and at its forefront was a lively little triangular red flag, fluttering energetically as it ascended the steps. Below the flag was a striking little red hat, worn by a spirited young girl who, with a bounce in her step, climbed the stairs as if heralding the dawn, captivating all eyes. Accompanying this radiant presence was a melodious introduction, reminiscent of morning bird song echoing through tranquil valleys. Ladies and gentlemen, please look this way. Ahead lies our final destination. The Valley of Heavenly Fall. It stands as the largest disaster relic in the history of human civilization, symbolizing the end of the classical era. Pausing for effect, the young girl continued in a resounding voice. 1,000 years ago, during the Great Calamity, the celestial realm fell, the earth was overturned, and 4 of the 9 provinces were lost as the heavenly principles descended into chaos. And in that time of calamity, the celestial beings of the heavenly court perished here, with the body of the progenitor of all immortals, Qi Chung, decaying in his own ascension site, gradually sinking into the abyss, transforming into the cursed soil of eternal torment. Fortunately, he was suppressed by the Great Law, allowing us, his descendants, to safely pay homage to the former master of this land. It is well known that in the classical era, Ling Mountain was the pinnacle of the immortal path, its renown echoing from the celestial realm down to the abyss. And by the time of the 82nd Mountain Lord, Song Yijing, Ling Mountain soared to unprecedented heights, with the 2 preceding generations of Mountain Lords ascending almost simultaneously, treating the path to ascension as mere formality. However, it is precisely this unprecedented achievement that has led to a profound imbalance between the realms of mortals and immortals. The celestial power that once supported the flourishing spirit world could no longer withstand the strain, resulting in the fall of the heavenly court and the annihilation of countless immortals. In front of the ancestral hall, the spirits of the ancestors from the spirit mountains who perished during the heavenly tribulation are enshrined, from the venerable immortal ancestor to the last of the mountain dwellers. This serves not only as a commemoration of the classical era by our descendants, but also as a silent admonition. The crises of a millennium ago remind us. Chapter 3. Encountering oneself where one should not be. The sunset ascension platform, bathed in the golden hues of dusk, was as resplendent as Wang Luo remembered, yet accompanied by the exuberant narration of Little Red Riding Hood. All its splendor gradually unraveled. Her voice, like the haunting calls of morning birds, seemed to twist into an ear-piercing cacophony akin to the shredding of metal. Each word she uttered resonated like a curse, a blasphemous incantation encircling his very soul, causing a buzzing in his ears and quickening his heartbeat. That a millennium ago, the heavenly court fell. The heavenly court fell. Countless immortals perished. Countless immortals perished. The barrage of questions and exclamations surged within him, and in that moment, Wang Luo finally grasped the profound shock experienced by his master, Song Yijing, when he witnessed the Song brothers' fanfiction alongside the tentacled king of Qidang Mountain during the raid on Lu Jiao's private workshop. Just a few sentences were enough to provoke existential doubt. However, the memory of his master and senior sister quelled his momentary turmoil, and no matter how shocking the tale, it remained merely a story. Compared to his senior sister's fantastical adventures in an alternate world filled with bizarre narratives, Little Red Riding Hood's account was not overly heavy. After all, the fall of countless immortals was preferable to their moral decay. Moreover, there was no evidence to substantiate Little Red Riding Hood's claims. Even if there were, lamenting in the valley would yield no solutions. The predecessors in his senior sister's stories, who traversed time and space, were always eager to embrace new lives, seeking out the starry-eyed, beast-eared girls in need, rarely lamenting their original families. Acceptance of reality was a necessary lesson for every spirit mountain dweller. Thus, Wang Luo steadied himself, prepared to listen to Little Red Riding Hood's ensuing narrative. This ancestral hall, though appearing somewhat dilapidated, is a historical relic personally constructed by the pioneers of our new celestial E. Our A.IT has existed for over a millennium and has been certified as a national-level cultural heritage by the Jinlu Hall. Within the hall, not only are the tablets of past spirit mountain dwellers enshrined, but there are also many historically valuable craft souvenirs, making it an ideal memento of our journey. Wang Luo peered through the gaps in the fronds of the peace fern, noticing Little Red Riding Hood energetically shouldering a red banner, her words flowing like a torrent. Opposite her, over 20 individuals, similarly adorned with red caps, advanced from the steps. Most were middle-aged to elderly. clad in peculiar garments Wang Luo had never encountered, bustling and chattering like a marching horde of mice. At the forefront, an elderly woman, her head small and pointed like a pear, with a sturdy build reminiscent of a spinning top. Spoke in a voice that evoked memories of the fierce cattle once galloping across the Fangzhou grasslands. With a single sentence, she silenced Little Red Riding Hood's incessant chatter. Enough, enough, stop hawking your shoddy wares. What's the next attraction? The girl in the red cap was clearly taken aback, pausing for a long moment before replying. There isn't one. The Heavenly Fall Valley is the last stop. Actually, this Spirit Mountain ancestral hall. Before she could finish, the fierce woman interjected. How can that be? We've only just reached the foot of Spirit Mountain. There are so many sights to behold up there. When you sold tickets, you promised a tour of Spirit Mountain, and now you're saying it ends here at the foot. Little Red Riding Hood attempted to explain. Further up is a restricted area that has never been unsealed since the era of settling the wilderness. You can ask the locals in Rongqing. They all know. Thus, the scenic area of Spirit Mountain only extends to Heavenly Fall Valley, and honestly, there's nothing worth seeing in the restricted zone. Nothing worth seeing. Yet you're selling tickets? Have you no shame, girl? Forget it, there's no point in discussing this. If there's nothing to see, we might as well head back. There's no need to visit this shabby ancestral hall. The elderly woman began rallying her companions. What do you all think? Should we head back? The chorus of discontent echoed. Let us retreat. This trip truly lacks substance. This is supposedly a national-level cultural heritage site. It pales in comparison to that money-grabbing Lingxi ancient town. At least they organized dance performances. The whole way was a shambles. We saw no sights. Just constant pitches for local products. A blatant inducement to consume that I'll complain about her when we return. The clamor of grievances left Little Red Riding Hood visibly flustered, yet she bit her lip and maintained her enthusiastic smile. Since everyone is tired of playing, let us prepare to return for dinner. According to the previously agreed itinerary, I've made a group reservation at the Jinxing restaurant. Before she could finish, she was once again interrupted. We're not going to Jinxing restaurant. We checked its reputation on Taishu. It's particularly poor, just using pre-prepared dishes to swindle money. But, the fierce woman continued, everyone, I just booked a table at Shui Frost Tower. Let us go have some frozen pot. Let us go. Let us go. Follow Sister Lin. Frozen pot sounds great. I've heard it's a recent local specialty. The group of middle-aged and elderly individuals quickly reached a consensus, leaving Little Red Riding Hood with no choice but to take a deep breath and smile again. Shui Frost Tower is fine. I'll summon the cloud-carrying vehicle to take everyone. No need for your cloud-carrying vehicle. The robust elder waved her arm. I've already checked on Taishu. The cloud-carrying vehicles at the attractions are pure scams. Using the shared cloud service is much more economical. For so many of us, a single large cloud-carrying vehicle, 300 spirit leaves, should suffice. With that, she dismissed any further argument from the girl. Suddenly, the elder rolled her eyes, tilted her head to the sky, shook her body, and with a laugh, addressed her companions. It'll all be here shortly. And it truly was shortly. Not long after, a faint orange cloud descended from the sky, enveloping the group of elders like cotton fluff. The elder looked down at the orange cloud and boisterously declared, Let us set off for Shui Frost Tower on Moonlit Street. The cloud shimmered with gentle orange light, casting a kaleidoscopic glow upon the group. Then, the cloud swayed and lifted off the ground, carrying them down the mountain like a lumbering bear. As they departed, the elder suddenly turned back and bellowed, Girl, remember to refund our meal and cloud fees, or I'll complain about you. One of the other elders chuckled. Sister Lin, you're quite the strategist. After this trip, each of us only spent a few spirit leaves. Sister Lin scoffed. This is to save face for that girl. Otherwise, if we truly complain about her and leave a bad review at the Cultural Tourism Office, she'd have to pay us back. Sister Lin is truly impressive. I tell you, when traveling, one must always prepare in advance. There are many scholars in Taishu who teach how to eat, drink, and have fun. That I learned this from a local scholar in Rongqing. They spent an entire day in Lingxi ancient town for only 20 spirit leaves. As the triumphant voices of the elders faded into the distance, the Heavenly Fall Valley returned to the tranquility it had known for hundreds, even thousands of years. The mountain breeze rustling through the trees fell silent, save for Little Red Riding Hood's sigh reverberating through the valley. Lingering endlessly, it resonated with the sigh in Wang Luo's heart, that if Little Red Riding Hood's initial remarks resembled the fanfiction printed by his senior sister, striking with a powerful first impression. Then her lively dialogue with the group of middle-aged and elderly individuals had undeniably transported the fantastical narrative of the Great Calamity a millennium ago into reality. Upon further contemplation, the fantastical elements did indeed possess a semblance of reason. Firstly, it elucidated the peculiarities of the Spirit Mountain's 100 halls. Why had the once ethereal Spirit Mountain become shrouded in mist and silence? Because it was a millennium later, and all the former inhabitants had perished. As for why Wang Luo, a mere foundation-building cultivator, could sleep for over 1,000 years without his lifespan withering away, that was the merit of the Dingling Hall, that is the most renowned sanctuary for seclusion in the 9 provinces. Dingling Hall could perfectly shelter its practitioners from external tribulations or internal madness, and of course from the depletion of their lifespan. Theoretically, one could indeed extend their life within Dingling Hall, but the malevolence of such a method surpassed that of stealing the secrets of heaven. It was akin to robbing the heavenly mandate. The repercussions of such an act would only lead to devastating losses. Therefore, throughout Spirit Mountain's over 10,000 years of history, few had ever resorted to it. Yet this explained Wang Luo's current weakness. Before entering the hall, he had been supremely confident in his ability to condense the myriad golden elixirs, so upon awakening to find his condensation attempt had failed. Acceptance of reality is essential, yet the absurdity of it felt no less surreal than Little Red Riding Hood's millennial-old tale. In hindsight, the answer became clear. Shortly after he entered the hall, Spirit Mountain, or rather the 9 provinces, encountered a heavenly calamity, leading to the desolation of the heavenly way. Thus, his tightly woven golden elixir, poised for ascension, naturally became a barren tree, unable to bear fruit. However, the preparations made for elixir condensation had not vanished. Given the vast resources of Spirit Mountain, the materials prepared for Wang Luo's elixir condensation would indeed cause even some ascendant cultivators to be envious. With these celestial treasures and the authority of Dingling Hall, preserving a foundation-building novice for a millennium was certainly not an insurmountable task. A.S. the disciple of the most prominent figure in the world at that time. Wang Luo inherently possessed extraordinary talent and a lifespan unlike that of ordinary people. Before long, prior to the second sigh of the young maiden, Wang Luo had managed to clarify his thoughts and accept reality in his mind. He transformed his life's title from the only one who is not ascended, thus compelled to assume the role of the mountain master and enjoy a leisurely existence, to relishing a solitary life in a foreign world a millennium later. As he meandered through the sea of clouds, he occasionally indulged in daydreams of ascending to the celestial realm a century hence, envisioning a reunion with his master and senior sister. However, given the recent calamity befalling his master and senior sister, resulting in a wave of ascensions and the fall of myriad immortals, it seemed their paths could only converge in another dimension to this moment, no matter how adept he was at accepting reality. The pain in his heart was difficult to suppress. Meanwhile, the young maiden, after her sigh, removed her red hood, her face etched with fatigue as she crouched down, burying her visage between her knees, though she remained silent. The frustration and despair within her were palpable. Observing from a distance, Wang Luo perceived that she appeared even more like a solitary wanderer, having traversed a millennium only to lose everything. Yet, the maiden did not remain in despondency for long. She soon stood upright, briskly clapping her hands against her face to rejuvenate her spirit. Taking a deep breath, she strode towards a corner of the ascension platform. Following her gaze, Wang Luo noticed a dilapidated wooden shrine standing in a remote corner of the platform. Its door adorned with a black plaque inscribed in gilded characters with the words Ling Shan Shrine. The wooden door was ajar, revealing several neatly arranged memorial tablets within. The young maiden approached the shrine. Halting at its entrance, she clasped her hands in a gesture of reverence towards the tablets behind the door and softly spoke. Outer Mountain Sect Disciple, Sure you, pays respects to the ancestors of Ling Shan. Wang Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Though her bowing was casual, the alignment of her thumbs while clasping her hands pointed upwards was a quintessential gesture of respect from the Outer Mountain Sect. She was indeed a disciple of the Outer Mountain sect. Swiftly, Wang Luo retrieved the ascension record, silently commanding the authority of the Mountain Master. As the pages of the Outer Mountain sect turned, several sheets of thin paper appeared at the end of the roster of Ling Shan's disciples. Densely inscribed with names, an extensive record spanning over 1 million individuals. Yet, as Wang Luo focused his thoughts, irrelevant information sank away, leaving behind a solitary line of text. Outer Mountain Sect Disciple, Shiryu. With the bowing gesture and the ascension record as evidence, Wang Luo immediately verified her identity. She was undoubtedly a member of the Outer Mountain Sect, and with the surname Shir, she was a descendant of the Shir family, the Guardians of the Mountain, a figure of considerable status within the sect. Judging by her gait and breathing, her foundational cultivation appeared quite solid, likely at the level of establishing a foundation, considering her youthful appearance. No older than 18 or 19, such progress would be deemed extraordinary in any prestigious sect. That it was unexpected that, a millennium later, while Lingshan lay in ruins, the descendants of the Outer Mountain sect had thrived even more robustly. Yet this was also reasonable. Civilization must progress, and even after enduring the calamity of the fall of myriad immortals, the modern denizens of a millennium hence ought to surpass their ancient counterparts. Pondering this, Wang Luo contemplated revealing himself to greet her, but as his gaze drifted, he halted abruptly. Previously overlooked, he now noticed that the names inscribed on the memorial tablets within the shrine were strikingly familiar. Song Yijing, Song Yiming, Zhou Vubo, Huan Yang, followed by the next generation's names, Fu Li, Kong Fong, Bai Cheng. These names confirm Shiryu's account of the great calamity a millennium ago, the downfall of countless immortals. However, at the very end, on a wooden plaque placed in the corner of the altar table, 2 words stood out prominently. Wang Luo, Chapter 4. In fact, I am more qualified to utter these 3 words ever since awakening in the Spirit Fixation Hall. Wang Luo had felt as though he were experiencing a series of profound paradigm shifts at an astonishing pace. Initially, he believed that following a dream spanning a millennium, the tale of the fall of myriad immortals had exhausted all possibilities of shocking revelations in this world. Yet, a mere wooden plaque within a modest shrine had once again set his pupils ablaze with astonishment. Wang Luo, Wang Luo. The name inscribed on the shrine's tablet was unmistakably his own, while being honored as a deceased individual might seem ominous. Wang Luo was not concerned with superstition. Rather, he was contemplating a simple reality. If even a living person like himself were regarded as deceased, could it be possible that others, considered dead, might still be alive? Upon closer inspection, he observed that while his name had been added to the tablets, one significant name was conspicuously absent: Lu Jiao. The absence of Lu Jiao's name introduced a variable that implied all possibilities remained open. In truth, Wang Luo found it difficult to fathom the demise of his exceptionally gifted senior sister. Thus, he resolved to halt his thoughts at this juncture. Wang Luo refrained from allowing his musings to drift too far, for indulging in wishful thinking could lead to madness, ultimately resulting in a descent into despair. Rationally analyzing the situation, he concluded that given the scarcity of viable leads, further analysis would be futile. Endless speculation would only yield subjective conjectures. It would be far more productive to seek out Shiryu and clarify matters directly. With this determination, Wang Luo stepped forward. However, the moment his foot touched the ground, without producing any sound, he observed Shiryu in the distance. Suddenly stiffening like a startled cat, her body tensing as she instinctively arched her back, her toes poised, and her internal energy surging with fervor as if ignited, that in an instant, a faint crimson aura emanated from her dantian. Resembling a flame ignited anew. The firelight filtered through the gaps in the verdant leaves, prompting Wang Luo to recall the accounts in the text of the stone fire that illuminated the mountains in hues of red. The fire born of the dantian, fueled by will, remained steadfast, unquenchable as the rock. The supreme technique of the Outer Mountain sect, which was also catalogued among the myriad arts of Lingshan, was none other than the stone fire. This technique had been conceived by Shi Suiying, the 27th mountain master of Lingshan, who hailed from the outer sect's collateral lineage. Having endured numerous trials from a young age, he had exhibited resilience akin to rock and fervor akin to fire. Not only did he secure an official position within Lingshan, but he also inherited the title of Mountain Master, ultimately utilizing the stone fire to withstand the trials of 13 heavenly tribulations and force open the gates to the celestial realm, thereby etching an illustrious legend. Following Shi Suiying's ascension, the simplified version of the stone fire continued to be passed down within the Shi family for thousands of years, remaining the cornerstone of the guardian family's existence to ignite the stone fire. Even if it burned faintly like mist and lacked vigor beyond 3 feet, was merely the initial stage of mastery that at this moment, Shi undeniably embodied the excellence of the Shi family's lineage, even if she were not of the Shi surname. As she deftly manipulated the stone fire, maintaining it within a 3-foot radius around her, she approached the mountain hollow where Wang Luo stood, declaring with a resonant voice, "This is private property. Please do not enter. The scenic area of Lingshan has just closed. Whoever you may be, please reveal yourself and depart immediately." Wang Luo couldn't help but chuckle that a young girl from the outer mountain sect dared to assert ownership over the 84th Mountain Master's domain. Of course, ignorance could be forgiven. For one who regarded the millennium of heavenly tribulations and the fall of myriad immortals as mere historical knowledge, Lingshan might indeed seem like her personal possession. This laughter caught Shiryu's keen attention. Her expression shifted slightly as her right hand brushed against her waist, summoning a cerulean iron chain that coiled around her wrist like a sinuous serpent. Upon seeing the chain, Wang Luo internally commended her once more. This iron chain was the standard artifact of the guardian family known as the evil binding lock. Although it was a mass-produced artifact, its efficacy was augmented within the Lingshan territory, capable of subduing even those at the nascent soul stage. There were, however, 2 caveats. First, mass production could only occur within Lingshan, and the forge was currently sealed within the Heavenly Craft Hall among the 100 palaces of Lingshan. Thus, the longevity of the evil binding lock depended on meticulous maintenance. Second, only those who were loyal and possessed a solid foundational cultivation could wield this artifact effectively, a condition that many of the Shi family's direct descendants could not fulfill. Now, witnessing the evil binding lock obediently coiled around Shiryu's wrist like a pet serpent, it was evident that she had not only maintained the artifact diligently, but also met its usage criteria. She was indeed an exceptional talent, rare in both loyalty and dedication. Though her cultivation level was merely at the foundation stage, within the Lingshan territory, utilizing the evil binding lock, even a typical golden core practitioner would find it exceedingly difficult to break free, let alone the monstrous entities of malevolence. Wang Luo, however, was not a typical golden core practitioner. He had failed to condense his core, and at that moment, his vital energies were depleted, leaving him as a fatigued foundation-level practitioner. Therefore, should a confrontation arise, Wang Luo felt far from confident in his ability to restrain himself from inflicting harm on Shiryu, who wielded both the stone fire and the evil binding lock. The potential for conflict, even in theory, seemed utterly non-existent. So Wang Luo remained unperturbed as he stepped forth from the shadow of the mountain hollow, revealing himself to Shiryu. The next moment, his ageless form, unblemished and pure as a newborn, stood unveiled before her. The young maiden's face flushed crimson, and her startled exclamation echoed throughout the valley. "Change, pervert!" Shiryu's scream caught Wang Luo completely off guard. Prior to revealing himself, he had contemplated that their initial meeting might not be particularly pleasant. After all, his appearance would mean that Shiryu's world now included an additional master, reclaiming even the notion of private property. However, he could never have anticipated that her first reaction would be to label him a pervert. Wang Luo could scarcely fathom where he might exhibit any perverse traits. Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized himself, despite having experienced a failed retreat that left his physique somewhat weakened. The protection of the spirit temple ensured his skin retained a lustrous sheen. His muscle contours remained smooth and full, and his reproductive organs were robust and healthy. In fact, even under the most discerning scrutiny, this corporeal form was undeniably flawless. This was the innate Tao body. The reason why Song Yijing, on the verge of ascension and burdened with myriad affairs, had taken Wang Luo back to Ling Mountain as a closed-door disciple was primarily due to his possession of this extraordinary constitution. As the name suggests, the Tao of heaven bestowed life upon a body unmarred, ranking among the highest of exceptional physiques. Moreover, the innate Tao body, meticulously nurtured by the mountain's lord, was even more remarkable. In the eyes of adept practitioners, every inch of this body resonated with the Tao of heaven, serving as an unparalleled manual for physical cultivation and enlightenment, warranting a fee for each glance. Wang Luo's audacious display of such a treasure was undoubtedly an act of benevolence, leaving no grounds for accusations of perversion. Yet, his nonchalance only caused Shiyue's face to redden further, and even Shi's Honghuo began to waver. The young woman stepped forward, her hand clutching the evil binding lock which emanated a faint purple-blue glow, and admonished sharply, "Put on your clothes and come out slowly. I command you to dress." Wang Luo shrugged, internally dismissing Shiyue's lack of discernment, yet he chose not to hold her rudeness against her. After all, her refusal to look was her own loss. Not as did I end the next moment. Wang Luo raised his hand and beckoned towards the clouds drenched in the setting sun. Instantly, the wind surged and the selected thin clouds spiraled down like a dragon drawing water, encircling him in a seamless white robe. The technique from Ling Mountain, cloud garment, adjusting the collar of his attire. He savored the unique texture formed from the clouds of Ling Mountain, prompting memories of his fifth senior brother, Qin Muzhou, who had invented this technique and imparted it to him, along with his dual cultivation partner. The fourth senior sister by Qingdai in those days. Wang Luo had learned much from that pair of dual cultivation masters. Yet now the most practical skill he retained was this humble trick, which even in a state of depleted true essence could be employed with ease. However, what was a mere trick to Wang Luo appeared as a miraculous phenomenon to Shiyue, who gaped in astonishment at the spectacle of the innate clouds cascading down. "Who are you exactly?" Wang Luo candidly replied. "The 84th generation mountain lord of Ling Mountain." Wang Luo. Shiyue was taken aback, then retorted with a cold laugh. "You might as well claim to be the true ancestor of sincerity." As she spoke, a flash of azure light flickered from the iron chain in her hand. Coupled with the fiery essence from her dantian, the intent to intimidate was unmistakable. Wang Luo was not surprised by this reaction. To be fair, if a stranger suddenly proclaimed themselves to be an ancestor from a millennium ago, it would be quite irrational for Shiyue to accept it without skepticism. Yet for Wang Luo, rather than concocting an easily accepted identity, he preferred to reveal the truth, allowing her time to process it. After all, the Mountain Lord of Ling Mountain had numerous methods to substantiate his identity before disciples from outside the mountain gates. Wang Luo cast a sidelong glance and softly remarked, "Ascension record." With a flash of golden light, his ascension record appeared directly before Shiyue, instantly capturing her attention. As an exceptionally loyal and dedicated talent, she recognized the historically significant ascension record at first glance, only to be engulfed in confusion thereafter. Instinctively, she reached out to touch the record, but her fingers seemed to puncture a bubble, passing straight through the pages. Awakening from her stupor, she took a step back, forcibly averting her gaze, glaring at Wang Luo. "What an exquisite illusion," Wang Luo remarked. "Can you truly not discern whether it is an illusion? As a disciple of the Outer Mountain Gate, you should be well aware of how to identify practitioners of Ling Mountain." Shiyue pondered for a long moment before stating, "Indeed, I am well aware, but unfortunately, I am not the only one. Ling Mountain was the pinnacle of the immortal path in the old era. Even the guardian families were affluent. Thus, over the past millennium, far too many have masqueraded as descendants of Ling Mountain to swindle wealth, and some of them appear more convincingly as genuine Ling Mountain practitioners than you do." After a pause, Shiyue continued, "Your sole advantage lies in the fact that since the decline of the Shijia family, there has not been a sophisticated con artist to appear before the Shijia people for quite some time. After all, creating a counterfeit ascension record of such authenticity must not come cheaply. I certainly could not afford it." As she spoke, Shiyue's gaze revealed a hint of envy. "To be honest, with your wealth to fabricate such a thing, and with your recent display of cloud-weaving skill, why not pursue something worthwhile rather than resorting to deception?" Intrigued, Wang Luo inquired, "Then what do you suggest I should do?" This unexpected reversal left Shiyue rolling her eyes. "I recommend you go to Qingping Division and confess." "What is Qingping Division?" "Qingping Division is Don't use such kindergarten-level questions to feign being an ancient person. Even the protagonists of popular time travel novels wouldn't speak like that. With that, Shirue once again scrutinized Wang Luo from head to toe, tempering her ire somewhat, and said, "In any case, whether you are a performance artist who has come to frolic in the mountains after indulging in substances, a delusional individual due to excessive reading of novels, or indeed a relentless fraud, please refrain from seeking validation from me, a person whose family has fallen into ruin and is burdened with debt. All right, just go home quietly. I can pretend you never came here today." Wang Luo picked up on the sensitive topic and pressed, "Burdened with debt?" Shirue laughed self-deprecatingly. "Yes, millions in debt. The daily interest alone is in the four figures that so if you have the capability to squeeze more money out of me, you might as well apply at the money exchange. They could use elite employees like you who can extract oil from stones." How did it become so dire? The Guardian families were renowned throughout the 9 provinces for their financial acumen, and many Ling Mountain practitioners were accustomed to entrusting their external assets to you for management. Shirue retorted with annoyance. Back then, Ling Mountain was still the leader of the immortal path in the 9 provinces, with successive mountain lords being mere steps away from ascension as terrestrial true immortals. Now, let the self-proclaimed 84th generation mountain lord take a look in the mirror. How does he resemble a terrestrial true immortal? So, what is so surprising about the once financially astute Guardian families now being deep in debt? Rather than being angered, Wang Luo nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Times have changed. And even Ling Mountain is on the brink of collapse. That it is already remarkable that the Guardian families have managed to survive at all." Shirue added, "So please, Mountain Lord, do not continue to trouble me. A rare survivor in this challenging situation, that it would be best for you to return home, wash up, and get some rest. Who knows, perhaps upon awakening, you might truly become the true ancestor of sincerity." Wang Luo considered this, acknowledging that awakening as the true ancestor was highly improbable, but returning home to wash up and rest was certainly feasible, although he was curious about what the 9 provinces had transformed into after a millennium. Considering that he had only just descended the mountain and already found himself at odds with the Guardian family, branded as a high-on-substances con artist, encountering others would likely lead to even greater complications. Wang Luo had not read the popular time travel novels of the new era that Shirue referenced, yet he had perused the works on time travel themes authored by his senior sister, Lu Jiao. Among them were several tales of newcomers being captured by the curious local inhabitants and subjected to experiments involving traversals through various corporeal vessels, their content captivating enough to astonish even the dual cultivation masters, Bai Cheng and Qin Muzhou. Now, having traversed a millennium in corporeal form was sufficiently exhilarating for Wang Luo. There was no need to experience the traversals through corporeal vessels. Moreover, he and a few idle friends from Ling Mountain had once discussed what to do if such a time travel scenario truly occurred. The consensus was that when faced with a sudden and foreign environment, the most rational choice would be to seek a safe place to enter retreat and cultivate until one reached a sufficient level of mastery to venture forth and sweep across the world. Unless one encountered a situation where the very laws of heaven and earth differed entirely, rendering cultivation impossible, it would be a disservice to oneself not to seize the opportunity to train and improve given the innate talents of Ling Mountain practitioners. Thus, rather than continue to squander time with Shirue, it would be more prudent to return to the Spirit Temple for retreat and rejuvenation, although most of the 100 halls of Ling Mountain were shrouded in clouds and mist. At least the Spirit Temple and the Enlightenment Temple were still functioning normally, which meant he could continue his retreat. Even without the aid of rare treasures, Wang Luo was confident that with the assistance of the Spirit Temple, he could recondense his golden elixir in a short time. That it was merely that the golden elixir he had designed previously could no longer be formed due to the changes in the Tao of Heaven. But he would not find it unacceptable to create a different type of first-grade true elixir. With this in mind, Wang Luo waved his hand at Shirue. "Very well, then let us part ways here." After speaking, he turned to leave, but just as he took a step, he was called back by Shirue. "Wait, where are you going?" Wang Luo pointed up the mountain, to the Spirit Temple. Shirue sneered. "Why don't you say you're heading to the Heavenly Court instead?" Wang Luo replied in puzzlement. "Did you not say the Heavenly Court had collapsed?" The body of the true ancestor of sincerity has already decayed. Can you not comprehend sarcasm? Shuriwei was quite displeased with his failure to catch on. Never mind. I simply wish to remind you of a basic fact. The area ahead is a forbidden zone of Ling Mountain, sealed by the joint efforts of the pioneers over a millennium ago. Even I, a descendant of the Guardian family, cannot enter. If you proceed further, be cautious of being struck by lightning. Wang Luo asked curiously, will there really be lightning? Shuriwei replied exasperatedly, I don't know. I've never seen it. The effects of this Ling Mountain prohibition have always remained in the realm of legend. For centuries, many have rushed to the gates of Shurjia to perpetrate fraud, yet none have dared to brazenly trespass into the forbidden realm of Lingshan under the legends of the restrictions set by the esteemed Ding Huang Yuanshuan. So, do you intend to broaden my horizons? Wang Luo remarked, I have just descended from the mountain. Why didn't you mention that you came from? Never mind, do as you wish. Seeing the other party's stubbornness, Shuryu abandoned her futile attempts at sarcasm. After a moment of hesitation, she merely clenched an emergency communication talisman in her hand, watching as Wang Luo proceeded with his own agenda. As Wang Luo retraced his steps. Under the complex gaze of Shuryu, he soon crossed the mountain dip and embarked upon the familiar rugged path, while a faint mist began to rise around him. However, before he could continue, he heard Shuryu's incredulous voice from behind. Is this for real? Did he actually go through? Then came the hurried sound of footsteps approaching rapidly. But as Shuryu crossed an invisible threshold, the sky suddenly darkened. The evening glow faded like ink spilled upon paper, and then a brilliant white lightning burst forth from the heavens, casting the world in stark black and white. Wang Luo furrowed his brow, and the ascension record in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Disperse! At his command, the overwhelming darkness seemed to be crushed by an unseen force. The space contorted unnaturally, and then it erupted with a deafening roar. The menacing thunder dissipating into nothingness. As the darkness lifted, Shuryu looked around, bewildered, and when her gaze locked on a Wang Luo and the ascension record in his grasp, the astute and capable young woman finally revealed a countenance filled with disbelief. No way. Chapter 5. The transformation of the heavenly Tao and the cycle of all things. Only the senior sister remains eternal known conditions. The forbidden area of Lingshan, set with restrictions by the united Ding Huang Yuanshuan, is now traversed by Wang Luo as if treading on level ground. Further known conditions. A commoner like Shuryu, if she were to emulate Wang Luo, would invoke a change in the heavens, as if a demonic realm had descended. Yet another known condition. The restriction that causes the heavens to change color was broken by Wang Luo's singular command, granting Shuryu access to land that had not been trodden by anyone for millennia, a territory belonging to the Forbidden Realm. Given these conditions, what would be the most reasonable inference? No way. After a lengthy bout of murmuring to herself, the confusion in Shuryu's eyes gradually faded. Regaining her composure, she made a rational judgment based on the known conditions. Turning to Wang Luo, she said with utmost vigilance, You are an agent of Molan. Wang Luo, curious, asked, What is a Molan agent? Shuryu did not respond. Continuing her reasoning, since the establishment of Ding Huang, the Molan people have been obsessively fixated on the legacies of the old celestial calendar, infiltrating foreign lands for millennia, brazenly trespassing into ancient sites and forbidden zones. Clearly, you are an agent dispatched by Molan Tuour Zhuang. You must have known that the Lingshan restrictions were dilapidated, thus hiding nearby and waiting for the waning of the restrictions' power to use secret methods to break through. Unfortunately, you were inadvertently caught by me, the manager, and pretended to be a reincarnated ancient, attempting to mislead me into thinking you were just an ordinary fraud to escape scrutiny. After her lengthy exposition, Shuryu regarded Wang Luo with a gaze that combined 9-part scrutiny with 1 part expectation, as if a confident detective awaited a confession from a captured criminal. After a moment's silence, Wang Luo nodded and remarked, Indeed, at least your thinking is expansive. Shuryu scoffed. Feigning ignorance will not help. I have already activated the talisman to report to the nearest Qingping office, regardless of which country's agent you are. To brazenly trespass into the Lingshan forbidden area in front of me, the guardian of the mountain, is to underestimate me. Wang Luo raised his hand, holding a jade piece resembling a leaf. The jade seemed alive, struggling like a caged beast in his grip, yet unable to break free. "Is this the talisman you spoke of?" Seizing the talisman that had surged upward after Shiryu activated the restrictions. Nearly colliding with the dark clouds, Wang Luo had preserved it upon seeing its unique design. However, this act of gallantry caused Shiryu's expression to shift, and the azure-purple binding lock in her hand flickered with a dim light. The fire within the stone flaring even brighter, as if ready to engage in combat at any moment. Wang Luo chuckled, casually tossing the talisman back to Shiryu, then turned to face the path he had come from, asking, as the guardian of the mountain, "Do you wish to witness the true visage of the Lingshan that you deem forbidden?" Shiryu hastily accepted the jade leaf, and as it circled her fingertips, it shrank and vanished into her body, refusing to move further. Observing Wang Luo's calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of malice, and glancing at the obscured mountain path that had not been explored for millennia, she could not help but murmur, "You don't intend to trick me into the forbidden area and then silence me, do you?" Well, that is indeed a broad line of thought. Wang Luo, unfazed by her words, noted that regardless of Shiryu's verbal assertions, the loyalty rating on the ascension record had indeed risen from 28 to 35. Thus, he took the lead, and the faint mist enveloping the mountain path parted like rippling water under his advance, opening a passage for those who followed. Shiryu gritted her teeth, first glancing back, where the evening glow bled into the night, resembling a familiar world, leaving her a retreat to return to a normal life. Yet before her lay a realm shrouded in mist. She contemplated retreating, yet her steps moved forward. The ascent was rugged and long, just as it had been in times past. Wang Luo recalled how, initially, Master Song Yijing had brought him back to Lingshan from the throes of war, soaring through the clouds and covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. However, upon reaching Lingshan, it was Song Yijing who released Wang Luo's hand, allowing him to ascend step by step from the foot of the mountain. The long mountain path consumed an entire day for Wang Luo, who, as a child with no cultivation, persisted without sustenance. Relying solely on his innate Tao physique and unwavering determination, overcoming countless perils to reach the Qilin Hall, in the presence of all the practitioners of Lingshan, he became the closed-door disciple of the mountain master, Song Yijing. Regrettably, apart from the path beneath his feet, everything else had changed beyond recognition. Look to the left. Behind the clouds, you can vaguely see the Golden Summit, which is the hall of precious beasts where we nurture spirit pets. Originally, it served as a place for the elders of the mountain gate to recuperate and relax. However, one year, a spiritual bird unexpectedly attained enlightenment and expelled the elders from the hall, claiming it as its own. Later, rather than turning the bird into a roast, the mountain master took it as a disciple and even gifted the hall to it. That was one of the few predecessors in Lingshan's history recorded in the ascension record with a non-human form. Unfortunately, the descendants of that avian king have since become estranged from the celestial path, and the Hall of Precious Beasts gradually devolved into an exhibition area for spirit pets. This hall has little relevance to us, so I shan't take you closer to inspect. As Wang Luo spoke, Shiryu trailed behind, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at the intermittently visible golden summit through the mist. Her thoughts in disarray as the guardian of the mountain. She possessed considerable knowledge of Lingshan's history and vaguely remembered such a tale from the ancient celestial records, although the depictions in the text were blurred and indistinct. The outlines were indeed identical to what lay before her. She wished to inquire further, but found her mouth unable to form the words. Unbeknownst to them, the two had traversed a considerable distance along the mountain path. While there were no traps or mechanisms, the treacherous terrain of Lingshan was fraught with danger. Yet, with Wang Luo leading the way, their journey was devoid of peril on the path of ascension. Shiryu's loyalty rating increased steadily with each step. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a magnificent hall, and Wang Luo sighed, saying, "This is the Hall of Nourishment. That it was originally a pharmacy for alchemy and medicine, but later a Lingshan elder became infatuated with medicinal cuisine, and the hall was gradually transformed into a dining hall. Regrettably, the doors are now tightly shut, and I cannot open them, so I am unable to bring you inside to savor the culinary specialties of Lingshan." Shiryu nodded, her words caught in her throat, They walked and talked, and as the evening glow faded and night fell completely, Wang Luo finally led Shiyu to the Qiling Hall of Lingshan. This is the Qiling Hall. While it appears somewhat dilapidated now, it remains the heart of Lingshan, and as Wang Luo spoke, he stepped into the empty center of the hall. In that instant, he became one with the Qiling Hall, and then with Lingshan itself. Though the myriad halls of Lingshan remained closed to him, though the clouds of the mountain concealed endless secrets, and though he had failed to condense his Dan and was merely at the foundation level of cultivation, still, I am the only practitioner in the present day qualified to stand here, the 84th Mountain Master of Lingshan, Wang Luo. On the other side, Shiyu slowly knelt on one knee, bowing her head in reverence. Outer Mountain Disciple Shiyu pays respects to the Mountain Master. If initially, Wang Luo's casual dismantling of the restrictions and entry into the forbidden area lacked persuasive force, overshadowed by Shiryu's expansive theory of him being a Molan agent. Then subsequently, as he guided Shiryu through Lingshan, elucidating the history veiled by the mist, and allowing her to witness the legendary Qiling Hall, merging with Lingshan before her eyes, there are some truths, no matter how absurd, that must be accepted as reality. Yet upon rationally acknowledging the truth, Shiryu's doubts only multiplied 100-fold. So, you truly are the Mountain Master of Lingshan? But according to legend, the Mountain Master possesses the power of life and death over outer disciples. Wielding the might to command spirits, Wang Luo nodded, holding up the ascension record. Oh, you refer to the Mountain Master's tyrannical power? Indeed, it exists. Outer Mountain Disciple Shiryu bowed down before the words had fully left his lips. Shiryu felt her other knee weaken, as if crushed by an invisible force, yielding effortlessly to the ground, and soon her back sagged, rendering her unable to resist, and she found herself prostrate upon the earth. In an instant, Shiryu was overwhelmed with astonishment and anger. Previously, her kneeling on one knee had stemmed from the awe she had accumulated through her journey, witnessing the ethereal landscapes of the spiritual mountains, as well as her rational acknowledgement of Wang Luo's identity. However, even so, kneeling on one knee was her limit. The new era advocates for equality of character, devoid of distinctions of status or wealth. Even if the revered ancestor were to be resurrected, it would be unreasonable to demand reverence through kneeling. Thus, Shiryu's full prostration was a genuine loss of agency. In that moment, she instinctively felt a surge of indignation and attempted to rise. Yet her limbs seemed to have lost all control, refusing to exert any strength. Strangely, neither the binding evil lock in her hand nor the stone fire in her dantian reacted to her plight. Fortunately, this state of weakness lasted only a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Shiryu felt her strength returning, and she promptly sprang up, retreating several steps while casting a bewildered glance at Wang Luo. "What is this?" Wang Luo replied, "This is the power of life and death you wish to witness. Although I am currently not at my best, as long as my identity as the Mountain Lord is intact. I hold the authority over the practitioners of the Outer Mountain, and my words manifest reality, life and death at my command." Sure, you found this hard to accept, and inquired, "Then why did you not?" "Because such means are beneath me," Wang Luo interjected. "As my senior sister often says, the oppression of power is merely another form of tyranny." While she likely uttered this after causing some trouble as a retort to our master, I still find it profoundly insightful. Sure, you pondered. Yet it is commonly stated that practitioners of the old celestial era favored rigid hierarchical systems, where those of higher realms regarded those of lower realms as lesser beings, and mortal lives were as insignificant as ants. Wang Luo countered, "This assessment holds some truth. Neither my senior sister nor I appreciate the oppression of power or rigid systems. However, we inherently reside at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, naturally enjoying the privileges bestowed by the spiritual mountain's transcended status. To quote my senior sister, the privileged should refrain from sharing tales of self-made success in the presence of the impoverished." Your senior sister's choice of words seems quite uncharacteristic of the old celestial era. Wang Luo shrugged nonchalantly. She has traversed time, after all. Furthermore, the cultivation environment of the spiritual mountain is unparalleled, and everyone possesses remarkable talents. practicing without reliance on external aids. Thus, aside from a few restless souls, most practitioners seldom interact with other sects or engage with the mundane world. Regardless of our self-perception, being evaluated as viewing mortals as mere ants is not entirely inaccurate. However, for a terrestrial immortal at the Great Ascension stage, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, reshaping landscapes with a mere thought, and influencing the lives and deaths of millions, to equate such a being with mere mortals is laughable. Wang Luo then shifted the conversation. So, is that not the case now? Shiryu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, merely nodding in agreement while her gaze towards Wang Luo grew increasingly curious. Clearly, both sides were laden with countless questions. This was also the reason Wang Luo had escorted Shiryu to the Spirit Calming Hall. He was entirely ignorant of the new world, with only this guardian, whose loyalty barely reached 52, to rely upon. Wang Luo suggested, "Let us do this. You pose a question, and then I shall." Shiryu, not one to hold back, stated, "You previously claimed to be Wang Luo, the 84th Mountain Lord, yet historical records clearly document that the last disciple of the spiritual mountain, Wang Luo, perished during the heavenly tribulation. Although there have been countless impostors claiming to be Wang Luo, attempting to deceive our Sure family for money, and eccentric historians asserting that practitioners of the spiritual mountain did not perish, the mainstream academic viewpoint has never wavered." Wang Luo retorted, "Such a convincing historical record. Who penned it?" Shiryu took a deep breath and replied, "Your senior sister, the 83rd Mountain Lord, Lu Jiao. Peace. Wan Luing Hal Starpli, no wonder." Chapter 6. Awakening to a World That Does Not Welcome Me. Senior sister Lu Jiao is undoubtedly the most unique individual among those Wang Luo knows. Her story is one that could fill volumes. However, having spent considerable time together, Wang Luo believed he had gained some understanding of her. He surmised that his senior sister had survived the heavenly tribulation. After all, Wang Luo's memorial tablet graced the ancestral hall, but there was no tablet for Lu Jiao, indicating that the truth of calamities enduring through the ages was irrefutable. Yet, he did not anticipate that the tablet he found so perplexing was actually attributed to his senior sister. Why would she declare her death in historical records? Numerous plausible reasons could be posited, such as concealing and protecting a younger brother who was sequestered in the Spirit Calming Hall, or perhaps Lu Jiao, who often remarked that history is a young girl subject to manipulation, would find no surprise in crafting outlandish narratives when given the chance to write history herself. That it was conceivable that in the historical accounts, which Shiryu held in high esteem, the 82nd Mountain Lord, Song Yijing, was portrayed as an irredeemable rogue. Yet, these speculations lingered only briefly in Wang Luo's mind. Without evidence, pondering further was futile. Thus, in response to Shiryu's inquiry, Wang Luo could only explain, "My senior sister Lu Jiao is known for her capricious nature. The possibility of mischief cannot be discounted." Shiryu remained silent for a moment before stating, "It is well known that among the founding figures of the Order of Desolation, Lu Jiao is regarded as the most dignified and composed, which is why she emerged as the foremost among the founders." Dignified and composed. Is that what the records say? Wang Luo was genuinely astonished. Although my senior sister's actions may be eccentric, she has never sought to embellish herself according to public taste. Surely she must have hit her head during the heavenly tribulation. Shiryu swallowed hard and cautioned, "Do not speak of this carelessly. Insulting a founding figure is a grave offense. Without my intervention, the patrolling enforcers will surely come to apprehend you." Wang Luo contemplated this. So, after the heavenly tribulation, not only did my senior sister escape disaster, but she also attained a remarkably high social standing. Why then did she not continue to preside over the spiritual mountain, instead choosing to relinquish the title of Mountain Lord for a millennium before passing it to me? And why has she allowed the spiritual mountain to fall into such disrepair that even the guardian families have seen their fortunes decline? Shiryu blinked. "Mountain Lord, that is a question best directed to her personally. Do not place me in an awkward position. However, if we were to deduce based on common sense, your esteemed master, namely, your senior sister Lu Jiao, was compelled to sever ties with the spiritual mountain after the heavenly tribulation." Wang Luo inquired, "Could you elaborate?" Shiryu sighed and retrieved a thin booklet from her crimson shoulder bag. This is a textbook compiled collectively by several esteemed masters of the Celestial Alliance, encompassing knowledge of politics, history, cultivation, and humanities, essentially a required course for every modern individual. The answers you seek should lie within. Wang Luo accepted the booklet, noticing the neatly printed title on the cover, Foundational Knowledge for Young Children. Shiryu appeared somewhat vexed. Do not look down upon foundational knowledge for children. The points of knowledge contained within this textbook would stump 99 out of 100 people on the streets. Wang Luo remained unconcerned. Revisiting the fundamentals is a tradition of the Shi family. Shi Suing, the ancestor who developed stone fire, always kept a copy of the breathing guide from his initiation, reviewing it right up until the night before his ascension. There is no shame in that. Thank you. Shiryu felt slightly flustered. I was unaware of the stories you mentioned. Shi Suing was both a rebel of the Shi family and a rebel of the spiritual mountain. It is no surprise that his story has not been passed down. Yet, you have managed to tread a similar path without the guidance of ancestral stories, which is commendable. As Wang Luo casually praised Shiryu, earning himself 2 points of cheap loyalty, he began to peruse the booklet. His reading speed was astonishing, and in a blink, he had finished the entire children's textbook, that he then understood why Shiryu had chosen to respond to his inquiry with the textbook. In simple terms, after the heavenly tribulation, the survivors, filled with regret, decided to shift the blame onto the spiritual mountain, or rather, the classical cultivation system represented by the spiritual mountain. Their theory, in Wang Luo's eyes, seemed quite absurd. Modern individuals believe that practitioners of the classical era placed excessive emphasis on individual power while neglecting the importance of a collective foundation. Despite having thrived for millennia, developing a flourishing civilization of cultivation, and with the revered ancestors having opened the radiant realm of spiritual beings, the underlying structure of the classical world was fundamentally imbalanced. The 9 provinces, as the foundation, consisted predominantly of ordinary mortals, and the flourishing of the cultivation realm had no connection to them, with even the afterglow failing to touch the lands of the 9 provinces that I in such a world, lacking a solid foundation. It was impossible to sustain a multitude of beings capable of commanding the elements. Thus, when the celestial realm ultimately collapsed, the heavenly court fell, the 9 provinces crumbled, and the heavenly way became chaotic. It took the survivors decades to barely stabilize the situation, reconstruct civilization, and usher in a new celestial era. By that time, the 9 provinces were in ruins, with over 90% of the population lost. And the 4 states west of the spiritual mountain had devolved into permanent wastelands, no longer suitable for human habitation. The textbook did not delve deeply into the details of the calamity, but from the scant lines provided, it was evident how severely the upheaval of the 9 provinces had impacted the survivors' psyche, when they resolved to associate the source of the disaster with the spiritual mountain. It became imperative for all to sever ties with it, including Lu Jiao. The accounts of Lu Jiao in the foundational textbook also lacked extensive detail, but the few key points briefly mentioned were significant. First, she was a survivor of the heavenly tribulation. Second, she was a standout among the survivors, leading others to clear the desolation and restore order, earning the respect of the people as the founding figure of desolation. Third, after successfully stabilizing the desolation, she established a nation called Zhuwang on the old site of the spiritual mountain, which has now undoubtedly become the strongest nation among the 5 states and countless realms. As the architect of the New World Order, Lu Jiao personally laid to rest the debates surrounding Lingshan and the classical era. The act of severance was her conclusion. The wealth of information contained within the general education materials extends far beyond this. Yet Wang Luo, having digested this much, found his lingering doubts satisfactorily addressed and felt no urgency to continue reading. The rationale behind his demise, as penned by his senior sister in the annals of history, was now sufficiently compelling. Whether for the sake of protection or severance, it was best for a young disciple of Lingshan, who had unexpectedly entered seclusion within the Divine Spirit Palace, to exist solely in the pages of history and on memorial tablets. In truth, Wang Luo's awakening after a millennium, rather than an immediate return to the cycle of life and death, made Lu Jiao's protective intentions abundantly clear. although the reason for the lengthy delay in his awakening remained a mystery. It was evident that the history surrounding the tribulations of heaven and earth held significant implications. It seems my identity as the Mountain Lord of Lingshan is not suitable for public disclosure. Upon hearing this, Shiryu let out a breath, bowing respectfully to Wang Luo. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Mountain Lord. Clearly, this was a sentiment she had longed to express, yet found it inappropriate to voice directly. Now that Wang Luo had deduced it himself, she was relieved of the burden. Wang Luo replied, in the future, for matters of a similar nature, feel free to remind me directly. I am entirely unfamiliar with this new world and must rely on your guidance. Shiryu was taken aback. Does the Mountain Lord truly place such trust in me? Wang Luo glanced at the ascension record in his hand and remarked, during the classical era, the Shi family served Lingshan for millennia and has always been held in high regard. Loyalty is a quality that can be quantified and is readily apparent. Its trustworthiness is beyond doubt. Naturally credible. Those deemed untrustworthy have long been dealt with preemptively. Now, it is your turn to inquire. Shiryu immediately asked, may I ask, Mountain Lord, now that you have returned from the dead, what are your plans? Wang Luo replied, to you, I have returned from death. As for myself, the experience is akin to traversing through the flesh. As for my current intentions, they are certainly to confront the instigator. As he spoke, Wang Luo opened the ascension record, pinpointing the illustrious name of Lu Jiao, silently sending a communication request. The response was akin to a stone sinking into the sea. Not only was there no answer, but there was even a complete absence of signal. Wang Luo pondered this in silence. Meanwhile, Shiryu's expression twitched slightly as she said, the esteemed Master Jiao has not appeared in the public eye for 5 centuries, although the Golden Deer Hall has never announced her demise. Many speculate, Wang Luo interrupted. That is impossible. If she had truly perished, you would have witnessed her grand news at least once in these 5 centuries. Observing the myriad questions reflected in Shiryu's expression, Wang Luo could only sigh inwardly. Explaining Lu Jiao to someone who has not experienced her was akin to discussing ice with summer insects. However, given Lu Jiao's proclivities, a 5-century absence from public view would signify an extreme circumstance. Comparable to senior brother Qin Muzhou and senior sister Bai Cheng practicing abstinence for a week. That, of course, such extreme situations were not surprising. It had been over a millennium since their last meeting, implying Lu Jiao was now 1,200 years old. Even 5 centuries ago, she had already lived for 7 centuries. For cultivators who cannot ascend, lifespan is typically limited to 1,000 years, unless one is an exceptional case like Wang Luo, who benefits from the protection of the Divine Spirit Palace and has stolen the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, even the formidable Song Yijing cannot escape this heavenly limit. Wang Luo did not doubt Lu Jiao's ability to survive for a millennium. But neither did he underestimate the hardships she must have faced during that time. 5 centuries of seclusion likely indicated a genuine necessity for discretion. Therefore, confronting her would not be an easily accomplished task. Moreover, after awakening from the Divine Spirit Palace, his senior sister Lu Jiao had not only failed to seek him out, but had also neglected to leave any contact information or other clues, which perhaps hinted that he should refrain from reaching out at this stage. After much contemplation, Wang Luo, drawing on his profound understanding of his senior sister, deduced that it would be wise to refrain from involving her for the time being. Instead, he would adhere to the collective decisions made during discussions with his fellow disciples, to cultivate diligently and endure until the end of time. Since I cannot contact my senior sister, I shall focus on my cultivation. My previous attempt at refining elixirs was unsuccessful, and I require another set of rare materials. Are you familiar with these? As he spoke, Wang Luo gestured in the air, his true essence condensing into tangible golden threads, meticulously weaving into a line of neat characters that fell before Shiryu. Though merely a minor trick, it left Shiryu momentarily speechless, and after a brief pause, she regained her composure to examine the text seriously. Upon a mere glance, the young woman's brow furrowed tightly. Wang Luo asked, are you unfamiliar with them? Shiryu sighed. I recognize them during my part-time job at the auction house in Rome City. I encountered each of these items you wrote about. Any one of them could instantly settle my debts. Wang Luo understood. No matter, it is already fortunate that we have not been annihilated by the tribulation. However, sure you interjected, but, Mountain Lord, after the tribulation, the laws of heaven have changed significantly from the past. Are you certain that the elixirs and techniques of old can still aid you in refining elixirs now? I cannot be certain, Wang Luo admitted candidly, but since they are available for purchase at the auction house, it is worth a try. The indebted young woman was deeply impressed by this display of extravagance, and, with a hint of anticipation, inquired, "Does Lingshan possess any other valuable legacies?" Wang Luo replied, "Based on the conditions within the Divine Spirit Palace, the only valuable legacy left in Lingshan should be me, truly befitting of a mountain lord." Wang Luo noted with approval as Shi Yu's loyalty rating dipped by a point. This guardian of the mountain was quite pragmatic. Thus, in your opinion, what should I do next? The same question had been posed not long ago at the Ascension platform, but this time, Shi Yu's response was, "You should still approach the Qingping Bureau, because you need to obtain a seed of the Jimu tree, which serves as your identification." So, what exactly is the Qingping Bureau? It can be simply understood as the former constabulary, primarily responsible for maintaining public order, while also handling various functions akin to household registration. This might be difficult for those from the classical era to grasp. In the new immortal calendar era, the operation of society is vastly different. Wang Luo responded naturally. A modern service-oriented government, nothing difficult to comprehend. Since my senior sister is the architect of this new order, the new world will undoubtedly take her shape. A large question mark appeared above Shi Yu's head, but she wisely refrained from probing further. It is wonderful that you understand. In any case, in modern society, one cannot move a step without identification. However, your true identity is clearly outlined in the Lingshan Shrine. Chapter 7. What was once ethereal is now within reach. Shi Yu's warm reminders sparked memories of common tropes from the stories of crossers. For those who traverse worlds, the most significant challenge they face is often the issue of being a black household. A person who appears out of nowhere will inevitably clash with everything around them. This problem is not particularly severe in civilizations with lower organizational structures, such as the classical era's Juzhou continent, where the addition or subtraction of a person goes unnoticed. However, in a world with a high degree of civilization and organization, the situation is entirely different. From the moment of birth, every individual is endowed with rights and responsibilities by society that, in simple terms, everyone arrives with a task at hand. One carrot fits into one hole. Having one more or one less person inevitably affects the whole system. Based on Wang Luo's limited observation since awakening and Shi Yu's explanations, it is apparent that the new world a millennium later is one of high organization, less forgiving towards crossers. Therefore, if revealing one's true identity is inconvenient, one must find a way to fabricate a new identity. However, before Wang Luo could ponder further, a series of gurgling sounds, reminiscent of internal organs writhing, echoed within the Divine Spirit Palace. Wang Luo glanced at Shi Yu, who shyly tilted her head. "I haven't eaten since morning. Oh, I haven't eaten since 1,000 years ago." Shi Yu was left speechless and could only clasp her hands together. "I concede." Regardless of victory or defeat, the sensation of hunger was an objective reality, significantly disrupting their conversation. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Yu inquired, "If the Mountain Lord does not mind, would you care to join me for a simple meal at my home? We can continue our discussion as we walk." Wang Luo gladly accepted. "Certainly. The Shi family's banquets were renowned throughout Juzhou. I have yet to experience them." Shi Yu remained silent for a moment before saying, "The former Mountain Lord of Lingshan could manipulate mountains and rivers with his divine will, even redirecting falling meteors. I have yet to witness such feats myself." Wang Luo asked, "Would you like to see?" "Just a moment." Shi Yu was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. "I was merely speaking casually. There is no need for you to demonstrate." Wang Luo then paused his examination of the Ascension record, curiously asking, "You don't want to see? There happens to be a recorded image of your ancestor, Shusuing splitting the mountain's veins in the Ascension record. I thought you might be interested. But if not, that is fine." Shi Yu was astonished. "Is it merely a review of the materials?" Wang Luo was even more surprised. Otherwise, were you expecting an injured foundation-building practitioner to perform divine feats of transformation for you live? I concede. Amid Shiryu's admission of defeat, Wang Luo once again took the lead, departing from the mist-shrouded Lingshan. Upon returning to the ascension platform, night had fallen, and the Lingshan behind them was enveloped in nocturnal fog, resembling a realm of silence. Yet directly ahead, in the plains below, a dazzling array of lights illuminated the scene. That it was the vibrant flame of civilization from a bustling metropolis, a multitude of stars scattered throughout the city, not only illuminating the plains but also casting a glow that stretched to the very horizon. The heart of that city, countless slender threads of light extend outward, resembling nimble guiding sprites deftly weaving the prosperity of this metropolis to distant realms. According to Wang Luo's recollections, the city's location coincides with the site of the former mountain gate of Ling Mountain. Represented by the Shurjia family, the guardians of the mountains, a multitude of practitioners devoted to Ling Mountain established a quaint town named Lingxi. Over time, this town burgeoned with an increasing populace, evolving into a small city that a millennium has elapsed. And this small city has undergone a remarkable transformation. Its vibrant appearance stands in stark, ironic contrast to the withering Ling Mountain. The times have indeed changed. Now it is called Rongqing, Shiryu remarked. It is the largest city in our Zhuang nation and the first city established by the distinguished founders amidst the ruins. For 500 years, it served as the capital. But following the seclusion of the Lord, the capital was relocated to the more convenient Yu city, forcing this old capital to shed its glorious facade. Nevertheless, despite such proclamations, one cannot see any decline in property prices that I am fortunate to have inherited from my ancestors, allowing me to possess a property in Rongqing, albeit still burdened with debt. As she spoke, Shiryu led the way with a light step along a dilapidated blue brick road. The path behind the ascending immortal platform was unfamiliar to Wang Luo, so he entrusted the guidance to this debt-ridden girl who moonlighted as a tour guide. Despite her hunger, Shiryu's enthusiasm was evident in her gait. By the way, as an old capital, Rongqing has preserved numerous relics from the classical era. For instance, the Rongqing History Museum houses a set of chimes reputed to be 5,000 years old. The museum frequently exhibits artifacts from foreign lands, and if you esteemed Lord of the Mountain are interested, it would be worthwhile to visit. You might uncover some useful clues. Oh, but to enter the museum, one must authenticate their identity using the seed of the Jimu tree. We shall have to devise a plan for that. I almost forgot. Esteemed Lord of the Mountain, I have rented out a few rooms in my home to supplement my family's income. So there are several tenants currently residing with me that if you happen to meet them, we will need a plausible explanation for your identity. Why not say you're a new tenant, perhaps hailing from the southern countryside? Amidst Shiryu's chattering, the two swiftly traversed the crumbling mountain path and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before them lay a broad and tidy road, unfurling like black satin, winding its way towards the brilliantly lit Rongqing in the distance. Shiryu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Quite a stark contrast to the mountain paths of Ling Mountain, isn't it? This is the difference that public maintenance budgets make. Subsequently, she produced a pale, bone whistle from her red cloak. Placing it in her mouth, she blew. A sharp, piercing sound erupted. This uniquely designed whistle emitted a tone that exceeded the bounds of normal human hearing, and Shiryu played it with gusto, unperturbed. However, for Wang Luo, the sound inflicted a sudden pain in his ears, as if a chilling, spectral essence had pierced his skull through his ear canal. In the next moment, several pale, ghostly flames ignited before him. And amidst their glow, a skeletal carriage, laden with the chill of the underworld, approached with haste, the underworld path. Wang Luo instantly recognized the origin of this skeletal carriage, although its form differed significantly from his memories. The aura of death and decay that flowed between the bones was indistinguishable from that of the underworld path, which ranked first among the three demonic sects in his recollections. The relationship between Ling Mountain and the three demonic sects had always been one of fierce opposition. It took considerable effort to suppress the impulse to dismantle the skeletal carriage on the spot. After all, times had changed. Even Lu Jiao had transformed into a person of decorum and restraint, perhaps suggesting that Ling Mountain had long since reconciled with the three demonic sects. Moreover, Shiryu was the one who blew the whistle. Dismantling the skeletal carriage here would undoubtedly jeopardize the girl's loyalty. After tempering his murderous intent, Wang Luo looked anew at the skeletal carriage of the underworld path and made fresh observations. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height and width, it was constructed from thousands of heterogeneous white bones, forming a square framework. Semi-transparent windows, shrouded in ghostly mist, adorned its sides, while beneath the carriage, for pulsating spheres of flesh slowly rolled in terms of its bizarre and terrifying design. It bore a striking resemblance to Wang Luo's memories of the underworld path. Yet apart from that similarity, it lacked any truly sinister qualities. There was no damp, toxic miasma to corrode living beings, nor any tormented spirits or vengeful ghosts to bear witness to suffering. Even the bones that formed the framework exhibited an almost aesthetic symmetry. Upon witnessing Wang Luo's astonishment, sure you could not help but chuckle. "Ha! Startled you, didn't I, esteemed Lord of the Mountain? Times have changed. The Underworld Path is now a legally compliant social organization, with its enterprises spread across the 5 provinces and myriad nations of the celestial realm, although it is not particularly well received." With that, she urged, "Come, let us board the carriage quickly. Lingering too long incurs additional charges." As she spoke, the little tour guide took Wang Luo's hand and hurriedly stepped onto the fleshy membrane of the carriage. Inside, a snow-white skeleton occupied the driver's seat, adorned with a blue-black cap and clad in a deep purple uniform. Its right hand grasped a sinewy cord resembling a strand of flesh, while its left hand delved into a moist, grayish pouch, the base of which was intertwined with several writhing blood vessels extending throughout the carriage, evidently serving as control mechanisms. Despite its neatly attired appearance, the driver's form was undeniably grotesque. Yet upon Shiryu and Wang Luo's entry, the driver stood up and opened its mouth, its jaw joints producing a rhythmic cracking sound, as if attempting to convey a customer service smile. Shiryu nearly leaped from the carriage in fright, her internal fire flickering momentarily. No wonder the underworld path manages to keep prices at half of their competitors, and still struggles for business. This is simply too horrifying. Wang Luo, however, retorted dismissively. They are merely engaging in their enthusiastic service, while you propagate notions of superficial and doctrinal discrimination. That is truly shameful. I was wrong, Shiryu replied, lowering her head in contrition for her momentary prejudice against the underworld path's driver. Yet regardless of its shamefulness, the reality before them was stark, apart from the driver and themselves. The carriage was utterly devoid of passengers, with only 12 neatly arranged rows of seats, totaling 24. Furthermore, the seats were ingeniously designed, based on skeletal frames and draped with a membrane of flesh, maintaining the requisite eeriness of the underworld path. Yet each seat was equipped with safety belts made of grayish-white sinew, alongside magazines tucked within the front seatbacks. The skeletal framework even featured a specially designed lumbar support structure, exuding a touch of humanity amid the chilling atmosphere of the underworld. So why does the underworld path insist on maintaining an air of eeriness? Wang Luo couldn't help but muse. Indeed, times had changed. The underworld path, once particularly sinister and ruthless among the demonic sects, had now seamlessly integrated into the mainstream with a semblance of humanity. This notion of necessary eeriness seemed more like a requiem sung by the old guard to preserve tradition. What had transpired within the underworld path over the past millennium? After taking their seats, Shiryu resumed her role as guide, explaining, when the celestial tribulation descended, the entire Jiuzhou continent faced imminent peril, and the distinctions between righteousness and evil became inconsequential. Moreover, with the fall of the celestial court and the destruction of the immortal realm, the celestial principles of Jiuzhou underwent severe distortion, causing many practitioners to transform into monstrosities under this distortion. This phenomenon is academically termed Huahuang. The wild demons born from this process are more terrifying and dangerous than any demonic cultivator. During the fall of Mo province, the 3 demonic sects nearly faced total annihilation. And it was only through the assistance of righteous forces that their doctrines were preserved. Among the later founders of the underworld path were indeed formidable figures from the demonic sections. Subsequently, these founders ascended to the celestial heart, establishing the great laws, leading to a complete fusion of the celestial and demonic paths. Thus, even those who specialize in the demonic path can now walk openly in the sunlight, though the underworld path generally prefers to operate under the cover of night, as daylight laws are not favorable to them. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo gasped and flipped open the introductory textbook that Shiryu had provided him that as the skeletal carriage traversed the path. He took the opportunity to complete the remaining important sections, specifically those pertaining to the great laws that Shiryu had just mentioned that in fact, the great laws serve as the core standard distinguishing the classical from the modern. The old celestial histories from the new that Shiryu articulated. The greatest harm wrought by the celestial tribulation lay in the destruction of the immortal realm, which nearly obliterated the celestial principles. The distorted celestial principles likewise warped the countless practitioners relying upon them for cultivation. The survivors of that era, tasked with the reconstruction of civilization, found their foremost challenge was to re-establish the celestial principles. Excising the corrupted elements. Theoretically, celestial principles are ethereal, beyond human reach. Even the primordial ancestor of the immortal realm, in his sincerity, always regarded himself as a seeker of the D. It seemed that the greater humanity's accomplishments, the farther they drifted from the celestial principles. Yet when the celestial principles were on the brink of collapse, they inadvertently left a shortcut for humanity. The founders, led by Lu Jiao, successfully grasped the celestial principles along this route, leaving behind a human legacy known as the Great Laws. By weaving human hearts into the fabric of celestial principles, a harmonious union was achieved, fostering mutual coexistence. Henceforth, celestial principles would no longer remain elusive, nor would they regard all beings as mere fodder. The celestial principles now stood on the side of humanity, and naturally, humanity would stand alongside the celestial principles. This symbiotic relationship marks the delineation between the pre-tribulation and post-tribulation eras. The introduction to the great laws in the general knowledge textbook was rather vague, and although a few illustrative cases were provided, they left the readers somewhat perplexed. For instance, the text noted that during the classical era, celestial principles were capricious, leading to the ruin of countless earthly dynasties by natural disasters, and many exceptionally talented practitioners perished during the celestial tribulations. Civilization's progress was repeatedly hampered by the heavens, prompting ancestors to lament the indifference of the cosmos. However, in the era of the great laws, traditional natural disasters have nearly vanished, with humanity harnessing the might of the heavens to create numerous artificial wonders, significantly accelerating the progress of civilization. Moreover, in the classical era, the heavens bore no sense of morality, with countless instances of virtuous individuals meeting untimely ends while calamities persisted for generations, as celestial principles were indifferent to humanity's virtues or vices. In the era of the Grand Law, the principle of retribution for good and evil is inscribed within the celestial order. Those who cultivate virtue and perform good deeds, far from merely aspiring to transcendence, find even the most humble of endeavors, such as street vending, flourishing beyond the common lot. Conversely, those who commit heinous acts are indeed subject to dire consequences. Upon reflecting on this, and considering the changes in the underworld, Wang Luo finally gained an intuitive understanding of this grand law, while also faintly grasping why his senior sister, Lu Jiao, is depicted as dignified and composed in historical accounts that it turns out she too fears the wrath of heaven. Chapter 8. For the salvation of society, the existence of the grand law has transformed the entire world. Unfortunately, the educational materials provided by Shiryu are ultimately intended only for the enlightenment of children, lacking a deeper exploration of the grand law and merely using simplistic examples to teach the young about compliance with laws. Nevertheless, even within these limited descriptions, Wang Luo found himself marveling that he had not anticipated that the celestial order, seemingly solemn and aloof, would still succumb to degradation under the crisis of desolation, becoming a tool for others. The celestial order, utilized in such a manner, is unfathomable for a cultivator living in the age of the old immortal chronicles. Yet, the new world before him has already exceeded imagination, exemplified by the bustling underworld. Through the ghostly mist of the window, a grander and more resplendent panorama gradually unfolded before Wang Luo's eyes. There are so many vehicles on this road, he remarked as a platinum glimmering shuttle-shaped flying vehicle zipped past the skeletal carriage like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a trail of brilliance. Shiryu merely cast a fleeting glance and sighed in poverty, flipping through a small red ledger. Vexed by the accumulating financial deficit, and casually explained, the Black Silk Road is one of the 17 main arteries of Rome City. While the area near Ling Mountain is somewhat desolate, the traffic becomes quite dense upon entering the urban zone, and one might encounter significant congestion if luck is not on one's side. Wang Luo nodded, observing the bustling flow of vehicles outside, and lamented, the quality of these vehicles is quite remarkable. By the standards of the classical era, modern vehicles can be considered genuine magical treasures. While individual quality might not meet the discerning eye of a classical elite like yourself, the sheer quantity is, indeed, the numbers are astonishing. Within the brief exchange, Wang Luo had already counted over 1,000 magical-grade vehicles within his line of sight. Although the individual quality was relatively low, the aggregate power of thousands of such lesser items was indeed formidable. Moreover, the significance lay not in the power of these magical items, but in the resources and productivity they represented, in the classical era. Even the wealthiest of Ling Mountain could not casually produce such a multitude of transportation treasures. The ability to forge one transcendent treasure does not imply the capacity to create 10,000 common treasures. Furthermore, treasures require their masters. Even if one could craft thousands of them, finding thousands of cultivators adept at utilizing such treasures would be no simple feat. Yet, these issues seem to have become trivial in this new in Wang Luo's immediate vicinity. Nearly every vehicle contained a proficient cultivator at the helm. Their cultivation might not be particularly high, yet each possessed a stable foundation. With many at the foundational level, and a surprising number were even at the golden core stage. Thousands of foundational and golden core practitioners, a feat achievable only by the most elite sects in the classical era. And this was merely Wang Luo's casual observation along the main road on the outskirts of Rome City. Furthermore, these thousands of foundational and golden core practitioners were notably youthful. Shiryu elucidated, under the protection of the Grand Law. The cultivation speed of practitioners in this new era is significantly swifter than in the past. It is quite common to see golden cores at the age of 20. Wang Luo could not help but raise an eyebrow. In his day, challenging the myriad golden cores at such a young age was a feat that echoed through the ages. Generally, practitioners would attain their cores within 50 to 60 years. Even achieving a lower-grade dispersing core was considered an extraordinary talent. Most practitioners finally condensed their cores at nearly 100 years of age, striving to progress further in the ensuing decades, lest they exhaust their lifespans. That was astonishing to realize that in the new era, the celestial path had evolved to such a degree. However, there is something peculiar, Wang Luo observed closely, frowning as he posed a question. With so many foundational and golden core practitioners, how is it that there are none at the nascent soul stage, let alone those at the transformation or integration stages? Shiryu responded, "Oh, this aspect is not covered in the general education materials. Perhaps they feared it might dampen the children's enthusiasm for striving." According to the Grand Law, the upper limit of cultivation in the new era is confined to the nascent soul. Wang Luo expressed unprecedented astonishment. Confined to the nascent soul? Shiryu continued, "In fact, even the nascent soul is a privilege reserved for a select few. The vast majority only reach the golden core stage. From their 20s to their hundreds, they spend nearly a century refining their golden cores, only to witness their gradual decline, ultimately dispersing and facing death. To advance to the nascent soul and extend their lifespan by a century, one must obtain state approval." Wang Luo inquired, "Why is that?" "Because excessive pursuit of individual power could lead to a repetition of the mistakes of the old immortal chronicles," Shiryu explained. "This world no longer requires immortals, and we certainly do not wish to endure another calamity from the immortal realm. Even so, restricting individual power to the nascent soul seems excessively drastic." Shiryu replied, "Is the nascent soul insufficient? In comparison to ordinary people without any cultivation, or those merely beginning to draw in qi, the nascent soul already equates to a natural disaster. In a stable, highly organized society, such immense individual power is unnecessary. The strength of the collective can surpass that of past immortals." Though Shiryu spoke with an unruffled demeanor, The confidence that emanated from her words, representative of the era, was profoundly moving, the collective strength surpassing that of immortals. Wang Luo found it difficult to reconcile with such fanciful notions. While thousands of golden cores are indeed an impressive sight, they cannot possibly compensate for the chasm that exists between them and true immortals. Not to mention the genuine celestial beings of the heavenly court. Even the peak of earthly immortals have been known to annihilate entire immortal clans single-handedly. Hundreds of golden cores and a dozen nascent souls, assembled into an unprecedented family formation under the command of an integration stage powerhouse, would still succumb to a full-force strike from a transcendent being. This principle might be lost on others. But how could senior sister Lu Jiao fail to comprehend it? Yet, as Wang Luo's doubts began to dissipate, the skeletal carriage officially entered the urban expanse of Rong City, unveiling the most vibrant and splendid aspect of this new world before him. The air was suffused with an astonishing richness of spiritual energy, rivaling that of any esteemed sect's blessed grounds from your in such an environment. Even those of mediocre talent could cultivate rudimentary immortal abilities after a few decades of immersion. Amidst this dense spiritual essence, towering and radiant edifices stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a dazzling panorama of celestial light. These structures, built from an enigmatic material, shimmered with a crystalline and silky luster, akin to exquisite jade under the night sky. Amongst the jade-like surroundings grew an ancient tree, its vast branches soaring skyward, as if reaching out to the heavens. Wang Luo had never beheld such a grand spectacle, even in the scrolls depicting the immortal realm, nor in the celestial court crafted by the venerable ancestral figure. Meanwhile, Shiryu had already closed her ledger and softly explained, "That is the Jianmu, the seat of the city's highest authority. Every city within the Zhuang domain expands outward from the Jianmu at its center. The Jianmu of Rong City is the oldest in Zhuang, marking the first station of Lingzhou's reconstruction after the heavenly tribulation at that time. Master Jiao named the city Rong City, alluding to the vitality of a young deer sprouting its antlers." Wang Luo nodded slowly. This naming convention indeed bore a hint of Lu Jiao's essence. Yet the scene before him was no longer merely a young deer sprouting antlers. After a millennium, Rong City resembled a sharp, formidable antler, with its jade-like structures evoking a majestic forest of blades. Yet, amid this grandeur, Wang Luo seemed to glimpse 1,000 years past on a desolate wasteland, a proud woman planting tender saplings, proclaiming it to be the genesis of a new world in the next instant. The light outside abruptly dimmed. The skeletal carriage had left the black silk main road and veered into a winding, shadowy alley in an instant. The resplendent city appeared to be severed from another realm. Shiryu remarked, "Ah, we are almost there." The skeletal carriage came to a halt amidst the nauseating sounds of flesh against the ground. A haunting female voice echoed, "The final stop, Wuxing Bridge, has arrived. Please ensure you take all your belongings with you. Until we meet again in the underworld." Shiryu's lips twitched slightly as she restrained herself from uttering words that might suggest a bias against their path. Leading Wang Luo off the carriage. Once they disembarked, the ghostly flames surrounding the skeletal carriage flickered, as if parting an invisible curtain, and then the entire vehicle gradually faded from sight, before its complete disappearance. Wang Luo observed the skeleton driver bowing respectfully to him. "Such politeness," Wang Luo exclaimed in admiration. "Indeed," Shiryu replied, "I had never heard of the underworld being so courteous. Perhaps their recent substantial losses prompted this change." She sighed. "Let us hope they do not truly go bankrupt. It would be challenging to find such affordable public transport elsewhere." Wang Luo, intrigued, remarked, "Given that the distance from Ling Mountain to here is not too far, with your foundational strength, you could easily walk back and forth." Shiryu sighed again. "While that is possible, it would deplete my true essence. The resulting food expenses would far exceed the cost of transportation." Wang Luo could not help but wonder. In a place where the spiritual energy was nearly palpable, what could possibly incur such unfillable losses? In truth, throughout his journey, the casual absorption of the world's spiritual energy has replenished the depleted essence within his dantian by a mere 1 or 2%. Surely, it cannot be said that the spiritual energy of this new world comes at a price. What a wretchedly exploitative society this is. Meanwhile, Shiryu had already taken the lead, gesturing towards the winding path ahead. Just a short distance beyond this Wanshin bridge is my home. As you can see, it is hardly a glamorous place. Wang Luo surveyed his surroundings, noting the muddy road beneath his feet, situated directly beneath a colossal bridge. Looking up, the bridge resembled a terrifying spider, connecting countless structures on the ground below. The bridge was bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, a scene that contrasted sharply with the prosperity of Rome City. Yet, amidst the splendor, hardly anyone glanced down towards the world beneath the bridge. As if they existed in entirely different realms. Below the bridge, the world was filled with lowly and chaotic houses, punctuated by half-broken walls adorned with graffiti and weeds sprouting between the bricks. Indeed, it was a place far removed from any kind of elegance. After taking stock, Wang Luo contemplated for a moment before remarking, "It is a good thing, for if a person burdened with millions in debt could still reside in luxury, this society would be beyond salvation." Shiryu replied, "That makes sense. I was mistaken." Chapter 9. The first meal after crossing over is indeed not peaceful as Shiryu and Wang Luo converse while walking. The winding path beneath their feet occasionally forked and then converged again, resembling a vast labyrinth spun from a spider's web. Shiryu moved forward like a diligent spider weaving its web, exchanging simple pleasantries with every passerby, her smile inviting. Similarly, the passersby returned her warmth with genuine simplicity. After about 10 minutes, as the two delved deeper into this unremarkable world beneath the bridge, the scene before them suddenly opened up. The road widened to accommodate 4 vehicles side by side. The muddy path now paved with smooth stones, flanked by an endless array of shops and stalls. The vibrant lights from the shop signs, the cacophony of voices from the throngs of people, and the tantalizing aromas from the food stalls intertwined to create a symphony that resonated before Wang Luo. What a splendid yet hidden vibrancy this bustling market possessed. "Welcome to Sure Street," exclaimed a girl in a red hat, finally revealing her most sincere smile of the day. Legend has it that this is the starting point of the ancient Lingxi town, where our Sure ancestors first made their home. So, can you sense the history of this ancient street that spans thousands of years? Wang Luo bent down, tracing a finger across the stones, leaving behind a layer of dust. This construction cannot be older than 10 years. Shiryu's expression faltered, a helpless smile crossing her face. "All right, I was wrong again. However, judging by the location, this is indeed Sure Street from my memories of Lingxi Town." The girl's smile returned, radiant. "That is wonderful. Today, in celebration of the resurrection of the Mountain Master, we shall not dine at home. I'll treat you to Li Ji's roast meat. It is quite famous here in Sure Street." As she concluded, although her smile remained, the corners of her mouth visibly twitched with the strain of poverty. The more expensive meats may be beyond my means, so I kindly asked the Mountain Master to be considerate when ordering." Wang Luo nodded in agreement. "Understood." As they spoke, Shiryu led Wang Luo into a bustling little eatery. The space within was cramped, with only 6 round tables tightly packed, each surrounded by eager diners, making the establishment nearly bursting at the seams. Yet a plump woman navigated through the narrow gaps with the grace of a skilled dancer, swiftly serving fragrant dishes to each table. Just as Shiryu lifted the door curtain, her foot barely crossing the threshold, the woman turned her head sharply, her face glistening with sweat, her voice resonant and commanding. "Xiao Yu is here. Come in and sit." Without missing a beat, she seemed to wield some mystical power, clearing a small space within the eatery and promptly retrieving a wooden table and 2 benches from the wall, setting them up on the spot. Meanwhile, the other patrons continued their meals, blissfully unaware of the encroaching crowd. Only a table near the door raised their heads to wave at Shiryu in greeting. Evidently, on this ancient street with thousands of years of history, the young Shiryu had already garnered a bit of fame. Grateful for the proprietress's hospitality, Shiryu expressed her thanks and, with the solid footing befitting a foundational practitioner, skillfully maneuvered through the throng to take her seat at the small round table. Yet, when she turned to look at Wang Luo, she found him already seated across from her, almost like a specter. Shiryu was unfazed, directly pulling out a menu from beneath the table, explaining, "The top half features Uncle Li's specialties, affordable and delicious, Feel free to choose. The middle two lines are his signature dishes. But I cannot afford those. The items at the bottom are neither affordable for me nor palatable. They are merely Uncle Lee's way of fleecing tourists. Before she could finish, a lively voice erupted from the kitchen. Xiao Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Which of my dishes is not delicious? Sure, you made a face, casually retrieving a teacup and kettle from a small cabinet behind her, pouring hot tea for both of them, and then waved at the plump woman. Aunt Yang, one serving of the signature roast meat and one serving of stir-fried dumplings. Leaning down, she whispered to Wang Luo, personally, I highly recommend the chicken and vinegar stir-fried cabbage. Wang Luo glanced at the menu. Indeed, it was the least expensive selection. However, his thoughts were no longer focused on the flavors of the dishes, so he nodded in agreement, allowing Shiryu to relax her grip on her wallet. What intrigued Wang Luo was how remarkably advanced the dining scene had become in this new era. He had yet to taste the dishes to evaluate their flavors, but he could distinctly sense the rich spiritual energy infused within each plate. Each dish was a genuine spiritual food, aptly named, as consuming it would replenish one's true essence and even enhance one's cultivation, rivaling the efficacy of spiritual elixirs, yet also satisfying the palate. Such a luxury would have been unthinkable in Wang Luo's time. While there were many treasures of heaven and earth that could enhance cultivation, ingredients that could also please the refined tastes of practitioners were far less common. Or rather, there were not enough individuals willing to explore the intersection of culinary delight and cultivation. The fusion of both, providing both spiritual enhancement and gastronomic pleasure, was an indulgence reserved for only the most fortunate FEW, by the standards of the past. Every individual within Li Ji's roast meat shop was part of an elite class. However, this privilege was unnecessary. The thriving culinary scene of the mortal realm existed because mortals required sustenance to replenish their strength. Yet a competent practitioner, even at the initial stage of qi induction, would invariably practice abstaining from grains. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, the most effective and economical means of replenishing true essence would always be to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the satisfaction of one's cravings could easily be achieved through dreamlike illusions conjured by mystical arts. Anything one wished to eat could be found within dreams. There was no need to go through the trouble of developing an impractical concept of spiritual food that lacked cost-effectiveness. As Wang Luo pondered this mystery, he observed the patrons within the shop, gaining new insights. Though none were particularly striking in appearance, each possessed some level of cultivation. Even those of lesser skill had reached the peak of qi induction, while the more accomplished had even condensed to Dan, their true essence radiating with power. Such a dense congregation of practitioners, although their realms may not seem high to Wang Luo, would inevitably influence the flow of spiritual energy within the area. Each cultivator naturally breathed in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into their own true essence. When several, or even dozens, of practitioners inhaled together, it was akin to tossing stones into a river. While the current may remain unchanged, ripples would inevitably form. Yet, the spiritual energy flowing through this roast meat shop seemed to ignore the presence of these practitioners, silently coursing by. Wang Luo raised a finger, capturing a fragment from the invisible current, swirling it at his fingertip, then absorbing it into his body. The flavor was rich, rivaling that of the finest celestial realms, second only to extraordinary places like the Dingling Hall, although the spiritual energy itself bore no flavor. For any practitioner, such quality of spiritual energy could only be described as a supreme delicacy. Yet, the patrons within the shop remained oblivious to the flowing spiritual energy around them, wholly absorbed in their meals. Recalling Shiryu's earlier remarks about meal and transportation expenses, Wang Luo could not help but entertain an intriguing hypothesis. Have practitioners in the era of the Great Law forgotten how to absorb energy? As Shiryu, who was eagerly swallowing saliva and awaiting their dishes, momentarily froze upon hearing this. Before she could respond, a large hand resembling a fan suddenly appeared before them, accompanied by a plate piled high with the fragrant signature roast meat. Here comes the signature roast meat. Then came another plate, stacked high with diced chicken, shrimp, and water chestnuts. Here comes the chicken. Wang Luo glanced at the two towering plates of meat before him, then at the plates of surrounding diners, which had shrunk by at least 30%, and inquired, "Are these your adoptive parents?" Sure, you nearly choked on her tea. Aunt Yang, however, laughed heartily. "Indeed, my dear goddaughter." Oldly at another serving of grilled meat strips. After a hearty pat on Wang Luo's shoulder, she hurried off to attend to other patrons. Sure, you smiled. Aunt Yang seems to like you. She rarely shows such warmth to strangers, especially since Sure Street has been rather unsettled lately. And everyone's business has been tough. The mention of unrest and poor business immediately drew collective sighs from the two neighboring tables. Isn't that the truth? Those pesky young rascals are truly infuriating, grumbled a plump man in a white tank top and gray shorts, his belly protruding prominently. I've been considering closing the shop altogether to avoid their incessant trouble. First, it's expired permits, then violations of shop decorum. Damn it, I could post a sign about illusory visions at the entrance and still get told it's indecent. What decency does Sure Street even have? A slender man chuckled softly, his gaze dropping as he remarked, "With a belly like yours, if they were to catch you, they'd surely slap a fine on you." Damn it. The stout man grunted, straining to suck in his belly, though with little success. Just because I'm overweight, does that mean I'm a criminal? At the adjacent table, an elderly man clad in a tank top, his scalp thinning and face lined with wrinkles, furrowed his brows and retorted, "Whether it's a crime or not depends on the whims of those young ruffians that if you show them respect, you could commit murder and arson without a care. But if you don't, at the very least, your belly would earn you a death sentence." The stout man bristled with indignation. "You old coot, with a face like a tripe, dare to speak to me like that? If I were to be sentenced to death, you'd at least deserve 1,000 cuts." Another patron, who had just ordered a spicy dish, snapped back, "Enough with the insults, don't drag bellies into this." Hearing the uproar his words had stirred, Sure you offered a wry smile and leaned toward Wang Luo, whispering, "Recently, the Qingping division of Rongqing has formed a special task force to rectify the appearance of Stone Street, making life unbearable for us locals." No sooner had she spoken than a robust voice from above boomed, "What a farce! Just a bunch of meddlesome bureaucrats." Simultaneously, a plate of richly sauced and fragrant meat strips was placed on the table. Sure Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she instinctively swallowed, then said, "Aunt Yang, please add 2 bowls of rice." Before she could finish her request, 2 steaming bowls of glistening white rice appeared. Aunt Yang declared, "Your favorite Haijiu rice." Sure Yu laughed. "Aunt Yang, you're not seriously considering taking me on as your goddaughter, are you? If you're willing to call me that, this place is yours. If Oldly dares to utter a single word, I'll personally take care of him." From the kitchen came a muffled grunt of defiance. But moments later, Aunt Yang returned with a plate of sweet and sour alfalfa, claiming it was a gift from Old Li. Yet, the blatant favoritism went unnoticed by the surrounding diners, who remained engrossed in their previous conversation. What exactly do those young ruffians mean? How long will this special rectification last? Brother De, you have your connections. Do you have any news? The man referred to as Brother De was the only practitioner in the establishment who had reached the lower grade of Golden Core. He shook his head, nothing out of the ordinary. It's still the same well-known information. The task force was proposed by the Wave Ridge Manor and approved by the Rongqing Governor's Office. Then led by the Qingping Division, the ITS quite substantial, so I've been advising everyone to lay low for a while and not engage in any risky business. The stout man challenged. It's easy to say lay low, but at least give us a clear indication of when this will end, right? They can't just keep rectifying forever while we hide indefinitely. Just then, an unfamiliar voice joined the conversation. The special rectification? Of course, will continue until the business environment of Stone Street adheres to the law. Chapter 10. Becoming a goddaughter clearly comes at a price with the sudden voice. The air in the establishment instantaneously thickened. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and everyone instinctively turned to the source of the sound, that a tall young man in a blue uniform and matching soft cap stood straight at the entrance. He appeared refined and scholarly, with a pair of frameless crystal glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of cultured elegance. However, more striking than his scholarly demeanor was his lofty posture. Standing tall, he looked down upon the patrons, almost as if gazing at them from a height, igniting a collective anger among the diners. "Li Dongyang, "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you show your face?" In an instant, the establishment erupted into a cacophony of outrage, a vivid display of the vibrant street culture of Stone Street. Yet, Li Dongyang merely chuckled lightly, silencing the uproar with his laughter. "Heh, I am merely enforcing the law. Everything I do is above board. So why shouldn't I stand here?" As he spoke, Li Dongyang scanned the room, his gaze so piercing that everyone who met his eyes instinctively turned away, regardless of how vehemently they had shouted moments before. They were now compelled to quiet down. This was not a suppression of cultivation, but rather a crushing of morale. Though Li Dongyang stood before the crowd's ire, he remained unfazed, for in the eyes of a practitioner, the phrase "just cause" held considerable weight, that a person with profound confidence in their beliefs often gains the upper hand in such confrontations, just as Li Dongyang overwhelmed the righteous indignation of the patrons. Shiryu, however, remained unfazed, her face twisting in disgust as she discreetly used her spiritual energy to convey to Wang Luo the background of this individual. He is the deputy leader of the Special Rectification Task Force, and in recent days, he has been the one enforcing the rules and issuing fines that he hails from Stone Street, which is why everyone regards him as a traitor. Wang Luo nodded, his assessment of Shiryu lifting slightly. Although she had failed as a tour guide, her foundational skills were remarkably solid. Her explanations were concise and impartial, always managing to convey the current situation in the most straightforward manner. With Shiryu's insights, Wang Luo looked at Li Dongyang with newfound intrigue. Setting aside the issue of his self-righteousness, this man certainly had the credentials to look down upon others, as he was a genuine golden core practitioner. Unlike Brother Da, who merely resembled a scattered core, Li Dongyang's golden core was full and robust, his true essence pulsating like an unending tide. Even in classical times, he would have been qualified to stand tall and command his own territory as a true person. The chasm between a true person and an ordinary individual was akin to that between a human and an insect. However, Li Dongyang did not flaunt his cultivation to intimidate others. It was merely a subconscious display of superiority. After quelling the din of the establishment, he continued, the Stone Street Special Task Force was established at the behest of the city lord, led by the Qingping Division, and comprises various elite members. Its purpose is to eradicate the long-standing problems of Stone Street, allowing this historically rich area to rejuvenate. That IT is not a scheme for personal gain by anyone. You all are being quite petty. The patrons labeled as petty instantly exploded in outrage, with some rising in protest while others found themselves too cramped to stand. Li Dongyang, you ungrateful beast, without us petty souls, you'd have starved to death at home. If I had known, I should have suffocated you back then. Amidst the cacophony of insults, Li Dongyang remained like a rock against crashing waves, unyielding as he continued. Of course, I understand that old habits die hard and entrenched issues are difficult to eradicate. IT is only natural for you, my fellow townsfolk, to feel discomfort and misunderstanding during this special rectification period, leading to dissatisfaction. Our task force will not hold it against you. In fact, promoting a local like me to the position of deputy leader is intended to provide you with a reasonable outlet for your grievances. However, whether it be stubborn habits or undesirable practices, they must ultimately be eradicated, lest we be cast aside by the tides of time as a local who has benefited from your nurturing to gain admission to the academy. I am now duty-bound to guide you from barbarism into civilization. Even if I am misunderstood, insulted, or subjected to voodoo curses, it matters not. I believe that one day, you will all thank me. As he concluded, Li Dongyang could not help but raise his head and close his eyes, arms outstretched as if reveling in a monumental historical mission. Meanwhile, the patrons' curses had become increasingly disjointed with their overwhelming fury. It was not until Brother Da let out a cold laugh, saying, having spent a few years at the Rongqing Academy and then being co-opted by the Qingping Division, Li Dongyang, you really think highly of yourself. You open your mouth and talk of barbarism and civilization. What? Are you going to say that Stone Street wronged you by not providing you with enough civilized elements to integrate in a high society? Li Dongyang frowned. Lin Tongda. You too studied at the Rongqing Academy, albeit just the outer court. You should have at least been exposed to the civilized world. Can you not see the crisis facing Stone Street? Everything here is at odds with civilization. Rampant barbarism will only push us further away from the civilized world. Now, with the city lord prioritizing humanity and establishing the special task force led by the Qingping division, this is our only shortcut to becoming a civilized stone street. Others may misunderstand, but I truly cannot comprehend what you are resisting. Brother De waved his hands dismissively. Don't. Your words make me view the Rongqing Academy in a worse light. The academy was once filled with elites, and even the outer court was replete with noble scions, looking down on us poor fellows as if we were mere ants. But to have someone like you, born of humble origins, turn your back on your fellow townsfolk, that is truly rare. Li Dongyang sighed. I harbor no disdain for the townsfolk. It is merely your fragile pride at play. I enforce the law strictly and always adhere to the principle of legality. Ask yourselves, when have you not been in violation first, leading to my issuance of fines? Take this Li Ji barbecue. A small establishment with 6 tables and over 30 seats, packed tighter than sardines, and I had notified you all beforehand that this severely violates the safety regulations, yet you ignored my warning. Moreover, the kitchen lacks the required clean wooden utensils and elemental water vessels. Aunt Yang, upon hearing this, glared furiously. According to your regulations, my little shop would be shut down for good. Li Dongyang replied, apart from Stone Street, other places in Rongqing operate just like this. Yet I haven't seen anyone shut down. In the end, isn't it still the case that old habits are hard to break? Yang said, how other shops operate is none of my business. My little store has been running for over 20 years without incident, but ever since you all arrived, it seems there's always something unsatisfactory or non-compliant. Whether something is a violation or not is entirely up to your whims. If one day you declare that even breathing is a violation, we might as well send everyone from Shiji to the southern countryside. Li Dongyang sighed again. Ignorance and arrogance. This is why Shiji increasingly feels out of touch with the civilized world. They always believe others are targeting them, yet they never reflect on their own missteps. As he spoke, the tall young man brushed his hand against his waist, revealing a palm-sized jade waist token. The token glimmered softly upon contact, and a slender, needle-like wooden pen along with a broad green leaf floated gracefully into Li Dongyang's palm. Upon seeing these items, the onlookers turned pale. Wang Luo turned to Shiryu, and the young girl explained earnestly. That is a set of regulations crafted from the essence of Jinmu, where the green-clad officials utilize the wooden pen and green leaf to report any observed violations to the Grand Law. This is known as regulation, that in simpler terms, it allows the officials to report unlawful behaviors, which the Grand Law then punishes. Wang Luo expressed surprise. Heavenly punishment. Will there be lightning strikes? Shiryu replied. Why do you wish to see lightning strikes so badly? But it is quite rare. The Grand Law seldom intervenes directly in reality, let alone inflict harm upon humanity. In instances where lightning is warranted, there are designated executioners to carry out the punishment. The heavenly punishment resulting from regulation typically manifests as misfortunes such as disrupted feng shui. Businesses that receive fines will face continuous setbacks and declining sales, while individuals may experience stagnation in their cultivation or even collapse of their supernatural abilities. Conversely, businesses praised by the Grand Law will naturally flourish, and individuals will see their cultivation soar. Wang Luo nodded. So rewards and punishments are determined by people. The framework must not contravene the Grand Law. For instance, you cannot arbitrarily issue fines to just any passerby. Completely absurd regulations will not be recognized by the Grand Law. However, in terms of practical implementation, the discretion afforded to the green-clad officials is vast. Shiji shops have indeed violated many aspects of the Rongqing laws over the years, but unless there is a special inspection team, the Grand Law will largely remain indifferent. Wang Luo nodded thoughtfully, gaining a deeper understanding of this new world. Meanwhile, as Li Dongyang presented the regulation set, the atmosphere in the shop grew increasingly tense. Several patrons shouted in unison, Li Dongyang, what do you mean by this? Dare you write one? Li Dongyang sighed for the 3rd time. It's my duty, I cannot shy away from it. Even if I do not issue this fine, others will, and they may not be as lenient as I am. Li's roast meat stall exceeds the permitted number of stalls, has inadequate safety measures, and fails to meet hygiene standards. According to the Rongqing laws, I hereby suspend operations for 30 days and lower the establishment status by 3 ranks." As he spoke, he swiftly inscribed the penalties on the green leaf. Even Yu's complexion shifted slightly. To lower the status by 3 ranks. Does he truly dare? For such a small shop to be forcibly downgraded by 3 ranks. It would likely take half a year to recover. How could Yang and Li have once supported him? Just as Li Dongyang finished writing the regulation, preparing to affix the leaf to the shop's entrance, a patron seated near the door could no longer bear to watch, stood up, and reached out to snatch the leaf from Li Dongyang's hand. However, Li Dongyang reacted swiftly, pressing down with his writing hand. An invisible force compelling the patron to sit back down, freezing his true essence in the process that I in that moment. The azure uniform he wore began to emit a soft glow, signaling to all present that Li Dongyang was no longer the impoverished orphan in need of assistance, but a green-clad official wielding genuine authority and possessing golden core cultivation, not to be trifled with. Considering the traditionally unruly nature of Shiji, I could overlook this attempt to interfere with the Qingping Bureau's regulations this time, but this will not be the case in the future. Should there be another instance of defiance against the law, I shall have no choice but to enforce it impartially. Li Dongyang spoke with a calm demeanor, his posture exuding an air of condescension, as if reprimanding a willful pet. This caused the outcry within the shop to reach a fever pitch. "You heartless beast, it would have been better if you had starved to death back then. If you have the guts, kill us all." As the atmosphere within the shop continued to boil over, Li Dongyang grew increasingly exasperated. To speak disrespectfully to an official is, in strict terms, also a form of defiance against the law. "Do not push me." At that moment, Yu stood up. Among the patrons, her petite figure stood out. Yet as she rose, the surrounding insults naturally ceased, and all eyes turned to her, filled with expectation, hope, and a complex mix of emotions. Clearly on this street, Yu's identity was far more than just a simple debt-ridden girl, a failed tour guide, or the adopted daughter of a roast meat shop owner. Chapter 11. What martial virtues are discussed during a meal. Li Dongyang, you hail from Shiji. Do you truly not understand the situation here? The regulations you mention, whether regarding the number of stalls or the need to ensure hygiene and safety with the clean wooden branches. They may be applicable elsewhere, but here in Shiji, 10 out of 10 shops are likely to go bankrupt if you affix that regulation symbol to the shop, downgrading its status by 3 ranks. This small establishment that has operated steadily for over 20 years would immediately face ruin. Aunt Yang and Uncle Li have dedicated their lives to this shop. Their very livelihood rests upon it, and they would likely suffer dire consequences as a result. When your family faced sudden misfortune, many neighbors offered assistance. Have you forgotten that? How can you repay kindness with enmity? Li Dongyang's arm hung suspended in midair, and he replied helplessly, "Of course, I have not forgotten, which is precisely why I have made every effort to mitigate the penalties, that if it were someone else handling this, they would be strictly enforcing the law, resulting in a 3-month suspension and a 5-rank downgrade." He then gritted his teeth, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed, I have received considerable kindness from the neighbors that I recall that Li Jianye and Yang Tenyuan provided me with 23 meals, several snacks, amounting to approximately 2,300 spirit leaves. Now, by sparing them from 2 months of suspension and a 2-rank downgrade, the value far exceeds their initial kindness. Is it not sufficient to repay their generosity?" His words left Yu utterly speechless. Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang continued. "I understand you may think me ungrateful, but what alternative is there? Should I accept your aid in the past and then become your servant, allowing you to continue your reckless disregard for the law? Stop deceiving yourselves with outdated values. Lift your heads and open your eyes to the real world. It is fortunate for Shiji to have someone like me who has clearly emerged from barbarism, yet is willing to guide you into a civilized society. The Qingping Bureau has appointed me as the deputy leader to oversee these matters, and I cannot predict how much loss I can help you avoid. It is time for you to show some gratitude." This tirade left Yu flushed with anger, her insides seemingly ablaze. Yet Li Dongyang pressed on. "Moreover, let me clarify, transitioning from ignorance to civilization is never without its cost. Growing pains, even severe ones, are unavoidable. However, we must all go through this. A short pain is preferable to a prolonged one, and an early pain is better than a late one. Otherwise, Do you intend to remain lowly forever beneath the bridge? Do you wish for your descendants to remain lowly as well? Today, by closing down Ali's roast meat stall, we can at least take a step toward civilization. I find this trade quite worthwhile. His words were delivered with a commanding presence, the weight of his cultivation and the crispness of his official attire rendering the shop silent. Shi Yu's mouth twitched several times, yet she could not conjure a strong rebuttal. Then, unexpectedly, someone who should not have spoken up did. Wang Luo lightly tapped the table, transmitting a message to Shi Yu. Debating with him in this manner merely highlights your weaknesses. You will not win. Surprised by Wang Luo's interjection, Shi Yu quickly responded, Lord Mountain Master, please do not involve yourself. You are still an unregistered citizen, and attracting the attention of the Qingping Bureau's officials is not wise. Wang Luo replied, if I remain silent, they will ensnare you with their rhetoric that do not argue rules with those who wield them. If they seek to impose their authority, we must focus on the individual, not the matter. Understand? Shi Yu was bewildered. Wang Luo dismissed her confusion. No matter, I will demonstrate it for you. He then turned his gaze to Li Dongyang and gently inquired, I am quite curious about one thing. Was your appointment as deputy leader by the Qingping Bureau solely to issue downgrades to the people of Shiji, thereby alleviating losses? Wang Luo's voice was soft and calm, yet once spoken it captured everyone's attention. Even Li Dongyang turned his head, a hint of confusion in his response. Who are you? Wang Luo smiled without answering and continued, Li Group Leader. If you consider it from the perspective of the Qingping Bureau, what benefit is there in appointing a local to lead the enforcement? Li Dongyang frowned. This is not a matter of benefits. Do not view the Qingping Bureau so narrowly. Wang Luo interjected. Generally speaking, appointing a local to lead enforcement is primarily to enhance the accuracy of law enforcement, reduce friction, and lower enforcement costs. After all, gaining the compliance of those being enforced is certainly preferable to facing relentless appeals afterward. Yet, it seems there has been no reduction in friction. While Group Leader Li repeatedly urges gratitude, it is evident the people here are not receptive to your words. Li Dongyang, feeling somewhat irate, remarked, as a member of the Qingping Division's enforcement team, it is my duty to uphold the law impartially. I neither care for nor require the gratitude of others. Wang Luo inquired, yet if no one appreciates your efforts, what distinguishes your mission from that of others dispatched by the Qingping Division? Your sole advantage lies in your local identity, which ostensibly allows you to handle matters discreetly and amicably. However, you have exacerbated the conflict instead. Might I ask, would your superiors be pleased with such a performance? At this, Li Dongyang was truly taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he solemnly asked, what would you have me do? If I were to abstain from punishment, would that satisfy the elder members of the Red Robes? It is conceivable that my superiors appointed me as the deputy leader with the expectation of achieving a peaceful resolution. Yet, if the locals refuse to cooperate, as long as there is a result, it matters not if it is achieved through strife. Wang Luo shook his head. I am indifferent to your decisions regarding punishment. My curiosity lies in understanding why the Qingping Division appointed you when your actions yield no benefit. And you evidently do not care whether your conduct brings advantage to the division. Were you specifically chosen by the leaders of the Qingping Division, or did you volunteer with grand promises to secure the position of deputy leader? Upon hearing this, Li Dongyang's expression shifted abruptly. Do not make baseless assumptions. Wang Luo, observing the change in Li Dongyang's demeanor, pressed on with increasing certainty. The next question is, what benefit does volunteering provide you? Generally speaking, when dealing with matters concerning one's hometown, it is prudent to avoid any semblance of bias. Yet, you have chosen the opposite course. Is it because you genuinely wish to repay Shiji with civility, or is it due to your enjoyment of newfound status and the accompanying vanity? As these words fell, Li Dongyang's face turned an ashen hue, and he fixed a fierce glare at Wang Luo, stepping forward menacingly, his blue uniform radiating an intense aura, resembling a blade poised for battle, causing the surrounding diners to struggle for breath. Shi Yu, alarmed, whispered, Lord Mountain Master, your notion of addressing the individual rather than the issue amounts to a direct frame-up, does it not? This is unacceptable. The patrolling enforcers possess absolute immunity while performing their duties. and any interference in their lawful conduct will be met with a counterattack. His cultivation is of the genuine golden core realm, of the lowest tier, and he wields the standard equipment of the enforcement team, which is endowed with formidable powers by the law. Within the jurisdiction, it is sufficient to subdue any adversary of the same tier, should you proceed to frame him in such a manner. Li Dongyang will undoubtedly retaliate. A confrontation would be even better. You are merely at the foundation establishment stage and still bear injuries. Wait, you do not intend to provoke him into suppressing you, only to writhe on the ground, spitting blood while claiming that the enforcer struck you, do you? Wang Luo chuckled. That is quite an imaginative thought, a commendable idea to explore in the future. However, as for now, in the face of Li Dongyang's blatant threat, Wang Luo responded with unabashed audacity. I have heard that Leader Li hails from Shiji, having received the support of many to gain admission into the Rongqing Academy, thereby entering the civilized world. However, among the denizens of the civilized world, those from Shiji are likely subjected to considerable discrimination. The people around you do not regard you as an equal. Hence, as a deputy leader, you do not even have a subordinate to attend to you during law enforcement. After all, who would willingly serve as an underling to someone deemed inferior? At this moment, Li Dongyang took another step forward, his imposing figure causing chaos among the tables and chairs in the establishment, sending diners sprawling. Wang Luo, unfazed, pointed his right index finger down on the table, and each person and table was firmly anchored in place, akin to rocks amidst crashing waves, unyielding. And you, with your inflated sense of self-worth, are naturally unwilling to accept your circumstances that in your view. The fault does not lie with the discrimination from the civilized world, but rather with the burden of your origins. If those who supported you were not so impoverished, downtrodden, and coarse, if those who birthed and raised you were genuinely of noble stature. Thus, you volunteered to execute a mission against Shiji, aiming to demonstrate a strict adherence to the law, thereby severing ties with your impoverished and backward past, and sincerely aspiring to become one of the elite. This is your so-called token of allegiance. Haha, very well. In the next moment, enraged, Li Dongyang waved his left hand, and a golden wooden seal materialized in his palm. With its appearance, the figures of everyone in the establishment seemed to diminish by a notch. Sure, you hurriedly transmitted a warning. Be cautious, Lord Mountain Master. That is the golden seal standard for the enforcers. Its power. Before she could finish, Li Dongyang flung the wooden seal like a bolt of lightning towards Wang Luo. Without needing to be reminded, Wang Luo could discern the considerable power of this object. After all, its mere manifestation was enough to unsteady the forms of dozens of Foundation establishment diners in the shop, notwithstanding the influence of Li Dongyang's golden core realm, highlighting the formidable suppressive capabilities of the seal. Overall, it likely rivaled the binding evil lock in Shiryu's possession. Thus, Wang Luo raised his right hand earnestly to meet the oncoming golden seal, simultaneously holding his breath and concentrating that his focus intensified. Time appeared to come to a standstill, and Wang Luo's previously withered spiritual essence surged forth, instantly encompassing all details in his surroundings. The approaching golden seal of the Qingping division, Shiryu's slightly panicked gaze, and the distorted expressions of the diners still caught in astonishment. In the next instant, time resumed its flow, and Wang Luo grasped the golden seal firmly in his fingers, the imposing symbol of the Qingping division's authority, which had seemed inviolable, appeared to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace of its existence. Subsequently, Wang Luo flicked his wrist, thoroughly absorbing the overwhelming force of the seal within his palm, and deftly pressed down. With a muffled thud, he opened his hand to reveal the once mighty golden seal, now standing upright on the table, motionless, like a startled beast. Beside the seal, the recently served stir-fried alfalfa lay perfectly still on the plate. Not a single drop of sauce spilled outside its confines. Everything felt as though it were a dream. Li Dongyang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. The diners around them were equally astonished since his entrance. Wang Luo had not concealed his spiritual fluctuations. Any practitioner with closed eyes could ascertain that his cultivation was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, and he was evidently injured. He belonged to the underprivileged of this impoverished district. Even if Li Dongyang refrained from utilizing the golden seal, His own cultivation was sufficient to subdue a foundation establishment cripple. Moreover, with the Golden Core's enhancement and the authoritative symbol of the Qingping division, the Golden Seal was formidable. The moment the seal was unleashed, the diners in Li's barbecue shop were merely brushed by the residual force, and all fell silent with trepidation, while Wang Luo boldly met its edge, unscathed, and instead placed the Golden Seal upon the table. After a long pause, Li Dongyang was the first to regain his composure. "Who on earth are you?" Wang Luo countered. "And who are you?" "A recipient of aid who repays kindness with enmity. Born of humble origins yet fawning upon the powerful. Donned in official garb, yet driven by self-interest. What manner of person are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Dongyang's complexion fluctuated between red and green. His form began to tremble, and his mouth opened and closed, yet he could not articulate a single coherent word. Wang Luo gently caressed the golden wooden seal, his spiritual essence delicately weaving into the wooden handle, allowing him to perceive the internal structure of this artifact representing the Qingping division. After a moment he sighed, "The might of this seal lies in authority, bestowing the power of the Qingping division to suppress those who transgress the law, thereby receiving the enhancement of the great legal tenets, achieving results with minimal effort. However, should it be misused for personal gain, contravening the law, then even as a Golden Core practitioner, you shall not be able to subdue a mere foundation establishment." He then lifted his gaze to Li Dongyang, delivering his final statement. Abandoned by former neighbors and acquaintances, forsaken by superiors and colleagues, and now even rejected by the Golden Seal of the enforcers, what face do you still possess to stand in this world? In the next moment, a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of Li Dongyang's mouth, and he collapsed to his knees, his clothing stained with blood, subsequently curling up like a cooked shrimp, his face hidden between his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. The surrounding diners were left dumbfounded. Is this what it means to be verbally vanquished? Goodness, I've witnessed it. I thought such occurrences existed only in stories. A Golden Core practitioner, yet reduced to such a state by mere words. As discussions erupted, De Gus stealthily approached to check, only to have his expression change. No, this is not a mere case of being verbally vanquished. Li Dongyang's Dao heart has shattered. The room was filled with question marks. Even Wang Luo, the one who had instigated this, raised an eyebrow, intrigued at a shattered Dao heart. However, before the patrons could reach a consensus, Li Dongyang suddenly struggled to his feet, gnashing his teeth in a furious roar. "Utter nonsense! How could I possibly have a shattered Dao heart? You ignorant peasants, wait for me!" Though his tone was fierce, the words "wait for me" clearly belonged to the realm of impotent rage. Furthermore, Li Dongyang seemed to spit blood with every word, as if his very essence were rebelling against his insincere utterances. With several mouthfuls of vital blood expelled, this official enforcer of the Golden Core no longer possessed the means to flaunt his authority, although he managed to stiffen his legs and stand upright. He resembled a withered leaf in the wind, swaying with each step. The diners who had gathered around him wore expressions of schadenfreude, parting to grant him a narrow passage as they watched him stagger away. Just as he struggled to lift the door curtain and step outside, Wang Luo casually tossed the confiscated golden seal back to its rightful owner, but Li Dongyang did not turn back, merely half raising his arm to awkwardly catch the golden seal with the back of his hand. However, the moment the seal landed in his grasp, his arm plummeted downwards, as if he could not maintain control over the lightweight wooden stamp, and his once pristine azure uniform instantaneously devolved into a chaotic émelang of gray and white. A stray dog of misfortune. The phrase echoed in the minds of those present, resonating with a silent agreement. Chapter 12. On how I achieved this after Li Dongyang's hasty retreat, Wang Luo remained, diligently finishing the meal laid upon the table, wasting not a single grain of rice. During this time, patrons around him whispered amongst themselves, yet few dared to approach Wang Luo to engage in conversation. Even Aunt Yang merely allowed old Li to add 2 meat pies, softly expressing her gratitude. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive that it was not fear of retribution from Li Dongyang. Those dining were quite certain that, given his temperament, he would return home too ashamed to recount his experiences to his colleagues. Moreover, what would it matter to recount? They had done nothing wrong. It was Li Dongyang himself who had suffered a shattering of his own convictions. And if the Qingping division sought to retaliate, was there any more effective form of revenge than establishing a special task force to issue fines daily on Stone Street? The diners held a certain trepidation towards Wang Luo. Clearly, with mere verbal sparring, he had reduced the illustrious patrol officer to a state of bloodied retort, causing his azure garb to fade, and had even received the golden seal of the Qingyi with his own flesh. The prowess Wang Luo exhibited transcended mere magnitude. It was indeed formidable. Gratitude was owed, yet genuine fear lingered. For sure you, however, the fearsome aspect of Wang Luo had already been encountered atop Spirit Mountain, leaving only a heart brimming with curiosity. Not long after exiting Li's roast meat, Sure Yu, undeterred by the bustling street, could no longer contain her inquisitiveness. "My lord, how did you accomplish that?" "Which part?" "All of it," Sure Yu exclaimed eagerly. "For instance, how did you discern his thoughts?" "The part about severing ties with Stone Street as a declaration. Initially, I thought you were fabricating accusations, yet upon observing his reactions, you seem to have accurately predicted everything." Wang Luo replied, "I guessed." Sure, he was left speechless. "Guessed? Then, isn't that tantamount to conjuring accusations out of thin air?" "Indeed, it is conjuring accusations." Sure Yu's astonishment doubled, her throat feeling somewhat dry. "Then, what if your conjecture were wrong?" Wang Luo stated. "Right or wrong, it matters not. As long as I provoke him to the point where he can no longer speak eloquently. I have achieved victory. It was never about right or wrong. It has always been about targeting the individual, not the issue." Sure, you found this hard to accept, but in doing so, doesn't it indirectly acknowledge that Li Dongyang was correct in his reasoning? "Yes. If we speak of grand principles, he is indeed correct." Wang Luo nodded. "Thus, I suggested avoiding discussions of grand principles, or even matters of humanity. A direct personal attack is sufficient to break his defenses." "But how could he be correct?" Wang Luo explained. "Just because the grand principle is correct does not mean the situation is. The term grand principle inherently carries the meaning of denying its rationale, without debate, to Li Dongyang, perceiving himself as a refined individual of civilization, imposes his standards of civility upon those he deems inferior. This is his greatest folly." Sure Yu blinked, contemplating his words. Wang Luo continued. "For instance, a gifted cultivator may possess an exceptional memory and the ability to draw inferences. This is undoubtedly a virtue, but if he then chastises an average cultivator, insisting that reading requires only a single pass and any more is sheer waste, that would be a grave error. What Li Dongyang did was compel another to read only once, fully aware that they could not retain everything in such a manner." Sure Yu nodded. "Thus, reading only once symbolizes the so-called grand principle, because it is indeed effective for geniuses. And since the genius's cultivation is inherently superior to that of the mediocre, the latter finds it difficult to refute the efficacy of reading just once." Wang Luo affirmed, "Precisely. Fundamentally, this is an act of bullying. There is no need to engage him in debate. Simply breaking his defenses and silencing him suffices." Sure Yu shook her head. "Yet he is a distinguished patrol officer of the Qingping division. Silencing him would mean facing the consequences of his golden seal. Aside from you, my lord, who could withstand such a blow?" She paused, then added, "This leads me to my second question. How did you manage to catch the golden seal barehanded? It is a golden seal of the golden core level." Wang Luo pondered briefly and replied, "A mediocre golden core, hardly deserving of mention." Sure Yu was momentarily at a loss for words that a person who had diligently studied at the Rongqing Academy, achieving a respectable grade and successfully condensing a core, had been dismissed so lightly. Wang Luo elaborated. "While the realm is somewhat commendable, their combat ability is virtually non-existent. Such a level of golden core was often seen in the alchemical libraries or animal pens of demonic cultivators." Sure Yu's voice grew slightly dry. "Every patrol officer undergoes a complete set of combat training before employment. Their combat prowess is significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals." Wang Luo replied, "Thus, some of the things I am about to say may be considered impolite. I concede my defeat." The mountain protecting maiden, having been subtly insulted, sighed. "During my foundational studies in elementary learning, I once heard my history instructor say that cultivators of the classical era were all adept in martial skills, possessing combat abilities far superior to those of modern practitioners at the same level, despite the latter having a far more advanced cultivation system and magical treasures. Many students at the time were unconvinced and debated with the teacher. It seems we were indeed naive. Wang Luo nodded. If modern practitioners were merely of the caliber he had observed in Rongqing, then there was indeed little basis for comparison. In fact, this was one of the most pronounced differences Wang Luo had perceived upon descending from Spirit Mountain into the New World. The cultivators of the New World seemed as though they had been meticulously dulled, not to mention the ceiling of their realms being locked at the nascent soul stage, even in the foundational and golden core stages. Although their cultivation levels were not in question, they lacked the ability to absorb spiritual energy and relied solely on spiritual food for sustenance. Furthermore, most appeared to be as inexperienced in battle as herbivorous creatures. When Li Dongyang had been verbally dismantled by Wang Luo and summoned the golden seal of the Qingyi, the power of the artifact had instantaneously enveloped the entire establishment. Indeed, Li Dongyang had aimed it solely at Wang Luo. Yet, logically speaking, any cultivator faced with such a formidable weapon should have instinctively activated their protective talismans and invoked their escape techniques to avoid being caught in the fray. Instead, the diners were consumed with fear and anger, showing no signs of response whatsoever. This reaction evidenced that they had not only lacked any real combat experience, but had not even undergone basic combat training in the former celestial era. Even the most unassuming sects mandated desensitization training for newcomers. When fists were thrown, at the very least, one should not close their eyes or freeze in shock. Even when confronted with a formidable adversary, one should strive to inflict some damage before meeting their demise. This custom of the olden days arose from the brutal environment of the time. Given the cultivators' yearning for transcendence, the resources available on the Juzhou continent were evidently insufficient. After all, the daily absorption of a major cultivation practitioner could drain an entire mid-grade spiritual vein. Forging a celestial-grade treasure required dozens of rare materials that had endured the test of time. In an environment of such scarcity, only those with the skills could thrive. Whenever rare materials emerged, countless eager individuals would converge, and with a stroke of luck, they might negotiate a fair distribution of the spoils. Otherwise, they would find themselves embroiled in a fierce competition, reminiscent of the chicken-eating contest spoken of by the senior sister, as for seeking a modest existence without coveting rare materials. Was that feasible? To some extent, yes, it was possible. Joining a prestigious sect and dutifully playing the role of a sect tool under the protection of seasoned elders, following a regimented path of cultivation and labor, ultimately expiring with a smile after exhausting one's lifespan according to their talents. This was indeed the aspiration of many cultivators. After all, the prospect of transcending was too ethereal. Finding contentment in the present was a rare treasure. Yet, despite the vastness of Juzhou, the number of reputable sects was limited, making stable employment opportunities even scarcer than the occasional emergence of rare materials. Thus, competition for these positions was bound to be fierce. Even the benevolent Ta Ching sect, renowned for its kindness, would inevitably see a double-digit number of cultivators' corpses cleared during each recruitment ceremony for ascension. So, could one avoid these coveted resources and seek a tranquil, idyllic retreat, cultivating in peace? Theoretically, yes. However, most popular retreats were already claimed, while unclaimed lands typically bore some inherent flaws, either treacherous terrain or a dearth of resources. Spending a lifetime cultivating in such inhospitable places might prevent one from even breaking through to the foundational level. It would be better to seek wealth as a prosperous individual in the mortal realm. Moreover, even remote paradises were not immune to the ravages of conflict, a fact Wang Luo knew all too well. In such a ruthless jungle environment, it was only natural for every practitioner to adopt the role of a hunter. Even in the bountiful Spirit Mountain, combat training was an indispensable element. Throughout its millennia-long history, many inhabitants of Spirit Mountain had met untimely ends in such a challenging environment. Those who managed to survive were undoubtedly formidable. On the other hand, Wang Luo did not perceive the modern practitioner's lack of combat prowess as a significant issue. For although their individual combat capabilities were lacking, the sheer number of modern practitioners was considerable. In a humble eatery within a disadvantaged district, dozens of foundational practitioners could easily be found, considering that modern cultivation could often be achieved within a mere decade. From qi induction to foundational level, a productivity far exceeding that of the notorious blood demon sect's livestock pens in the past. While dining, he casually inquired of Shiryu about the population of Rongqing, discovering that it boasted a permanent population of 23 million, with an astonishing 10 million having reached the foundational standard. In the past, the foundation of countless realms was laid, with every inch of land in the 9 provinces excavated, yet perhaps not yielding as many foundations as one might expect. Now, an ancient capital of a nation surpasses the entirety of the former 9 provinces, and alongside the staggering foundation of countless realms. There also exists over 2 million golden pills. 2 million. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Luo's astonishment far exceeded that of the countless foundations. For one, this signifies that the condensation rate of the new era could exceed 20%, 5 times that of the old era. For another, if a single ancient capital possesses 2 million golden pills, what might the total be across the entire nation? And how many might exist throughout the world? Even if they are merely the lowly golden pills of cauldrons and livestock, such quantitative change would undoubtedly lead to qualitative transformation. However, such transformation does not imply that possessing 1 million golden pills would enable one to overwhelm all foes with sheer numbers. To be frank, even with 1 million or even 10 million golden pills, encountering someone like Song Yijing, a true immortal of the land, could still result in a veritable mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Nevertheless, the countless foundations and million golden pills of Rongqing support a prosperity that surpasses even the heavenly courts, and not even 10 Song Yijings could conceive the magnificent vistas of Rongqing. Furthermore, the gold seal wielded by Li Dongyang indeed belittles the golden pill realm and does a disservice to the esteemed reputation of the Qingping division. Yet such a rank of green-clad individuals in Rongqing numbers in the tens of thousands. While not every one of them may possess Li Dongyang's capabilities, each certainly holds a standard gold seal. It is said that in times of trouble, they can even request more formidable treasures. Wang Luo mused that catching 1 or 2 gold seals with empty hands would be as easy as pie. But if the numbers increased, it would pose a genuine challenge for someone in his injured state. Thus, in this new world, individual strength, particularly martial prowess, is not of paramount importance. In fact, even if he were unable to grasp Li Dongyang's gold seals, it would matter little. Those seals only possess suppressive powers and lack significant lethality. Even if he were subdued, once Li Dongyang's resolve shattered, this battle would still count as his victory. Lost in thought, Wang Luo heard Shiyue's curious inquiries once more. Lord Mountain Master, how did you shatter Li Dongyang's resolve? I know that ancient cultivators possess astonishing fighting prowess, and that a foundational cultivator can easily slay a modern golden pill practitioner. But does sheer martial strength suffice to break one's resolve? Wang Luo smiled and shook his head at her question. Of course not. A resolve that can be broken by brute force is not worthy of being called a resolve. In ancient times, even a true immortal at the ascension stage would find it impossible to shatter the resolve of a mere chi attractor child with sheer strength. The so-called resolve is, in essence, the most resilient and unfathomable thing in the world. The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey, fraught with failures and often devoid of visible endpoints, even for those in privileged conditions. Such as the denizens of Spirit Mountain, only a select few ultimately ascend to the celestial realm, while the majority regretfully perish before reaching their goal. To persist along such a path, a cultivator must grapple with 2 questions. Why do I cultivate? What is the path I am cultivating? Only those who can articulate clear answers to these questions can steadfastly maintain their resolve amidst the erosion of time. Simply put, the essence of the so-called resolve comprises the answers to the questions of why I cultivate and what I am cultivating. With a firm resolve, a cultivator is often able to transcend their limits and achieve success in their practice. Conversely, the shattering of one's resolve signifies that the answers prepared by the cultivator have been ruthlessly contradicted. For instance, a cultivator who practices to safeguard their homeland, seeking neither longevity nor ascension, but only peace and prosperity for their nation, may find their resolve shattered years later when political turmoil ensues. The populace turns against the royal lineage, and those who uphold the old order are branded as traitors by the masses. In such moments, it is highly likely that the cultivator's resolve will break. Similarly, someone who cultivates to be with their beloved might discover that their partner is merely a pet of a powerful cultivator, and that their love story, marriage, or even children are simply tasks assigned by their master. When faced with the truth, the shattering of their resolve is often irreparable. The consequences of a shattered resolve are straightforward. Everything attained through that resolve is lost. Because of their steadfastness, cultivators can, for hundreds of years, persist in absorbing spiritual energy and accumulating true essence. Thus, when their resolve shatters, the true essence condensed through that resolve will naturally dissipate. The supernatural powers achieved through true essence will, consequently, cease to exist. Moreover, the shattering of one's resolve often accompanies a collapse of one's worldview, which is intricately linked to the primordial spirit. Thus, when the resolve shatters, the primordial spirit is likely to suffer grave injury as well. As for Li Dongyang, if it was not through martial force, how did the Lord Mountain Master shatter Li Dongyang's resolve? Wang Luo pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it was due to my exposing the essence of his abuse of power and self-interest, leading him to feel unworthy of his official garb, thus causing his resolve to shatter. Shiryu blinked. Lord Mountain Master, are you serious? Absolutely. But that doesn't make sense. Shiryu protested. There are countless individuals like Li Dongyang who abuse their power for personal gain. Every year, hundreds of bureaucrats are dismissed and investigated by the Golden Deer Hall, and many notorious criminals are directly struck down by the Thunder Master of the Golden Deer Hall. Yet, I've only heard of those who refuse to repent, not a few who have had their resolve shattered. Perhaps it is because they have never encountered me. Shiryue's protest fell silent, and after a long pause, she clasped her hands and lowered her head. I concede. Amidst the countless instances of Shiryue's concession, the two finally reached their destination. After traversing a bustling commercial street and delving into a winding, narrow alley, their vision suddenly opened up to reveal a spacious little square that on one side of the square stood an ancient, simple yet tidy and elegant courtyard, with gray bricks and brown tiles. A dark red wooden door bore a black plaque with gilded characters. The words "Sure Residence," though weathered, remained distinct and powerful, retaining their spirit. At this moment, the emotions of the girl in red reached their zenith. Lord Mountain Master, we have arrived home. Chapter 13. She had no idea what she had missed. Wang Luo felt an undeniable warmth emanating from this residence, a sense of familiarity that enveloped him. However, before he could examine it closely, a youthful, exuberant voice rang out from within the courtyard. Sister Yu is back. The voice within brimmed with vitality, as if imbued with life itself. Wang Luo could effortlessly envision a sturdy and lively young man. This individual was robust, with vigorous blood and resilient bones, demonstrating an extraordinary talent for physical cultivation, while true essence flowed through his limbs like a bubbling spring. Clearly, he was well-rounded in both internal and external cultivation, having achieved a significant level of foundation cultivation, only a short distance from perfection, poised to condense his golden pill at any moment. Even more impressively, his primordial spirit exhibited considerable prowess, akin to an invisible scattered pill, gently swelling with each breath. This foundational skill, while slightly inferior to that of Shiryue, who had lineage as a guardian of the mountain, was still leagues ahead of the self-important Li Dongyang that I in the olden days. Although he might not yet qualify for the examination list of Spirit Mountain, he would likely have had the opportunity to earn a recommendation letter stamped with the seal of Spirit Mountain, paving the way for entry into external sects or esteemed sects like Taiching or Haley. Thus, Wang Luo nodded, issuing a significant remark. This person is quite promising. Shiryue replied, I'm glad the Lord Mountain Master is satisfied. He is my tenant. Zhao Xuan, 18 years old, currently working while studying for the Rongqing Academy entrance exam. As a guide, Shiryue's performance was undoubtedly lacking. Yet her ability to convey essential information in a mere sentence was commendable. Just as her words fell, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a youth with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, marked by an air of simplicity, were it not for the vibrant neon lights illuminating the upper district of Rongqing. casting a dazzling glow upon Zhao Xuan's face. His dark complexion would have nearly blended into the night. Upon seeing Shiyue, Zhao Xuan beamed with joy, his 2 rows of white teeth practically glowing. But before he could greet her, his eyes fell upon Wang Luo, and he was taken aback. Wow, so handsome, your boyfriend? Shiyue's previously affable smile instantly froze. Zhao Xuan, are you acting up again? Is the rent too low for you? Zhao Xuan quickly recoiled. Sorry, I just finished a call with my girlfriend and still have love on the brain. I can't help but see beauty everywhere, so... Who is this? Shiyue glanced at Wang Luo and replied, a new tenant. Let's say he is my distant relative. Zhao Xuan's eyes lit up at once, instinctively disregarding the evidently insincere, distant relative remark, that he clasped his hands and smiled. New tenant. Then we're neighbors. Meeting is fate. I'm Zhao Xuan. Residing in the East Wing, my hometown is in the southern region, and I've come to Rongqing to study. Currently, I'm working at Old Hong's home cooking. If you come by in the evening, I can treat you to some free appetizers. Wang Luo also clasped his hands. Wang Luo, a local cultivator from Lingzhou. Wang Luo's introduction was brief, and Zhao Xuan paid it no mind, laughing heartily. Brother, your timing is perfect. I was just about to make a late-night snack. Today, Old Hong was particularly generous and gave us night shift workers a portion of offal. I even paid extra for a discounted cut of pork belly. And I got a pot of old soup from Old Hong that we can make a delicious braised dish together. Shiyue frowned. Eating braised dishes at this hour. Are you out of your mind? Though she said this, saliva began to unconsciously flow, and her stomach started to churn, as if all she had consumed at Lee's barbecue was nothing but a miraged fact, for those with particularly solid foundational skills who diligently practice or work long hours. The standard 3 meals a day are often insufficient. Rather, it's merely a matter of some being able to afford extra meals while others cannot. Thus, Zhao Xuan did not take Shiyue's insincere words to heart. Chuckling, while Old Hong may occasionally use cheaper meat and sell inexpensive dishes, he never skimps on this pot of old soup. For the past 2 months, it's been a staple of Rongqing's late-night dining scene. The flavor is absolutely unquestionable. Shiyue swallowed hard and murmured, well, it is indeed a pity to have missed out. Wang Luo, intrigued, inquired, the night snack law? Shiyue elaborated. It is a regulation that enhances the flavors of late-night meals. 3 months ago, the Culinary Bureau, in collaboration with the Harmonization Bureau, issued the night snack law, which grants a flavor boost to nighttime cooking in the city until September. The grand law governs even this. Zhao Xuan chuckled. Is there anything under heaven and earth that it does not encompass? It is precisely the essence of the grand law. Shiyue calmly added, except for the lower classes who are overlooked. The night snack law applies to all of Rongqing, yet it does not extend to Shiji. Old Hong took advantage of the night snack law, but must now be wary of the Qingyi people coming to settle accounts. Zhao Xuan's smile turned bittersweet as he remarked, Sister Yu, do not be so cynical. The grand law requires human effort to be perfected step by step. Shiyue continued, more than 200 years ago, Shiji could still enjoy the protection of the law, thanks to the diligent efforts of you harmonizers. Now, the people of Shiji can only experience the grand law when they receive a fine. Zhao Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Let us focus on our meal for now. Shiyue, having merely vented her frustrations, quickly suppressed her cynicism and swallowed again, saying, let's be mindful not to disturb the other tenants at this late hour. Zhao Xuan replied with a grin. Fear not, Sister Fan and Uncle Qin are both out tonight, so we can cook right here in the courtyard. With that, the young worker hurried back to prepare the late-night meal. Shiyue, alongside Wang Luo, crossed the courtyard gate, navigating around a shadow wall smoothed by time, and stepped through a slightly lower door to find an inner courtyard embraced by 4 wing rooms that in the center stood a low yet flourishing tree, its 2 graceful branches drooping down as if welcoming Shiyue like a maiden. Wang Luo nodded in acknowledgement. This was the steward tree, each branch, leaf, and root possessing its own unique abilities that a single tree, akin to a diligent steward, could maintain the cleanliness of an entire residence, though not particularly mystical. It was an exceedingly practical plant. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan was setting up a pot beneath the tree. He first carried out a well-preserved, gleaming silver pot, albeit somewhat aged, then placed an iron rack underneath, before retrieving a yellow booklet from his pocket and tearing off a piece of talisman paper to place beneath the rack. Flames as thick as a finger leapt from the paper, instantly heating the pot to a fiery red, revealing exquisite deep red patterns on its surface. Wang Luo glanced over, recognizing the high-precision engravings of a magical artifact. Once infused with fire, it would automatically activate its powers. As for the powers themselves, even heating, consistent stirring, impurity removal, and circulation of spiritual essence, upon a cursory glance, there were at least 5 or 6 distinct functions, although all were simple and practical enhancements. Their synergy was remarkable, demonstrating exceptional skill in the crafting and engraving of magical artifacts. Yet, this was merely a cheap cooking pot for a humble household. The pot was already filled with prepared ingredients: water, pork belly, several shredded pieces of fried dough, and the old broth that Zhao Xuan praised endlessly. As the talisman fire ignited, the broth began to boil, releasing an enticing aroma. Zhao Xuan, while arranging bowls and chopsticks, inhaled deeply and lamented, "It's such a shame that Sister Fan and Uncle Qin are absent." Shuriwei remarked, "Sister Fan cannot eat greasy food, and Uncle Qin does not fancy the specialties of Rongqing. If they were here, I would not allow you to cook late-night meals in the courtyard." Subsequently, Shuriwei began to explain the backgrounds of these individuals to Wang Luo in the small courtyard of the Shi residence. With 4 wing rooms, 3 had already been rented out. Zhao Xuan occupied the east wing, while the west wing was rented by a woman named Fan Li. Sister Fan is slightly older than us. She is a top student at the Rongqing Academy, specializing in calligraphy and painting. Currently, she works as an original artist for a workshop creating Taishu scrolls and often works overtime until the wee hours. Since she rented the west room, she has spent 2 out of 3 nights at the workshop. Zhao Xuan sighed upon hearing this. Thus, whenever I think of Sister Fan, I cannot help but feel disheartened. Despite the arduous efforts to gain admission to the esteemed Rongqing Academy, in the end, one still ends up working like a beast of burden. I toil to support myself and am often told it is tough, but compared to Sister Fan, my life is still far too carefree. The south room was rented by a man referred to as Uncle Qin. Qin Yu, Shuriwei continued. Uncle Qin is a local of Rongqing, previously residing on Academy Street, but after enduring many hardships in his middle age, he found refuge in my home. Now, he works as a doorkeeper at the meat factory on Shiji. He has a very kind disposition. Zhao Xuan agreed. Uncle Qin is indeed a good man. He often shares the factory's welfare meat with us. As they spoke, the broth in the pot was ready, and Zhao Xuan ladled 3 bowls, distributing them to the 2 before asking, "By the way, where's Wang Luo planning to stay? There are no vacant rooms in this courtyard, right?" Just as Shuriwei lifted her bowl, she froze momentarily. This question had not crossed her mind, or rather, the events of the day had not afforded her the opportunity to contemplate how to accommodate Wang Luo, the spirit master, who ought to have perished a millennium ago. She had not even realized how naturally she had invited him into her home, nor how she ought to handle the situation. Fortunately, Shuriwei was quick-witted and immediately responded, "Isn't there a storage room behind the north room?" Zhao Xuan was taken aback. Turning to the north, where indeed, behind the northern wing room, there was a narrow back courtyard and a small room about the size of an outhouse. "You plan to let your boyfriend stay in a storage room?" Before Zhao Xuan could voice his question, Shuriwei bit her lip and declared, "I will take the storage room. The northern room can be given to Wang Luo." "What the heck?" Zhao Xuan nearly dropped his bowl. "You're giving up the northern room, and you still say he is not your boyfriend." "Oh wait, if he were a real boyfriend, you'd be living together, so he must be your ex-boyfriend?" Shuriwei found herself in a bind. After all, she had acknowledged Wang Luo as her mountain master and could not allow the guardian to reside in the main quarters while the master stayed in the storage room. That moment, Wang Luo interjected, "The storage room is quite nice. I am very fond of it, and it requires no management. Just a place for me to rest would suffice." Shuriwei quickly retorted, "That won't do. I should move instead." Wang Luo ceased to argue, merely fixing his gaze on the storage room and giving a slight nod. Shuriwei, feeling helpless, said, "Very well, as long as you don't mind." Zhao Xuan swallowed a piece of pork belly, eyeing the pair curiously, then conjectured, "The relationship between you two is far from ordinary. I see. It's a childhood betrothal." Wang Luo's ancestors had a bond with your family, but due to recent misfortunes, he finds himself without a place to call home, and thus he presents an ancient betrothal contract to seek you out. You are indifferent to the marriage, yet familial ties remain, and Wang Luo is not a bad person. So you simply claim he is a distant relative and welcome him into your home. Shuriwei, holding her bowl with one hand, dropped her chopsticks with the other, her jaw stiffening, or rather, her entire face felt rigid. Zhao Xiaowen's wild imagination was truly astounding. Had she not just endured an even more incredible experience with the resurrection of the Mountain Master, Zhao Xiaowen's theory would have undoubtedly topped her list of the most absurd things she had ever encountered. However, after a moment of shock, Shuriwei couldn't help but ponder. This wild theory, although melodramatic to the point of incredulity, was, in fact, not entirely unfounded. At least it seemed far more believable than the notion of a mountain master returning from the dead. Given that Wang Luo's true identity was not suitable for public disclosure, she had been fretting over how to fabricate a new identity, and Zhao Xiaowen had unwittingly presented her with a perfect idea. Yet at that moment, Wang Luo spoke up. Strictly speaking, I am currently her superior, the 84th Mountain Master of Ling Mountain. Zhao Xiaowen choked on a piece of meatball mid-bite, and the broth-soaked morsel lodged itself in his windpipe. Shuriwei nearly dropped her bowl, wide-eyed in astonishment. Wang Luo continued calmly, I am a practitioner from the era of the old immortal calendar. When the heavenly tribulation arrived, I was in seclusion at the Ling Shrine on Ling Mountain, managing to survive by a stroke of luck that I then fell into a slumber for a millennium and only awakened this morning. Zhao Xiaowen was still coughing. Despite having achieved foundational mastery and balanced his internal and external cultivation, he was now struggling to catch his breath. Shuriwei remained in a daze. Fortunately, shortly after awakening, I encountered the descendants of the Guardian family, who brought me to Rongqing, allowing me to witness the splendor of this new world and indulge in delightful late-night snacks. At this point, Zhao Xiaowen had finally stopped coughing, looking at Wang Luo with an incredibly complex expression before shifting his gaze to Shuriwei. Sister, you can't possibly be so in debt that you believe any con artist. Right. Xiaolu told me not to trust the words of handsome men. The more handsome they are, the more deceitful they tend to be. Shuriwei sighed, remaining silent. Strictly speaking, even though she had experienced so much throughout the day, and her rational and emotional acceptance of Wang Luo's identity had already occurred, at this moment, she truly could not fathom how to explain to Zhao Xiaowen the sudden revival of someone who should have perished a millennium ago. Wang Luo, however, remarked, Yet, deep down, you have already accepted half of it. Zhao Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh. Why should I believe your absurd story? Shuriwei was equally perplexed. Why was Wang Luo so forthright with Zhao Xiaowen about his bizarre origins, lacking even the slightest hint of subtlety, while he had not been so candid with her, the Guardian? Was it merely because he had been complimented on his looks? Just then, Wang Luo locked his gaze on his Zhao Xiaowen's eyes, stating, You have cultivated both internally and externally, placing particular emphasis on the refinement of your primordial spirit. On average, you dedicate 6 out of 10 efforts to spirit cultivation. Zhao Xiaowen was momentarily stunned. Are you reading fortunes? Wang Luo continued, However, your talent does not lie in this area. Compared to magical spells and powers, you excel more in the path of body cultivation, even if you have intentionally neglected your daily physique training to balance your internal and external skills. Your innate talent is still evident. Zhao Xiaowen was genuinely taken aback this time. What the hell? How did you figure that out? This is not divination, but rather common sense. Common sense? Zhao Xiaowen responded with increasing confusion. Do you remember how you referred to me when we first met? Zhao Xiaowen recalled uncertainly. Handsome guy. Sure, you exclaimed. Is it really just because of handsome guy? Wang Luo nodded. Because a normal person wouldn't call me that. Truly admirable self-awareness. Wang Luo chuckled. Thus, Zhao Xiaowen finds me appealing not due to my good looks. Sure, you objectively remarked, with a bit of grooming. You could still possess a certain charm. But if not for your face, then what else? Wang Luo gestured towards his collarbone and chest. This physique encapsulates the supreme mysteries of body cultivation, while common individuals might be blinded and fail to see the truth. For those with considerable aptitude in body cultivation, every inch of my exposed skin and form resonates with the principles of heaven, embodying unparalleled beauty, the better one's innate talent in body cultivation. The more exquisite this natural body becomes, Zhao Xiuwen's immediate admiration for my looks indicates his extraordinary potential. Sure, you stared in disbelief. Can you really spin that into a compliment, elevating others while boasting about yourself? Meanwhile, Zhao Xiuwen seemed oblivious, his gaze firmly fixed on Wang Luo. Wang Luo calmly stated, "For those engaged in body cultivation, the principles are not merely conveyed through words that I in the past, the immortal Shao Yijuan, who ascended to the upper realm using his physical body, uttered a famous saying that has resonated throughout the 9 provinces. If one practices body cultivation, they must speak through their form." Upon finishing, Wang Luo's consciousness surged, causing his ethereal garments to naturally slip from his shoulders to his waist, revealing a flawless physique, as pure as jade, embodying the essence of a natural body of Tao. "Transform." Shiyu's exclamation of shock was still caught in her throat, while Zhao Xiuwen had already burst forth, blood gushing from his nose. Chapter 14. How to create a good first impression in the inner courtyard of the Shi residence. A brief commotion ensued by the time Shiyu and Zhao Xiuwen hastily cleaned up the blood on the ground. It felt as though a significant amount of time had passed, yet the braised dish in their bowls remained steaming hot, and the fire spell beneath the pot had merely flickered at the edges. Shiyu, somewhat awkwardly, said, "Esteemed Mountain Lord, may I kindly request you to put your clothes back on?" Wang Luo glanced at Shiyu and, seeing her genuine lack of resonance with his flawless form, could only shake his head regretfully. "You possess considerable talent, but alas, it is entirely misallocated away from body cultivation." Shiyu replied, "It's perhaps for the best. At least I won't bleed from my nose just by looking at you." Wang Luo responded, "One bout of nosebleed can equate to 3 months of arduous cultivation. I cannot count how many were willing to bleed rivers for such an experience back in the day." Shiyu pursed her lips, finding it hard to believe such a tale that resembled lowbrow literature. However, she soon found herself wide-eyed as she noticed an unusual sheen to Zhao Xiuwen's skin. His originally dark complexion was fading at an astonishing rate, until it reached a light brown. "You," Zhao Xiuwen nodded. "Yes, my condensed jade body has reached a minor completion, and incidentally, my skin has undergone purification. I had initially anticipated 3 more months of hard training." "Wow!" Shiyu was genuinely impressed, and her gaze towards Wang Luo changed significantly. However, Wang Luo had already redressed in his ethereal garments, stating, "Among body cultivators, there exists a reliable language of communication. By merely observing a person's skin, muscles, and blood flow, one can ascertain their character and trustworthiness." Zhao Xiuwen paused for a moment before saying, "Indeed, I instinctively felt a sense of familiarity upon first meeting you, and what I just witnessed is akin to a celestial phenomenon." Shiyu interjected, "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Zhao Xiuwen and Wang Luo simultaneously turned to her, their gazes reminiscent of one observing lower life forms, which immediately made her feel embarrassed and indignant. All right, I admit my talents may be lacking, and I cannot grasp your aesthetic of physique, but do you truly believe he is the reborn master of Ling Mountain simply because he is good-looking?" Wang Luo replied, "If he can trust the betrothal we established a century ago, then it stands to reason he can believe I am the master of Ling Mountain. Some individuals are born with nimble minds, unconfined by common sense. Moreover, he likely only trusts about half of what I say. Much like you." The latter part of his statement rendered Shiyu speechless. Indeed, until now, her trust in Wang Luo was not absolute. This was clearly evident in her ascension record, which displayed a loyalty level of 79/100. A meal at Li's roast meat had increased it by 20 points. But it still fell short of full value. However, Wang Luo was not demanding, for even if her loyalty were to reach its peak, it would merely lead to this young girl becoming more submissive, more akin to a subordinate. And Wang Luo had never cared for such superficial formalities that as for winning Zhao Xiuwen's trust, one part was simply a matter of convenience, as they were neighbors, and a bit more trust was certainly not unwelcome. The other part stemmed from Wang Luo's genuine admiration for this young man with exceptional aptitude in body cultivation. He was quite suitable for inclusion in the Outer Mountain sect. Observing the empty pages in the ascension record for the Outer Mountain sect, Wang Luo had already mentally tagged Zhao Xiuwen as a candidate for inclusion. After the brief interlude, this supper became particularly lively. Zhao Xiuwen had countless questions for Wang Luo, and Shiryu seized the opportunity to bring forth the queries she had previously neglected. Of course, compared to these two, Wang Luo had even more questions in his mind. But he exercised considerable restraint, refraining from hastily throwing out inquiries. Instead, he meticulously savored and digested each answer. Tio Shiryu and Zhao Xiuwen, the 84th generation mountain lord of Ling Mountain, was like a sudden splash of color in their lives. Someone intriguing to explore, perhaps capable of altering their futures, but nothing more than that. However, for Wang Luo, this brand new world was both his present and his future. As the supper concluded, dawn was approaching, and it turned out they had spent 5 or 6 hours dining. That large pot had been thoroughly devoured within the first hour, leaving not even a trace of broth. Zhao Xiuwen had hastily tossed in 10 pounds of dry fried noodles, which soaked up the broth before being fished out entirely. In the time that followed, the trio simply continued their conversation over a large jug of plain water brought by Zhao Xiuwen as the light of day began to break. Both Shiryu and Zhao Xiuwen displayed signs of fatigue. Though both possessed the cultivation of substantial foundational completion and maintained balance internally and externally, it was reasonable to expect they could endure sleepless nights without issue. The problem lay in the fact that both had already been working tirelessly for quite some time before their late-night feast. Ultimately, it was Zhao Xiuwen, with an apologetic expression, who called for a halt. "I apologize, both of you. Although I still have many things to discuss, if I don't rest soon, the morning's tutoring session will go to waste." Shiryu nodded. "I too must go to the literary travel division to pick up assignments. If only there were guiding part-time jobs available at places like the Ningyuan Pavilion Museum." Wang Luo remarked. "Then I shall head to the Qingping division to obtain my identification." Shiryu expressed concern. "Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you?" Wang Luo waved his hand. "You have work to focus on, so devote your attention to that. I must navigate life in this new era of immortals. I cannot rely solely on the mountain protectors for everything." With that, Wang Luo stood up first and walked out of the inner courtyard. Just as he reached the entrance, Shiryu caught up to him, handing him a small, jade-like transparent leaf. These spiritual leaves were the currency currently circulating in the nation of Zhuang, and even among the 100 nations of the Immortal Alliance. Akin to the spirit stones of the previous immortal era. However, the spiritual leaves contain no spiritual power, but rather house numerous anti-counterfeiting and circulation mechanisms designed by Zhu Wang's highest authority. The Golden Deer Hall. The quantity of spiritual leaves was limited, and it was evident that Shiryu had exhausted her resources to provide them. Thus Wang Luo graciously accepted them before using his consciousness to store the leaves within himself. With this, he would at least be able to enjoy a breakfast at Shiji before heading to the Qingping division. The morning in Shiji was far less lively than the night before. Only half the shops along the long street had opened. Yet the aromas of various delicacies still filled the air. Following his instincts, Wang Luo found a bustling bun shop, purchasing a steamer of buns and a bowl of fried liver with the spiritual leaves in hand. Amidst the clamor of the surrounding diners, he ate leisurely before proceeding towards his intended destination. The Qingping Division, Xiaobai Building. To be precise, it was the Qingping Division's Shiji office, as the authority overseeing public security. The Qingping Division had established over 100 offices in Rongqing, each of which managed several smaller stations, accumulating over 2,000 Qingping stations, along with a workforce of 100,000 officials, both full-time and part-time, creating a dense web that enveloped the entire city. Wang Luo was visiting precisely this pivotal location that governed Shiji. The Xiaobai Building was strikingly prominent, amid the multitude of low-rise buildings in Shiji. The 5-story structure stood out like a crane among chickens, its snow-white walls and golden eaves accentuating its nobility. In fact, according to Shiryu and Zhao Xiuwen, there was no official institution in Shiji with more substantial authority than the Xiaobai Building. In the bustling upper city, such as the literary travel division, the construction division, or even the breeding division, they often overshadowed the Qingping Division. However, in a lower-tier world that had to rely on scavenging for late-night meals, the Qingping Division was the main player. Shiji was not expansive, with its primary area situated in the lower levels of Rongqing's three-dimensional structure, resembling an underground world in the literal sense. Yet this underground realm housed nearly 1 million people. That towering 5-story building was the overseer of these million souls. By the time Wang Luo arrived, the area in front of the building was bustling with activity. A street that had once been relatively spacious was now crammed with all manner of Shiji residents, forcing the officials within to often take to the skies, entering directly from the second or third floors. The bustling scene before me is a typical day at the Xiaobalud ASA manager overseeing millions. The Qingping division naturally must respond to the daily needs of the populace. Beyond addressing fundamental issues of public safety, such as neighborhood disputes and business conflicts, it falls upon the Qingping division to render judgment. While most matters can be resolved at the Qingping station, those that exceed its authority, such as processing identity verification for an individual of unknown origin, must be directed to the Xiaobalud. The detailed procedural steps have been explained by Shi Yu and Zhao Xiuwen. Following their instructions, Wang Luo made his way to a gathering of people outside in a small courtyard, where he found a self-service wooden platform. He pressed his palm against the surface, causing a translucent number to materialize in his hand. His service sequence number. 97. Subsequently, he patiently awaited the color change of the number in his grasp. The efficiency at the Xiaobalud is notably high. After approximately an hour, Wang Luo felt a gentle warmth in his palm as the translucent 97 radiated a milky glow, then leaped from his hand to guide him forward. Following the number's lead, Wang Luo entered the small building. As he crossed the threshold, the space before him suddenly expanded, revealing a far more extensive service hall than it appeared from the outside. An invisible pressure enveloped him, akin to being under the weight of an imposing will, compelling him to suppress any frivolous thoughts. Many of those who had been clamoring for justice outside the building immediately hushed upon entering, their postures even slightly bending, as if they felt themselves shrink in stature. Wang Luo, however, remained unfazed, instead tracing the source of this intangible pressure with his mind, soon appearing contemplative. As he pondered, the number 97 led him to a service window where a young woman clad in white sat behind a brown desk. She glanced up at Wang Luo, revealing a face adorned with light makeup yet lacking in beauty, and in a low, somewhat impatient tone inquired, "What brings you here?" Wang Luo replied, "I wish to obtain identity verification, specifically the Jinmu seed." The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance and said, "This window can assist you. What is your situation? Have you lost your Jinmu seed?" For individuals of the new era, the Jinmu seed, serving as a form of identity verification, is typically implanted at birth by the Great Laws, meaning that as long as one is alive, the Jinmu seed should likewise exist. It can even be extracted from the deceased. However, in reality, the Jinmu seed is not infallibly stable. Numerous unforeseen circumstances can lead to its loss, such as inadvertently succumbing to madness while practicing certain techniques, or a law adjuster mistakenly tuning the Great Laws incorrectly. In summary, for the Qingping division, reissuing identity verification is a routine task, especially in a place like Shiji, where the social fabric is chaotic and the enforcement of the Great Laws is relatively lax. Those who lose their Jinmu seeds are perpetually in line. Yet, Wang Luo's situation was distinctly different. It is not a matter of loss. I have never possessed a Jinmu seed that I require the Qingping division to implant a new one for me. The woman in white raised her eyebrows, her gaze filled with skepticism as she scrutinized Wang Luo. "You have no Jinmu seed? What is your situation?" A person from a millennium ago would certainly not possess identification from 1,000 years hence. Yet this was a truth he could not divulge. Wang Luo could share his true identity with Shi Yu and Zhao Xiuwen, but it was evidently inappropriate to disclose it to the Qingping division. Thus, he decided to adhere to the narrative crafted by Shi Yu and Zhao Xiuwen. "I hail from the vast wilderness of Nanshang, having never encountered the Great Laws. Last year, my settlement was invaded by wild demons, leaving me the sole survivor. Fortunately, I was rescued by a hunter from Rongqing." He recounted tales of Rongqing that enchanted me. Considering the increasing difficulty of survival alone in Nanshang, I journeyed to Rongqing. The woman in white blinked, regarding him with an expression that suggested, "Do you take me for a fool?" Objectively speaking, the story concocted by the night snack duo was entirely plausible. That a millennium ago, when the heavenly calamity struck, the heavens fell, shattering the land of Juzhou, with Ling Mountain at its center. The western four states became desolate regions, still plagued by chaos, reliant on the bordering nations to establish a great barrier to ensure the safety of the civilized world. Nanshang lies on the border of Zhuang and the wasteland, where the efficacy of the barrier is weakest and the enforcement of the great laws is most chaotic. It is home to over 5 million people, among whom hundreds of thousands reside in the wild, gathering rare treasures unique to the wasteland. Those living in the wasteland do indeed reproduce, yet their newborns lack the identification of the civilized world. Typically, those settled in the wasteland do not frequently leave Nanshang. Some are unaccustomed to the nuances of civilization, while many simply do not survive long enough to depart. However, if someone were truly weary of the chaos in Nanshang and sought to embrace the civilized world, then from both a humanitarian perspective and based on existing legal principles, such individuals ought to be welcomed into civilization. In fact, the Qingping division of Zhuang annually provides identification for numerous wayfarers from Nanshang, assisting them in securing housing, training job skills, and promoting their stories. Shi Yu and Zhao Xuan had drawn upon a wealth of real-life cases to devise this somewhat cliché narrative for Wang Luo. Yet it was apparent that this tale failed to sway the woman in white at Xiabela. Wang Luo was uncertain where the flaw lay. Perhaps the story felt overly contrived, or perhaps his demeanor was too dissimilar from those wayfarers from Nanshang. Regardless, he at least knew how to navigate the situation. Faced with the woman's skepticism, Wang Luo smiled and remarked, "You possess commendable physical aptitude." Ah! In the next moment, Wang Luo slightly parted his clothing to reveal his collarbone. The young woman froze for a moment, her icy gaze softening with astonishing swiftness. Chapter 15. It is not commendable to exploit the goodwill of others, yet often one has no alternative. Strictly speaking, Wang Luo's charm was not absolutely necessary. Although the night snack duo's story was insufficiently compelling, as long as Wang Luo submitted his application, the personnel were obliged to follow protocol and execute the subsequent procedures. The credibility of his story need not be assessed by a young woman in white who had yet to earn her qualifications. However, clearly, having an insider's enthusiasm propelling matters could yield greater efficiency. Thus, upon recognizing the woman in white's decent physical aptitude, Wang Luo unhesitatingly bestowed upon her a modicum of the profound insights of the Tao. Regrettably, her talent was merely passable, far inferior to Zhao Xuan's exceptionalism. After a brief moment of observation, her gaze softened, and her demeanor shifted from cold to ordinary. For a Nanshang resident to apply for a Jimu seed, there are numerous procedures. It cannot be completed in a single day. Wang Luo replied with a smile, "No matter. I am not in a hurry. Then please fill out these forms. And remember to use this pen." The woman in white handed him a uniquely crafted ink pen, seemingly woven from countless fine threads. Upon taking the pen, Wang Luo felt a slight tremor. The threads unwound themselves, transforming into a multitude of grasping tendrils that penetrated his right hand. There was no sensation, as the tips of the threads became intangible upon contact with his skin, sinking into his body, adhering to his blood vessels and meridians without causing harm. Through the flow of his life force and true essence, they could discern whether an individual was being disingenuous. Each character penned by the holder would be assessed for authenticity by this mechanism. Though not particularly mystical, this small artifact proved exceedingly practical. These invisible threads required the pen holder to offer no resistance, and while relying on the life force and true essence to determine truthfulness was not infallible. There were many means for a skilled individual to circumvent such artifacts. Nevertheless, as a standard artifact for a service window, it was more than adequate. Under the watchful gaze of the woman in white, Wang Luo methodically inscribed his details across multiple forms. Most of the content required him to recount his background, including where he had lived, details of his family, the techniques he had practiced, their level of mastery, and any encounters with wild demons. Wang Luo crafted half of this based on the Night Snack duo's narrative, improvising the rest according to the situation, and soon completed the forms that a few items required him to indicate whether he had a stable residence in Rongqing, along with contacts and guarantors. These, of course, Wang Luo attributed entirely to Shi Yu. Before long, he finished filling out the forms, and the tendrils from the pen receded. The woman in white took back the pen and examined it, somewhat surprised. "Remarkably, you filled everything honestly. It's quite rare to find someone among wayfarers who is so forthright. Wang Luo chuckled. Among the details on those forms, aside from his name, Wang Luo, and his gender as male, 9 out of 10 statements were fabricated. Once you finish the forms, you'll need to undergo a physical examination, followed by an interview. Upon passing both, arrangements will be made for you to connect with the great laws and solidify a Jinmu seed to verify your identity. Wang Luo nodded, understood. When can I undergo the physical examination? The woman in white initially intended to reply, just wait at home for a notification, but just then, Wang Luo raised his hand, revealing his arm from beneath his sleeve. The flawless contours of his muscular forearm caused her to abruptly alter her response. Please hold on. Let me see if I can expedite your process. Fortunately, room 3 on the second floor is currently vacant. You can take this form up there. As she swiftly stamped the form twice, she gestured for Wang Luo to proceed to the second floor. Subsequently, a milky orb of light emanated from her fingertip, floating before Wang Luo to guide him onward. Such considerate service not only earned Wang Luo's gratitude, but also left the surrounding residents of Shiji astonished. Has a superior inspector from the Qingping office come recently? Is this your first day in Shiji? If a superior were to visit, they would dispatch 800 Qingyi, turning Shiji upside down, demolishing what needs to be torn down, expelling those who ought to be removed, and sealing the complaints box. Just like that special task force from the past few days. So the young lady at that table has just graduated from the academy and is still unfamiliar with the rules of the Qingping office. Are you blind or simply too long in solitude? If she is considered a young lady, then we are both in the prime of our lives. I previously approached her to reissue a certificate, and a single seed of the Jinmu made me run back and forth 8 times. Amidst the clamor of discussion, Wang Luo had already arrived at the door of the examination room on the second floor. His luck was rather mediocre this time. The individual responsible for the examination was a seasoned Qingyi, whose cultivation was mediocre, lacking any aptitude for body refinement. Upon Wang Luo's arrival, she could hardly be bothered to lift her eyelids, simply gesturing for him to enter at his convenience. That it was indeed a matter of convenience. There were no magical instruments in the examination room that required the assistance of a Qingyi. Only an exceptionally large full-length mirror. As soon as Wang Luo stepped inside, the mirror shimmered with a watery radiance, and he felt several cold, invisible beams of light sweep over him from the mirror. This was an ancient technique that had never existed before, but its function was quite apparent. It was merely a means to assess an individual's various bodily indicators. More importantly, for the examination mirror of the Qingping office, it was crucial to check a person's pollution value. Many individuals from the southern region bore the taint of the wasteland, whether lightly or heavily. Those with mild symptoms typically exhibited some bodily deformities and would often hear whispers from the accursed land echoing in their minds. However, with regular medication and a cessation of contact with the wasteland, these symptoms would soon vanish. Conversely, those severely afflicted could not easily be subdued by mere medication. Heavily polluted individuals not only underwent grave mutations in their bodies, but also risked spiraling into mental distortion. More critically, severe pollution could sever ties with the Great Law, rendering societal control measures nearly ineffective. Placing such individuals in a modern society would be tantamount to inadvertently instigating a horrific tragedy. Thus, if the examination mirror indicated that an individual's pollution value exceeded the acceptable threshold, the Qingping office would have to immediately detain the person, employing various elixirs and techniques to cleanse the pollution to within standard values before allowing them in a civilized society. However, it was clear that the Shiji Zayabela did not regard this procedure with much seriousness. The Qingyi in charge of the examination was lounging with her legs crossed, lost in thought. Normally, a heavily polluted drifter would never be able to reach Rongqing. Numerous checkpoints lay between the southern region and Rongqing, filtering out all threats to civilization like a series of sieves. In fact, over 200,000 regular troops were stationed in the southern region, and anyone departing from there to venture into the heart of civilization had to undergo military scrutiny. To date, it had been nearly a century since any escaped individuals had been reported. Therefore, the examination conducted by the Qingping office was merely a formality. If there were genuine risks, the examination would not be scheduled so late in the process. Soon, the examination concluded, and the full-length mirror shimmered with flowing light, ultimately emanating a gentle green glow from its frame. Outside, the Chingy lazily called out, "All right, you've passed the examination. Take this report and proceed to the next stage." Damn, our mid lane has been taken down again. When will these students finally get back to school? Although Wang Luo did not comprehend the latter part, he understood that he had successfully passed this stage. So he stepped out and received the standardized examination report from the Chingy, who was lost in contemplation. The form documented the diligent results of the examination mirror, and apart from height and weight, hardly any other information was accurate. Clearly, these advanced techniques of the new era were unable to perfectly accommodate practitioners from the old era. Fortunately, though the data was flawed, it was not outrageous, according to the form. Wang Luo was identified as a male human under 20 years of age, with cultivation at the mid-foundation stage and slightly higher body refinement skills, categorizing him as an ordinary individual slightly below the average for male practitioners in the Shiji area. Wang Luo glanced at the form, feeling that this outcome was quite satisfactory. Given his current state, there was no need to reveal his true capabilities to everyone in this highly prosperous new world. It was best to remain inconspicuous amidst the crowd. The next phase after the examination was the interview. Ordinarily, this stage could entail a lengthy wait, as the interviewer would need to rigorously review the previous examination results before determining the interview content. However, thanks to the connections of the woman in white, Wang Luo smoothly proceeded to meet his interviewer right after the examination. An elderly lady donned in Chingy, yet wearing a red hat, appeared. Seemingly nearing 100 years of age, her golden elixir dim and her vitality and true essence visibly waning. Yet her complexion remained rosy, and her demeanor was warm and amiable, with round spectacles perched on her nose that did not diminish her approachability. Upon seeing Wang Luo, she greeted him with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to sit and saying, "Come, take a seat. There is no need to be nervous. It's just a few simple questions." Wang Luo confirmed that this old woman had no aptitude for body refinement, so her demeanor was evidently not driven by a desire for his innate Dao body. But what was her interest? I was also from the southern region in my youth. That I only moved to Rongqing at 30 and have lived here for over 60 years. Yet, I still vividly remember what the southern region was like. However, the next moment, her smile remained unchanged as she began to scrutinize Wang Luo. The gaze behind her spectacles was not harsh, but sufficiently meticulous. Wang Luo instantly realized that although her nature was kind and she had an inherent fondness for drifters from the southern region, it did not imply that the interview would be easy to pass. In fact, Zhao Xuan had previously warned him that ordinary residents from the southern region faced various obstacles when seeking to relocate to Rongqing, that is for an unidentified drifter attempting to obtain a seed of Jianmu in Rongqing. It was even more daunting. The reasoning was quite simple. If one truly was a drifter from the southern region, why not obtain the seed locally, instead of traveling all the way to Rongqing? Without a seed of Jianmu, how had they managed to journey here? Had the many checkpoints not stopped this drifter along the way? Thus, compared to genuine drifters from the southern region, it was far more likely that they were fugitives who had been compelled to abandon their original identities due to some illicit activities and had resorted to disguise. The Xiabela of the Qingping office indeed possessed the capacity to reissue identification, but that did not mean they were obligated to fulfill this duty. Fortunately, Wang Luo had prepared for these questions in advance. Once seated, the elderly woman nodded and asked, "The form states that you are from the southern region and have lived in the wasteland, that I recall that there aren't many human settlements surrounding the wasteland in the southern region due to the harsh living conditions. Have things improved in recent years?" Wang Luo replied, "It was quite all right until the wasteland demon broke through the barrier and slaughtered my family and friends." I apologize." The old woman paused, her expression shifting to one of regret. "I forgot that you. So, are you still in contact with the hunter who saved you and shared stories about Rongqing?" "Yes, I pray for his soul every night. Just last night, I dreamed of him. He spoke to me at length and congratulated me on my successful arrival in Rongqing." The corner of the old woman's mouth twitched involuntarily, and she awkwardly transitioned to the next question. "After leaving the southern region, did you travel alone to Rongqing? Did you not stop at any other towns along the way?" Wang Luo said, "I did pass through a few small towns, but whenever I considered pausing to rest, he would appear before me, telling me that it was not Rongqing." The elderly lady promptly flipped through the form in her hands. Your mental health assessment appears to be normal. Wang Luo replied, Yes. He told me last night that since I have arrived in Rongqing, I no longer need his guidance. From now on, we must truly part ways. The old woman's hands began to tremble slightly. She removed her glasses and repeatedly checked whether the lie detection device was malfunctioning. Wang Luo sighed. In fact, when I left the southern region, I underwent a similar examination that I shared my experiences with the interviewer, but he would rather shatter the mirror than let me enter the pollution cleansing facility. He said it was better to kill the wrong person than let one slip through. The elderly woman's hands, which had been cleaning her glasses, could no longer tremble. Thus, I walked all the way to Rongqing, finally feeling at ease to undergo the examination and apply for the Jinmu seed. After all, he also said that other places might misunderstand and reject me, but Rongqing would surely accept me. The old woman put her glasses back on. Her gaze now filled with guilt and sympathy, and her question softened. I see that the contact person you listed is from Shiji. How did you come to know her? By this point, the tone of the inquiry had almost entirely shed its scrutinizing nature, becoming a simple conversation between an elderly woman and a young man, with the topic no longer revolving around the southern region and the wasteland. Wang Luo responded effortlessly, and by the end of the interview, the elderly lady even voluntarily provided him with her contact information. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me anytime. We are both from the southern region and should look out for one another. Wang Luo accepted the small piece of paper she handed him. Ms. Yuzhu, I have noted it down. Chapter 16. No matter how glamorous the title, it is but an illusion. Only hard work leads to true prosperity. After leaving the interviewer, Wang Luo diligently committed the name to memory. Since descending the mountain, this was the first act of kindness he had received. He felt it necessary to repay it when the opportunity arose. Sure, you admired him because he had repeatedly demonstrated his mastery of the Mountain Lord's powers in her presence, and it was evident that the Mountain Guardian girl had her own aspirations regarding the Mountain Lord. This submission was commendable, but did not qualify as a personal favor. The dishes from Li Ji's barbecue were delectable, but they were intended for Shiryu, not specifically for Wang Luo. Thus they too did not count as a favor, especially since Wang Luo had driven away Li Dongyang, which was more of a benefit to the latter. Zhao Xiuwen's culinary skills for late-night snacks are exceptionally refined, and the plethora of practical knowledge he imparted to Wang Luo is equally invaluable, owing to his first-hand experience of the innate beauty of the Tao body. Yet this particular examiner was one whom Wang Luo had deceived initially, only to receive an uncharacteristic leniency afterwards. This can be regarded as an undeniable act of human kindness. Wang Luo has never been one to neglect such debts of gratitude. Once past the interview stage, the entire process of applying for identification was essentially complete. It was merely a matter of waiting for the Qingping division to summon a wood manipulator with sufficient tuning abilities to connect with the Grand Law, after which Wang Luo could acquire a unique seed of the Jinmu tree. Possessing this seed would signify a formal integration into the new world, allowing unrestricted passage throughout the myriad states and nations of Tianziyu. Should he wish, he might even journey directly to the current capital of Zhuang, to pay homage beneath the Jinmu tree said to have been formed from the transcendence of Master Zhiyao. However, as the saying goes, those who travel 100 miles are only halfway at 90. Often, unforeseen changes arise at the final juncture, as was the case now. When Wang Luo gathered the necessary forms and returned to the first-floor service hall to request the next step from the woman in white, she responded with a calm demeanor, indicating that the senior in charge of the wood manipulator duties happened to be working in the Xiaobai building. If all went smoothly, he could obtain the Jinmu seed before noon. Yet, soon after, a look of astonishment crossed her indifferent face. No one is here? She glanced at the manual on the desk, which had begun to glow red, perplexed, and inquired of her similarly attired colleague. According to the roster, Senior Sha is on duty today. Why can't we reach him? Seated nearby was a woman under 40, with a plump figure, who nonchalantly replied without looking up, Sha Shuang. It's nearly lunchtime. Of course, you won't find him. But there's still half an hour until the break. Right? Well, that means it's almost time. The woman in white blinked, letting out a resigned sigh. Wang Luo, it seems you'll have to wait that I'll call for you again when the afternoon shift begins. Wang Luo nodded in agreement. Logically, for a drifter from the southern region to obtain the Jimu seed at the Xiaobai building of the Qingping division, even if each stage passed smoothly, the entire process could stretch over 3 to 5 days. Or even longer, to complete all procedures within a single day was indeed an unexpected delight. Waiting until noon was hardly a grave inconvenience. However, as the afternoon progressed and Wang Luo still had not reached the final stage, an elderly gentleman seated beside him suddenly spoke up. "You're waiting for Sha Shuang, right? Don't bother. Just head home and come back in a few days for another chance. Perhaps a different wood manipulator might be more accommodating." Curious, Wang Luo turned to see a hunchbacked old man dressed in a white shirt and gray vest. His appearance was unremarkable, and his cultivation was equally lackluster. Yet his eyes, concealed behind thick lenses, sparkled with intelligence. "What issues does Sha Shuang have?" the old man remarked. "He dislikes Stone Street, harbors disdain for Southerners, and is not fond of his position in the Qingping division." Wang Luo summarized. "A misanthrope?" The old man was taken aback. "It's the first time I've heard someone use that term as a substitute for cynicism." Wang Luo continued. "Whether it be cynicism or misanthropy, I have all the necessary documentation in hand. Does he not have a duty to fulfill?" The old man chuckled. "If you've seen individuals like Li Dongyang in the Qingping division, you should understand that adhering to duty is often the most challenging endeavor." Wang Luo expressed surprise. "Do you know me? What happened last night will be common knowledge among half the residents of Stone Street within 2 days. I simply didn't expect you to be from the southern region. You hardly appear to be a southerner." After a moment, the old man shook his head. "But it matters not where one is from. As long as they possess a kind heart, Stone Street welcomes all. I am Kong Zhang, usually running a small stall in the triangular alley of Stone Street. Today, I came to renew my stall permit, and unexpectedly encountered you. If you have time in the future, feel free to visit. I can always offer you a couple of cups of humble tea." "All right, I will remember that. By the way, there's something I must remind you of, for even if I do not speak, others will. You are under the care of Shiryu, living in her courtyard. Am I correct?" "Indeed. That child is of good character, intelligent and diligent. It's just that luck seems to evade her." Wang Luo nodded. "I can see that." Kong Zhang continued. "And misfortune often proves contagious, that if you plan to reside in Stone Street, be prepared mentally." With that, the old man smiled, propping himself on his knees before rising to leave. The old man's words hung over Wang Luo like an ominous prophecy. As dusk approached, and many in white began to pack up their belongings in the service hall. Wang Luo finally realized that he would not receive the procedures he was due that day. He stood up and sought out the capable woman in white once more. Has Sha Shuang not returned yet? The woman had just dealt with a muddled customer and was initially somewhat impatient. But upon raising her gaze to Wang Luo and noticing the definition of his trapezius muscles, all irritation vanished. Leaning slightly closer, she spoke softly. "Senior Sha should be in his office, but for some reason, he has been unresponsive to the procedures here, that I saw him leave shortly after his shift ended. If you're not in a hurry, it might be best to come back in a few days. It may not be Senior Sha on duty then." Wang Luo nodded, finding her suggestion in alignment with Kong Zhang's. Clearly, Sha Shuang's misanthropic disposition was well known, that he certainly did not wish to wait idly for 2 days. Patience is a commendable virtue, yet wasting time is not. "Where does Sha Shuang reside?" The woman in white was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" "I wish to obtain my Jimu seed." As he spoke, Wang Luo caught a glimpse of the work manual in the woman's hands, which likely contained detailed information on every staff member within the Xiaobai building. "May I take a look?" "Absolutely not," the woman gasped, hastily clutching the manual to her chest. "Don't be impulsive. I'll help you expedite it tomorrow." Wang Luo pondered for a moment before smiling. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." After a brief silence, she advised, "To be honest, it would be best for you to wait a few days. Senior Sha has always held a disdain for Southerners and has been particularly irritable lately, that if you insist on pushing your application into his hands, he may well find reasons to delay it for a long time. It would be wiser to wait for a change in duty." Wang Luo curiously inquired, "Is it acceptable for him to so openly shirk his responsibilities?" The woman could only respond with a bitter smile. And at that moment, a colleague who had finished packing called her to leave. She hurriedly acknowledged and waved goodbye to Wang Luo. In any case, I'll notify you once I have news that it's time to clock out. Goodbye. As Wang Luo exited the Xiaobai building, the sky was painted with hues of crimson. The queue outside had dissipated, and the once congested streets had returned to tranquility, save for a few disgruntled individuals lamenting their unsuccessful errands and some recently off-duty personnel discussing dinner plans. Wang Luo gazed into the distance, catching a glimpse of Ling Mountain's silhouette amidst the sword-like architecture of Rong City, with Ling Mountain being quite close to Rong City and with some idle time on his hands. Why not? As Wang Luo contemplated whether to walk back to Ling Mountain for a visit, he suddenly felt someone approaching from behind, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Immediately, he turned around to confront the newcomer, the swift motion startling them into a flinch. What the hell? Sure, you stumbled back 2 steps, her raised hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Wang Luo shook his head. Why did you think you could successfully ambush me? Sure, you retorted. Why did you think I was attempting an ambush? I merely passed by after work and wanted to greet you, only to be startled instead. So, did everything go smoothly? Wang Luo briefly recounted the day's events, leaving Shiryu wide-eyed in disbelief during the first half, only for her expression to darken suddenly in the latter half. Sha Shuang, that does sound like something he would do. Wang Luo nodded. I plan to wait a couple of days to see. There's no rush for the identification. After a moment's hesitation, Shiryu remarked, This may be my doing. Sha Shuang typically does not come here for duty. Wang Luo questioned, What does his presence or absence have to do with you? Shiryu sighed. It truly has no bearing. So you may consider me overly sensitive. However, in recent years, many who have spent extended time with me have had their fortunes take a turn for the worse. If you remain in Stone Street for a few more days, you will likely encounter someone advising you to keep your distance from me. Wang Luo chuckled lightly, confident that it would not take even 2 days. Yet he was equally unconcerned with such baseless talk. There's no need for undue worry. How could a guardian of the mountain possibly impose upon the master of Ling Mountain? When the old demons of Majo wreaked havoc, launching surprise attacks on outer gates and sacrificing thousands of cultivators to cast curses, they failed to diminish the mountain master's fortunes in the slightest. Your ancestors bled profusely during that time. It posed no hindrance. Sure, you managed a forced smile. I shall take your words as comfort that so. What are your plans next? Heading home for dinner? Sure. Shall we indulge in Li's famous roasted meat? Recalling the delightful sweet and sour alfalfa and tender meat strips from the previous night, Wang Luo was indeed left wanting more. However, Shiryu's smile turned grim. Please, do not jest, Master of the Mountain. Do I appear to be one capable of dining out daily? I shall be cooking at home. If we must eat out, I can at most treat you to a bowl of noodle soup. A moment later, in the renowned budget dining area of Stone Street, known as the Southwest Corner, Wang Luo ordered 2 bowls of shredded meat noodles. Please, with a blend of amusement and resignation, Shiryu utilized the last of her cash to serve both of them a steaming bowl of meat noodle soup adorned with forest spirit leaves. The dish contained a few greens, some bean curd, a scattering of indistinct meat shreds, and an abundance of noodles. The price of the forest spirit leaves, even in Shiji, was a true testament to integrity. Surrounding this establishment of virtue, a throng of ambitious youths gathered, most of whom hovered around the threshold of foundational cultivation, some barely achieving it, while others struggled even to attain that. Shiryu, a girl who had mastered foundational cultivation, shone like a beacon in this place. Upon seeing her, the spirited youths greeted her warmly. What brings you here, Xiaoyu? Did you come with your boyfriend? It's been a while. How's business lately? Their demeanor was largely friendly, with the occasional teasing remark quickly curbed by their companions. Today, as Shiryu adeptly responded to the crowd, she eventually picked up her chopsticks and sighed to Wang Luo, Master of the Mountain. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Luo replied, In the past, my master sent me down the mountain alone to visit a renowned talisman family in Lingzhou. I was merely 12 years old, just beginning my foundational cultivation, while they possessed a formidable lineage, including a combined ancestor and 3 peak-level cultivators. Yet that evening, they prepared an opulent feast for me, replete with many rare delicacies seldom seen even in the dining hall of Ling Mountain. Shiryu shrugged, saying, Forgive my inadequacy. All I can offer is this bowl of noodles to evoke memories of hardship. However, Wang Luo countered, yet that banquet pales in comparison to this bowl of meat noodles before you. For while the feast was lavish, for a wealthy cultivation family, it was but a trifling expense. Conversely, this bowl represents all the cash you possess. Shiryu was taken aback. You make me feel quite embarrassed. So how did you find yourself in such dire straits? I recall you had several hundred spirit leaves after settling the bill at Lee's roast meat yesterday, and you even gave me 50 for pocket money this morning. Shiryu set down her chopsticks, revealing a bitter expression that suggested she was unable to eat. The moneylender informed me that my debt interest rates would be slightly increased, thus I had to use all my funds to cover the interest. Thankfully, I managed to scrape by. Wang Luo, intrigued, asked, I've been meaning to inquire, how did you accumulate such debt? In truth, this was a question he had long wished to pose. After a moment of silence, Shiryu replied, My father was a notorious gambler, and after being deceived, he mortgaged the management rights of Ling Mountain for a loan, only to lose everything and then vanish. Wang Luo felt the warmth of his bowl of noodles diminish. Although he had only known Shiryu for a brief time, he was aware of her debt-ridden persona, yet he had not anticipated such a sorrowful backstory behind it. Shiryu, however, smiled softly. It's fine. Consider it a motivation for me to strive harder and avoid complacency. Despite the heavy debt with the rental income and management subsidies from Ling Mountain, I can still make ends meet, that I am merely inexperienced with some part-time jobs, but I will gradually improve. Wang Luo had always admired those who were diligent and possessed an optimistic outlook. As he reassessed his opinion of Shiryu, he remarked, Given your current financial constraints, I cannot rely solely on you for support. Do you have any suggestions for ways to earn money that could benefit me? Shiryu was taken aback and then replied earnestly, Master of the Mountain, since you have posed the question, I must be frank. I truly cannot afford to support another person at this time. Once we finish this meal, there will be little food left at home. We cannot expect to mooch off Xiaowen's late-night snacks each night. He is not in a position to do so either if you are willing to earn your own money. I truly have no reason to oppose it. Wang Luo said, Sister always told me, the best way to integrate into society is through work, although she typically said this to trick me into helping her with her printing. Shiryu chuckled and replied, You inquire about ways to earn money. With your abilities, there are certainly numerous avenues available. However, if we disregard illegal or unscrupulous methods, the vast majority will require you to obtain the seed of the foundational tree, which serves as your identification. An identification is merely the first step. Thereafter, you will need proof of cultivation, proof of divine abilities, and proof of techniques. Only with these qualifications can one engage in work, and the more lucrative the job, the stricter the requirements for qualification. Wang Luo questioned, So what can I do now? Shiryu paused for a moment, her gaze drifting toward a recruitment notice pinned to the wall of the noodle shop. Now hiring. Wait staff. Cleaners. Requirements. Generous compensation. Wang Luo's interest peaked. Isn't that quite good? Are you serious? The master of Ling Mountain working as a cleaner. Why would someone from a labor class have any professional biases? Shiryu explained, I thought you would have. The books say that ancient cultivators generally held their heads high, dismissing manual labor. The books also say that the Sure family's banquets are famous throughout the land. Enough with the reprimands. It was my mistake. In any case, if you are willing to work, that is excellent, but do not come to this place. The pay is low, and the owner often finds reasons to deduct wages. Just as she finished speaking, the owner of the noodle shop yelled, Shiryu, you have no conscience. I even gave you extra meat. When have I ever found reasons to deduct wages? What are you looking at, you little rascal? If you keep staring, don't expect to get paid this month. Chapter 17. A small step in working, yet a significant step toward wealth after bidding farewell to the owner, who was loath to deduct wages. Shiryu led Wang Luo directly to the bustling dining district known as Xiangshan Road, stopping before an exceptionally lively establishment. Old Hong's Home Cooking. The sign read, unpretentious, yet the throngs of patrons outside spoke more eloquently than any ostentatious advertisement. With the rich aroma of meat enticing all who passed, Shiryu swallowed hard and said, If we are to work, I personally recommend this place. Xiaowen was introduced here by me, and while it may be busier and more tiring, the pay is prompt, and there are employee benefits, Before she could finish, a loud shout erupted from within the restaurant. "Get lost! You can't even wash vegetables properly. Why don't you go eat shit?" A bald young man stumbled out in disarray, followed by a flurry of flying bowls and plates. The diners outside chuckled, though it was a common occurrence. "Sure," you added. "Old Hong has quite strict requirements for his staff. But with your skills, you will undoubtedly manage just fine." Thereafter, she led Wang Luo through the back door into the kitchen, where 7 or 8 people were diligently working around 3 ink-black stoves. Fully engrossed in their tasks, an elderly man, dark and thin, stood beside a large vat, using his own true essence to stoke the fire, slowly simmering a broth, upon seeing Shi Yu and Wang Luo. The old man lifted his eyelids, saying, "If you have something to say, wait a moment." Just then, Zhao Xiaowen dashed out, his hands covered in blood, exclaiming, "Oh, you're here! The free appetizers we discussed earlier. Just a moment and I'll cut them for you." The old man exploded in anger. "These two haven't even ordered any dishes, and you're offering them free appetizers?" Zhao Xiaowen grinned. "We attract customers with free appetizers and then reap the rewards with high-priced main dishes." "Get lost! You can go eat shit too." After being interrupted by Zhao Xiaowen, the old man lost his urgency to simmer the broth, glancing at the two and asking, "Xiao Yu, are you here to introduce someone for work? What is this person's background?" Shi Yu replied, "Wang Luo, similar to Xiaowen, comes from the southern region and is currently staying with me. His character is quite reliable and his skills are commendable. Uncle Hong. You can give him a trial." Old Hong remarked, "As for the character of those you introduce, I need not worry, but as for skills, I must see for myself." "What can you do?" Wang Luo responded, "From my observation, I can handle the tasks performed here." Old Hong nearly choked on his breath. "You can handle everything? Then why not take over the soup simmering?" "Sure." Wang Luo stepped forward, channeling his true essence into a gentle yet resilient wooden flame. Preparing to place it over the pot, the old man was startled and quickly blocked him. "What do you mean, sure? You dare to act so boldly? How can the youth of today be so carefree? Here is the deal. I just kicked out a waste who couldn't even wash vegetables. You take over his duties, and I'll see if you can manage that. If you succeed, I'll pay you tonight." Wang Luo smiled. "All right." After arranging a good job for Wang Luo, Shi Yu hurriedly took her leave, as she still had to work until dawn. After bidding farewell to Shi Yu, Wang Luo prepared to fend for himself. The washing station mentioned by Old Hong was a square basin with a continuous stream of fresh water gushing from a spring at the bottom. Beside it, a massive bamboo basket overflowed with fresh spirit vegetables, still bearing the earthy scent. Ordinary vegetables posed no challenge for washing away dust and dirt. However, these spirit vegetables were cultivated in special soil, and the soil clinging to their roots and leaves was extremely adhesive that if washed with brute force, it would inevitably damage the leaves, requiring a gentle touch to carefully dissolve the adhering grime, followed by rinsing with clean water, a meticulous task demanding keen eyesight, dexterity, and patience. The enormous bamboo basket was piled high with spirit vegetables, and washing them slowly was simply not an option. Old Hong instructed Wang Luo to wash the vegetables. But he did not expect this newcomer to be of much help. Having operated this small restaurant for decades, he could easily discern whether someone had ever set foot in a kitchen. Wang Luo exuded an air of detachment, akin to a gentleman who keeps his distance from the kitchen. Such a person might possess exceptional skills, yet those skills clearly had no relevance to washing vegetables. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Luo walked directly to the bamboo basket, selected a perfectly round jade fat ball, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand before scanning it briefly. Confirming the soiled parts, he flicked his finger against the root of the vegetable. Bang! With a muffled thud, a plume of deep brown smoke seemed to rise from the jade ball, as all the dirt and grime clinging to it like glue was dislodged. Wang Luo took the opportunity to immerse it in a basin of clear water. And as he retrieved it, the jade ball appeared transformed, subtly revealing its genuine jade luster. Meanwhile, Old Hong, who had been observing from the side with a sidelong glance, had his mouth agape in astonishment. Unfazed, Wang Luo picked up a bundle of long-leafed greens, and with a flick of his fingers at 3 distinct points, top, middle, and bottom, he conjured 3 layers of differently colored smoke that billowed forth. When he submerged them in the water, The slender leaves emitted an alluring sheen. Old Hong's jaw dropped even wider. As Wang Luo continued this impressive demonstration, washing a dozen or so mystical vegetables in succession. Old Hong finally regained his composure, closed his mouth, and inquired, "Which esteemed chef's son are you?" Wang Luo countered, "And why do you ask?" "Your finger-flicking technique. I witnessed something similar in my youth. At that time, the Sanwei Mountain Manor, dedicated to culinary arts, specifically invited a top-tier chef from one of the 5 great nations, and his method of washing vegetables bore a striking resemblance to yours." Curiously, Wang Luo asked, "Do chefs also handle washing vegetables?" "They may not have to, but they must excel at it." A competent chef should navigate every aspect of the culinary process with ease. Thus, even the task of washing vegetables is performed with a flourish. Is that so? I merely thought this method was more efficient. It appears I inadvertently aligned with a chef's approach. You aren't suggesting I'm imitating, are you? Imitating? Whatever do you mean? Old Hong scrutinized Wang Luo for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind. How you acquired your skills is of no concern to me, as long as you can perform your duties. However, with such a flashy washing technique, the expenditure of energy and focus is significant. I don't cover meals here, so don't expect to recoup your losses at my expense. Wang Luo chuckled. Very well. In truth, Old Hong's advice was quite pragmatic. This flashy finger-flicking washing method indeed bore a significant element of showmanship. The consumption of physical and mental energy was not negligible. However, Wang Luo was not a mere practitioner relying on food for recovery, capable of replenishing his expended energy merely through normal breathing techniques and circulating his internal energy. In fact, during the vegetable washing, he found that his true essence was actually increasing. While washing, he also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. One of the most popular family-style restaurants on Stone Street. The bustling kitchen was filled with nothing but the armée de la armée of laborers, chefs, vegetable cutters, and even Zhao Xiuwen, who was responsible for ingredient preparation. Though their cultivation levels were low, none had attained even a golden core. Their foundational skills were impressively solid, and their movements were adept, handling various complex mystical meats and vegetables with apparent ease. So, the labor costs here must be considerable? Old Hong scoffed. Worried about your pay? The vegetable washers earn 300 a day, if you can maintain this standard tonight. I'll pay you for a full day's work. Wang Luo raised an eyebrow. This figure surpassed his expectations that if a vegetable washer could earn 300, the head chef must be earning at least double that. Over a month, such earnings would rival those of many young people in the upper city. So, why doesn't T-Sure you work here? Surely the pay is better than what she makes as a tour guide. Wang Luo asked casually, only to see Old Hong's expression darken immediately, and the movements of the nearby skilled workers grew sluggish, as if recalling some painful memories. I think I understand, Old Hong sighed. Sure you is indeed a fine girl, but she is utterly unsuited for the restaurant industry, and her luck has been quite poor. Since you are a friend, do lend her a hand when you can. With that, Old Hong refocused on the soup pot, no longer diverting his attention. The bustling hours continued into the deep night, and as the last table of patrons left, patting their full bellies with satisfaction, the enchanted utensils merrily leaped into the water basin. Only then did the tense atmosphere in the kitchen finally relax. Old Hong set down the soup pot and produced a slender bamboo stick from his pocket. Meanwhile, all the skilled workers lined up in a row, their eyes gleaming like military dogs waiting for their bowls. Fong Qingqing 1000, Zhao Jinxia 800. As each name was called, Old Hong would tap the bamboo stick lightly on the person's hand, and delicate droplets of liquid flowed from the bamboo, seeping into their skin. This was a refined essence leaf, easy to store and circulate. Though not as convenient as currency like the Taishu divine notes, it was much closer to tangible essence leaves, providing the hardworking laborers with a palpable sense of value. And money that feels substantial is cherished all the more. Zhao Xiuwen, 500. Wang Luo, 300. The moment the essence leaf touched his hand, Wang Luo felt a chill at his fingertips and warmth in his palm. The coolness at his fingertips came from the essence leaf, with the droplets penetrating his skin and naturally entering his true energy cycle, accessible to him whenever he willed it. Simultaneously, These droplets were highly encrypted, indigestible and unalterable. The human body merely served as their vessel. This encryption relied not only on the material and processing of the droplets, but also subtly hinted at the greater laws of the universe. It can be said that this design embodies a distinctly modern flair. The only drawback was that due to personal aptitude, the human body's capacity was limited, while it was feasible to store some small change. Larger amounts of concentrated essence leaves had to be contained in external objects like the bamboo stick. The warmth in his palms stemmed from the ascension record, and a page near the front suddenly became clear. Spirit Mountain Assets, Cache, 300 Chapter 18. Concerning my experiences drawing cards in the Taishu scroll. The content that appeared on the ascension record was sparse yet profound, leaving ample room for imagination. The sudden emergence of these two lines of text. What were they hinting at? And what of the 300 cash? Surely, the money in his hand far exceeded that sum. He still had leftover pocket money from Shiryu. In just those two lines, it felt as though a significant update had occurred. Without any guiding tasks, it sparked an even greater desire for exploration, a design reminiscent of his senior sister's style of emergent discovery. The 84th generation mountain master of Ling Mountain, nurtured by his senior sister, quickly envisioned his forthcoming course of action. The sudden appearance of the asset page was clearly a reminder for Wang Luo. As the mountain master, to accumulate wealth for Ling Mountain. Once a prosperous entity, it now languished in destitution. Considering that the various palaces of Ling Mountain were generally shuttered, it was plausible that as assets accumulated, certain structures might unlock, granting access to the mountain master. The cache of 300 evidently indicated that the ascension record recognized only earnings from labor, dismissing any gifts or windfalls. Thus, it was easy to deduce that ill-gotten gains, such as robbing the rich to aid the poor or engaging in violence and plunder, would not be acknowledged. Hence, the next steps were straightforward. Work diligently and cultivate wealth, calculating based on a daily income of 300. A year's labor would yield 100,000 essence leaves, and a century of work could help Shiryu repay her debts. Assuming no interest was factored in, that is Wang Luo's first foray into the new world of labor. The start was quite promising. On the other side, after distributing the last two wages, Old Hong waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse while he remained to tidy up the establishment. The skilled workers, chattering and laughing, exited together. These individuals had been so busy during work that they scarcely exchanged a word, but once off duty and paid, they became quite loquacious. Among them, the most animated was the head chef Fang Qingqing, who appeared to be in her mid-20s, of average looks but endowed with a lively and cheerful demeanor. Her figure well-proportioned and notable. The other skilled workers frequently cast glances in her direction. As the leader, Fang Qingqing enthusiastically encouraged everyone to go out for drinks. Shall we go for a drink later? My treat. Come on, Qingjie. What are you treating us with just 1,000 essence leaves? Nonsense. Can I treat you to Yinzhong rice wine? 1 barrel per person. No one leaves until we finish. You're treating the newcomer with Yinzhong rice wine. That is too stingy, Qingjie. He might be a runaway young master from some family. And if you court him well, you could become his concubine. Get lost, get lost. Let your mother do that. I have no interest in men. Anyway, tomorrow Old Hong is off, so let us party until dawn. Well, I'll pass. I need to go home and study. Zhao Xiuwen politely declined. Although this dampened the mood, his companions did not blame him. Instead, they encouraged, study hard if you get into Rongqing Academy. Make sure to introduce us to some female students. Zhao Xiuwen awkwardly smiled and turned to Wang Luo. Shall we go together? Wang Luo, however, was taken aback. Why? I don't need to study, and there is someone treating us here. Then I won't disturb your drinking. Zhao Xiuwen sighed, bid farewell, and then pulled out a book, reading as he walked away. Fang Qingqing watched Zhao Xiuwen's retreating figure and remarked, Xiuwen is really impressive. The loader? Zhong Tai curiously asked. Qingjie, you rarely praise anyone. Is it just because he works hard? Fang Qingqing sighed. Because he has such a beautiful girlfriend and still manages to study after returning home. It's truly a waste of resources. Why can't I have a beautiful girlfriend? The vegetable cutter, Zhang Dun sneered. Aren't you surrounded by wives and concubines in the Taishu scroll? Why envy his girlfriend in reality? Fang Qingqing's spirits lifted at this. You're right. Today, the Yuling card pool updated. The reincarnated celestial crane is back. I believe my chance has come. Zhang Dun continued to sneer. Every time the card pool updates, you always think your opportunity has come. This time it's for real. As he spoke, the group approached a small tavern, which only had a window open to the outside. Fang Qingqing tapped on the glass and called out loudly, "Boss, 6 barrels of Yinrong rice wine and a bag of green peanuts. Momins latte." The window slid open, revealing a plump, fair-skinned, middle-aged man who lazily handed over a row of small wine barrels with one hand, saying that LL be 100 lingye for the change. Fang Qingqing was taken aback. Prices have gone up again. It's due to special inspections. Everything's on the rise. The group immediately began to curse the special inspection team in unison while sharing anecdotes about Li Dongyang's shattered Dao heart. Yet, astonishingly, no one noticed that the true culprit behind Li Dongyang's plight was right beside them. Afterward, Fang Qingqing paid for the drinks and took the barrels, while Zhang Dun retrieved several lotus platforms from his pocket and planted them directly in front of the tavern window. The group leaned against the wall, forming a shape reminiscent of the blind flow of Rongqing. For the Rongqing workers, who had a bit of extra cash, this was the epitome of nightlife. For Wang Luo, however, it was an entirely novel experience. Clutching the chilled wine barrel while seated on the soft lotus platform, he eagerly anticipated the ensuing night chat that in fact, he had lingered with these newly met co-workers for the very purpose of understanding what the new world appeared to them. However, what followed was surprising. Fang Qingqing and the others opened a wine barrel and swiftly downed nearly half of it. Then, from her pocket, she produced an exquisite small porcelain bottle, poured a small amount of powder from it, and mixed it with the wine before swallowing it, revealing an expression of sheer delight. Wang Luo was astonished. This nightlife was quite different from what he had envisioned. Should he immediately call for the patrolling Qingyi to maintain societal integrity? Or should he uphold the camaraderie among workers and pretend not to see? Just then, Fang Qingqing opened her eyes and curiously asked him, "You didn't bring any Li Shun-san? What is Li Shun-san?" The girl blinked. "Brother. Haven't you ever entered the Tai Su?" "What is Tai Su?" Fang Qingqing's eyes widened gradually, and she couldn't help but burp slightly. "I'm starting to believe you are indeed the legendary recluse from a noble family. Did you undergo closed education from a young age, completely isolated from the human world?" Wang Luo pondered for a moment, realizing that this characterization was rather accurate. "So, what exactly are Li Shun-san and Tai Su?" At this moment, Zhang Dun, Zhao Jinxia, and others also opened their eyes, beginning to observe the recluse from a noble family, as if not knowing about Li Shun-san and Tai Su was an unfathomable matter. However, the earlier Children's General Knowledge Manual by Shiryu did not mention these two terms. Shiryu and Zhao Xuan had hardly ever brought them up. Well, if you insist on digging deeper, Tai Su is virtual reality, a second world. Li Shun-san is the key to entering Tai Su. This explanation was evidently somewhat abstract. Yet after hearing it, Wang Luo felt a sense of understanding dawning upon him, vaguely recalling that his senior sister had described a similar concept to him. A realm immensely bizarre, yet splendid, intricately linked with the internet that Fang Qingqing and the others continued their explanation. Wang Luo realized that Tai Su and the virtual reality his senior sister spoke of were indeed quite different in many aspects. Tai Su was established upon the grand laws, connecting countless cultivators. Constructed from their primordial spirits as its material. To enter Tai Su, cultivators needed to immerse their primordial spirits within it, and most of what they perceived and experienced within Tai Su was provided by their own primordial spirits in terms of materials and computational power. This led to two issues. Firstly, when cultivators immersed their primordial spirits in Tai Su, they often found it difficult to manage real-world matters. Severing the primordial spirit and multitasking was a skill only available after reaching the divine transformation stage. Secondly, due to the varying levels of cultivation, the strength of primordial spirits could differ by dozens or even hundreds of times, leading to vastly different materials and experiences provided upon entering Tai Su. Such disparities in individual capabilities were neither encouraged by modern societal values nor conducive to the stability of Tai Su. Hence, the existence of Li Shun-san, a drug also reliant on grand laws. could significantly enhance a cultivator's primordial spirit in a short time. With the aid of simple Lishin techniques, one could completely sever their primordial spirit and enter Tai Su in a relatively unified and stable form. In simpler terms, there was no need to call upon Qingyi for divine justice anymore. Fang Qingqing then asked, "Are you interested in giving it a try? I happen to have an old bottle of Li Shun sand that can suffice. You are from a noble family. Your foundation is solid, and you'll learn the Li Shun technique in no time." Wang Luo nodded eagerly. The Li Shun technique, as Fang Qingqing said, was indeed easy to learn, for its essence lay in cultivating a tranquil heart, peacefully accepting the influence of Li Shun sand. That seemingly unremarkable small porcelain bottle and the white powder within it were the true core technology. After consuming Li Shun sand, Wang Luo felt a sudden surge in his primordial spirit, as if an invisible giant was rising within him, banishing the exhaustion he had faced due to the failed alchemical condensation. Then he saw a river amidst a realm of chaotic void devoid of light. A vast and boundless river surged forth from the distance, heading towards the infinitely distant horizon. "This is the Taiyin River, the entrance to Tai Su." Fang Qingqing's voice came from beside him, and then Wang Luo saw a fiery figure waving at him. "It's me, Fang Qingqing." The fiery figure grinned, its face aglow with flames. "What you see now is my virtual image. How does it look?" "It suits you well," Wang Luo replied, turning to look at himself, only to find he was clad in white robes, embodying a flawless Taoist form. The initial image in Tai Su generally reflects one's idealized self from the subconscious. "I didn't expect you to appear so introverted yet exude such confidence. It's my first time seeing a virtual image that perfectly matches reality." Wang Luo remained unfazed, for the fundamental preparatory work for condensing the myriad golden elixirs was the perfect union of the true body and spirit. Thus, his primordial spirit naturally mirrored his physical form. Though for most cultivators, this consideration only arose during the golden core formation or even the nascent soul stage. Conversely, if the primordial spirit's image differed from the physical body, it would indicate a significant issue. "If you want to enhance your appearance, I can recommend a great skincare shop, but you look quite handsome as is," Fang Qingqing remarked, extending her hand to pull Wang Luo up. "Let us cross the Taiyin River. The true Tai Su lies beyond." Then, the fiery figure soared into the air, carrying Wang Luo over the Taiyin River, where the winds blew fiercely, allowing their primordial spirits to glide effortlessly, crossing millions of miles in the blink of an eye. This process was incredibly wondrous. Wang Luo felt as if his primordial spirit was being rapidly refined to adapt to the intricate and stringent laws of the Tai Su world. Meanwhile, everything in the real world remained within his awareness. "How does it feel? Isn't it marvelous?" Fang Qingqing patted his shoulder. In reality, newcomers might struggle with the experience of Li Shun separation. "Feeling flustered, but you seem quite at ease." Wang Luo took a sip of the refreshing rice wine and replied, "That is how noble family scions are." "Haha, if all the young masters from those esteemed families were like you, that would be wonderful," Fang Qingqing laughed. "Ah, we're almost there." On the other side, over the Taiyin River, more and more Tai Su travelers, or simply virtual friends, began to appear, and as the Taiyin River flowed, an increasing number of virtual friends manifested upon the river's surface. Upon crossing an invisible threshold, the view ahead opened up dramatically. Surrounding them, countless Taiyin rivers surged together, converging ahead into a vast sea, where innumerable boats drifted, their lights twinkling like stars, intermingling into a dazzling reflection akin to a mirrored night sky. Above the starry sky, thousands of Tai Su travelers traversed back and forth. Their appearances varied. Many were even non-human, with the most extravagant individuals towering over 5 meters, their bodies aglow with golden light, and behind them, pairs of flowing wings extending over 10 meters, fluttering majestically. Don't gawk at them. That skin set costs 28.88 Lingyao on discount, something we commoners can only dream of. Of course, if you truly are from a noble family, a second-generation immortal, that's a different story, Fang Qingqing said with a laugh, shaking her head. In any case, this is the first stop in Tai Su. By boarding those starboats on the Taiyin Sea, we can head to places like Qinglu, Huiwan, and Jiaotang. Today, I'll first take you to see the Taisu paintings. I'm most familiar with that. With that, Fong Qingqing's consciousness stirred, and the Taiyan waters beneath them surged, revealing a slender light boat. The sides of the boat were adorned with magnificent landscapes, and a lovely girl with red hair stood gracefully at the bow. Greeting Fong Qingqing with a bow. Welcome back, Castle Master, Inghua. Wang Luo curiously gazed at the girl, who was clearly not a real person, yet possessed a semblance of life. Upon noticing Wang Luo's gaze, she even returned a sweet smile. Fong Qingqing introduced, Inghua is my name in the painting game Yu Ling, and she is the little steward. Hong Er Datio entered the painting of Yu Ling from this Taisu portal. We rely on her guidance. Hong Er, let us go home. Yes, Castle Master. In the next moment, the light boat set sail, the Taiyan waters swirling with torrents, propelling the boat at high speed. Before long, the scenery on either side began to thin out, the river gradually narrowing, and after a while, a colossal painting stretching endlessly unfolded before them, resembling a welcoming red carpet. The light boat glided from the Taiyan River, and, upon touching the painting, the surroundings transformed, and the two found themselves immersed within it. The slender boat has vanished, replaced by a rugged expanse of stone-paved ground. The surroundings no longer echo the deep, chaotic void of the Taiyan riverbank, but rather bask in the gentle warmth of the sun, adorned with lush, verdant mountains and forests. At a lofty height, within the woods, stands an imposing stone fortress, where Wang Luo and Fong Qingqing find themselves on the terrace of its uppermost level, surveying the grandeur of the mountains below. What do you think? Is the scenery not delightful? Fong Qingqing chuckled. Though our divine departure dispersal is of the old model, and Yuling is not a next-gen scroll, its artistry is truly exceptional. That IT consistently creates remarkably realistic sensory experiences through its limited divine calculations. This particular scroll has been operational for over 5 years and remains the reigning champion among its peers. Her words carried an undertone of pride, clearly reflecting her heartfelt admiration for this scroll. Wang Luo then inquired, are all Taisu scrolls such grand illusions? Fong Qingqing elaborated, not necessarily. Taisu scrolls encompass various types. The Yuling series focuses more on content experience, allowing one to embody a new character and immerse themselves in a meticulously woven narrative. For instance, I portrayed a solitary mountain fortress lord, burdened with the responsibility of saving the world. Some scrolls emphasize social interaction and competition, yet those are typically the domain of the affluent, while we common folk merely provide them with paid experiences. That if you're interested in Taisu scrolls, I highly recommend Yuling. The benefits for newcomers are exceedingly generous, especially with the revival of the Crane Guardian, making it an opportune moment to solidify your main team. Wang Luo smiled. All right, I will consider it. Hee, I won't keep you any longer. I need to prepare for a card draw. With that, she unfurled a pair of fiery wings behind her and soared with Wang Luo towards an altar not far from the terrace. Yet beside the altar stood 2 figures, one a young man exuding a gallant aura, clad in radiant light reminiscent of an ancient recluse, his features bearing a striking resemblance to Zhao Jinxia. The other, dressed plainly, was evidently Zhang Dun, whose ethereal form bore a striking similarity to his physical self. Upon seeing them, Fong Qingqing snapped, What are you two doing here? Zhao Jinxia replied, I've never seen the Crane Guardian, so I came to broaden my horizons. Zhang Dun added nonchalantly, Just here to soak up some good fortune. When you draw your cards, I'll take my chance and fee you in lieu. Fong Qingqing immediately summoned Hong'er, declaring, From now on, Zhang Dun is banned from entering my stone fortress. Oh, come on, I was just joking, Zhang Dun retorted insincerely. Fong Qingqing shot him a fiery glare, disregarding the shameless worker, and eagerly approached the altar, rolling up her sleeves. The altar, crafted from pristine white stone, stood over 1 meter high and 3 meters wide, adorned with intricate carvings, with a small circular pool at its center, measuring less than half a meter in diameter. Fong Qingqing approached the pool, summoned a small pouch, and poured several gleaming spirit stones into the basin. Then a melodious splashing sound ensued, and a purple glow illuminated the pool. As the light flickered to life, laughter erupted from Zhang Dun and Zhao Jinxia, while Fong Qingqing gritted her teeth, warning, Laugh again, and we're done. The two quickly composed themselves, while Fang Qingqing, her face twisted with anger, fished out 10 tokens of varying hues from the pool, 9 blue and 1 purple, exuding ominous vibes. Without a glance at the tokens, she crushed them into countless specks of starlight and tossed in another handful of spirit stones. Again, 9 blue and 1 purple. Zhang Dun and Zhao Jinxia struggled to suppress their laughter, remaining silent. Fang Qingqing clenched her jaw and made a third attempt with the spirit stones. Once more, 9 blue and 1 purple. This time, even her mischievous friends were left speechless. Zhao Jinxia exclaimed, "Isn't this too outrageous? Not only did we miss the guaranteed draw, but we didn't even get a few purple cards." Zhang Dun stepped back slightly. "I came for good fortune, not to catch bad luck." Fang Qingqing stood before the pool, her fiery aura dissipating at an alarming rate, as if vitality were seeping away. Wang Luo, startled, moved to investigate, only to witness the flames reignite. Fang Qingqing suddenly lifted her head, gritting her teeth. "I'll do another 50 draws. I refuse to believe I can't get her." With that, she raised her hand, releasing 1,000 spirit leaves she had just acquired from Lao Hong into the void that I in the realm of Tai Su, her palm filled with over 1,000 spirit stones. Zhao Jinxia exclaimed, "Qingqing, is it really worth this gamble? Spending money on card draws is a bottomless pit. We're not like those rich folks. Earning money isn't easy." Zhang Dun added, "Don't antagonize fate. I've told you before. Your account's luck is questionable, that I've rarely seen anyone play Yuling with such poor luck as yours." Fang Qingqing retorted, "I've waited a year for the Crane Guardian. Even if this card pool leads to the depths of the abyss, I intend to fill it. With another 50 draws, I'll hit the guarantee. I refuse to believe I won to see her." Thus began a miraculous spectacle. 9 blue and 1 purple. 9 blue and 1 purple. 9 blue and 1 purple. At this point, not only was Fang Qingqing trembling, but Zhao Jinxia was also aghast. "Qingqing, have you been cursed by something unclean? This drop rate is rarer than a double golden draw." Zhang Dun trembled uncontrollably, a string of prayer beads materializing in his hand, spinning faster than a whirlwind. Fang Qingqing had only 200 spirit stones left, enough for 10 draws, yet found herself frozen at the pool, unable to proceed. This pool has an accuracy rate of only 80%, which means there is still a 20% chance of failure, right? Zhao Jinxia said, "The more you say that, the more likely it is to fail. Don't invite misfortune upon yourself." Fang Qingqing, upon hearing this, felt even more uncertain, the flames flickering as if reflecting the anxieties of a bride on her wedding night. Moments later, she stepped back from the altar, her voice trembling. "I can't bring myself to do it. Does anyone have good luck and can help me draw?" Zhao Jinxia replied solemnly, "Qingqing, you know me, I don't play scrolls because my luck is terrible." Zhang Dun also added gravely, "Sister Qing, you know I can't waste my hard-earned luck on someone else's scroll." Fang Qingqing then turned to Wang Luo. "I've heard that newcomers have a metaphysical advantage in draws. Why not?" Wang Luo readily agreed. "Sure, I'll give it a try." However, Zhang Dun interjected, "Wait, Wang Luo, you were introduced by Shuriwei, right? I remember people associated with Shuriwei tend to have terrible luck." Wang Luo chuckled. "That can't be true. It's just a baseless rumor." No, it's not just a rumor. Look at Xiuwen. Before arriving in Rongqing, he was a local prodigy. He established his foundation and was recommended by a great teacher to enter Rongqing, even dating a beautiful girlfriend. But as soon as he arrived in Rongqing, he hit a cultivation bottleneck, was separated from his girlfriend, and encountered a scam while taking supplementary lessons, incurring a hefty bill. Can you honestly say that has nothing to do with Shuriwei? Wang Luo countered. That only indicates that Rongqing is filled with treachery and misfortune, and the local authorities are ineffective, while Qingyi is incompetent. How do you know so much about the misfortunes of Rongqing? Meanwhile, Fang Qingqing, growing impatient, stepped forward and handed her last 200 spirit stones to Wang Luo. "It doesn't matter if the luck is good or bad. From here on, it's all up to you. I don't expect much, just that the guarantee doesn't fail." Wang Luo accepted the spirit stones without hesitation, approached the altar, and, following his previous observation, tossed in 20 spirit stones. Fang Qingqing's spirits lifted. Single draw. Single draws are great. Wait, it really worked? Amid her self-reassuring words, the pool before Wang Luo erupted with a radiant golden light. Leaning in, he retrieved an object from the pool, revealing a golden token, its surface etched with the serene and exquisite visage of a woman that I in the next instant. The token melted in his hands like liquid, and a woman clad in white with flowing white hair appeared, enveloping the altar in a delicate floral fragrance. The woman, carried by the fragrant breeze, approached Fang Qingqing, the altar's owner, who stood in astonishment, and gently cupped her face, leaving a soft kiss upon her forehead before gracefully landing and softly saying, "I am Shoha. At your service, Fortress Lord, Inghua." In the next moment, Fang Qingqing's jubilant cheers soared to the heavens. Zhao Jinxie and Zhang Dun also breathed a sigh of relief, each reflecting, "Thank goodness the guarantee didn't fail. At least we didn't hit rock bottom. Otherwise, Lao Hong would have to take over my kitchen duties at work the day after tomorrow." "Wow, it didn't fail. Should I still draw later?" Wang Luo inquired, with 180 spirit stones left. "What do you think?" Fang Qingqing, still holding Shoha's hand, her gaze locked with the ethereal beauty, lost in admiration, casually replied, "Just toss them all in. Let us give the next card pool a few boosts." "All right." Wang Luo then cast another 20 spirit stones into the pool. Zhang Dun frowned, saying, "After a successful draw, there is no need for single draws to seek metaphysical luck. Before the guarantee, it's all just a boost." Just as the word boost left his lips, the pool shimmered with golden light once more. This time, even Fang Qingqing, who had been entranced by the beauty of the immortal, was jolted back to reality, incredulously watching as Wang Luo retrieved yet another golden token from the pool. How is it her again?" Wang Luo asked curiously, as the token melted in his hand again, but this time, instead of transforming into the white-haired fairy, it flowed into Shoa's form, causing the ethereal woman to tremble slightly, her aura suddenly intensifying. Wang Luo, intrigued, asked, "What is happening?" One fate," Zhao Jinxie remarked in awe. "This is the first time I've witnessed a fate-bound Shoha up close." Zhang Dun's complexion turned ashen. "It's over. My eyes have gone blind. I can see nothing." Fang Qingqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This is a breakthrough with the same card. Drawing the same character card will enhance the existing character. Both the first and sixth lives of the Crane Guardian represent a qualitative change. Even a fully equipped sixth life Crane Guardian is the strongest water spirit a year from now," Wang Luo inquired. "So, to fully equip it, do we need to draw 5 more character cards?" Fang Qingqing sighed. "Yes, but we commoners cannot afford to hope for that. The Crane Guardian's card pool requires 20 spirit stones per draw, and since it is classified as particularly rare, the comprehensive drop rate, accounting for the guaranteed minimum, is merely 1 in 1,000. A simple calculation left Wang Luo astounded. "So, a character card from the Void Scroll is worth 20,000 spirit leaves?" Fang Qingqing clarified. "It's not that straightforward. The scroll will provide numerous welfare spirit stones based on daily activity, so you don't need to convert all of your spirit leaves into spirit stones. When I opened the pool last year, I used all the welfare spirit stones I'd saved, but unfortunately, I couldn't draw anything before running out. Now that the card pool has been replicated and the guarantee carried over, I only replenished that 1,000 spirit stones. However, if I continue to draw, it will have to be with real money, anticipating 20,000 per card. Moreover, to fully equip the Crane Guardian, I would need to draw her destined artifacts as well." Wang Luo nodded. "I understand. This is indeed not a joy for commoners." Zhang Dun remarked sourly. "There are a few exceptionally lucky individuals who can draw 2 or even 3 cards in a single 10 draw." Zhao Jinxie scoffed. "Those are just the officials' favorites. I've only seen them boast about it in the forums. Who in reality could draw 2 Crane Guardians in a 10 draw?" Zhang Dun pouted. "Isn't there one? And who has drawn 3 Crane Guardians in a 10 draw?" Before the words had left his mouth, Wang Luo invested 20 spirit stones for the 3rd time, and once again, golden light illuminated the scene. The atmosphere felt utterly silent. Wang Luo fished a token from the water, gazed at the name inscribed upon it, and curiously read aloud, "Yu Liang." In the next instant, the token transformed, and a petite girl with light golden hair bounced before the astonished Fang Qingqing, earnestly bowing. "I am Yu Liang. Greetings to the Oriole Fire Lord." Fang Qingqing then erupted with joy. "Yu Liang? The best partner for the Crane Guardian. With Yu Liang's assistance, the Crane Guardian's power can double." Zhang Dun retorted. "Its rarity is only 1%. It's not a top-tier character card." Zhao Jinxie responded irritably. "But it's still a gold card. As if 1% makes it easy to draw. Besides, a first life Crane Guardian paired with Yu Liang is far superior to a second life Crane Guardian alone. Yet it cannot compare to 3 Crane Guardians in a 10 draw. Who are you inexplicably comparing to?" As the two argued, Wang Luo seized another opportunity and cast a spirit stone. The moment the stone hit the water, all eyes turned toward him. Then, as if in jest, golden light shone once more. "What the hell? This is definitely not normal." Zhang Dun was immediately distraught. Whether the golden light signified a top-tier rare Crane Guardian or a common rare Yu Liang, Wang Luo's 4 successive draws yielding gold was enough to shatter anyone's worldview. Moreover, the token transformed into white light and surged into the Crane Guardian's form, unmistakably indicating that Wang Luo had once again drawn the Crane Guardian's character card. Even Fang Qingqing, who had longed for the Crane Guardian for a year, felt a chill down her spine. While drawing cards is undoubtedly fortunate, drawing them in this manner, she worried about whether she might be struck down by an intoxicated celestial air on her way home. Wang Luo then paused, asking, "So, shall we continue drawing?" Fang Qingqing gritted her teeth and shook her head vigorously. "No, I would like to continue living my stable life. This kind of celestial luck is something I, as a lowly commoner, truly cannot bear. Now that I have a second life Crane Guardian and Yu Liang, I have already exceeded my expectations. I do not wish for more." Wang Luo admired her restraint, smiling. "All right, then I shall return the remaining spirit stones to you." "No need, you keep them," Fang Qingqing replied. "Consider it part of my gratitude. I will treat you to a grand feast once I have the means." Wang Luo was astonished. "So, I merely helped you draw a few times and earned 120 spirit leaves along with a banquet." Fang Qingqing explained. "You've saved me tens of thousands of spirit stones. And the spirit stones in the scroll cannot be converted back into spirit leaves. They can only be spent within the scroll. I'm sorry, but I really have no cash on hand." Wang Luo was indifferent. He had never sought repayment. However, the next moment, Zhang Dun suddenly jumped up. "I have cash. I request you to draw for me." Zhao Jinxie, as if waking from a dream, quickly added, "I have cash too. I want you to draw for me as well." "Small? Didn't you say you weren't playing the scroll? Can't I start now?" Wang Luo shook his head. "Sorry, but I won't be drawing cards any further, nor will I return to the void scroll." The others were taken aback, and Fang Qingqing, filled with guilt, asked, "Is it because I caused you to overextend?" "No, it's because my senior sister advised me not to engage in gambling," Wang Luo explained. "And what I witnessed and experienced just now, this game of risking real money for probabilities, is no different from gambling. Thus, although I find it quite interesting, I cannot go against my senior sister's wishes." Zhang Dun quickly clarified, "This isn't gambling. You're mistaken. While there is a probability, it's different from gambling." "How is it different?" Zhang Dun found himself at a loss for words. Fang Qingqing then inquired, "Why are you forbidden from gambling? Your luck is so good." Wang Luo replied, "Good fortune comes at a price." Chapter 19. Regarding my relationship with Yu, good fortune comes at a price. Wang Luo deeply resonated with this statement, thus conveying it with utmost sincerity. Undoubtedly, his luck was exceptional. How could one born with such a rare constitution possess a top-tier Dao physique? Such rarity far surpasses the mere trifling of drawing 3 gold cards in a 10 draw. Yet how could a fortunate individual lose all their family members due to war during their formative years? How could an unlucky person be the sole survivor when marauding soldiers ravaged their village? When the immortal master Song Yijing discovered Wang Luo, he happened to be lying among the ruins of collapsed wooden furniture, evading the gaze of all marauders, while also avoiding the falling beams and debris. But how could a fortunate person encounter the greatest calamity in the realm of the heavens, just as they began to solidify their myriad golden elixirs in their cultivation? Conversely, how could an unfortunate individual survive amidst the countless cultivators who perished during such a catastrophe? To this day, Wang Luo has gained a more profound understanding of his senior sister, Lu Jiao's admonitions regarding luck. Good fortune comes at a price, while it is evident that Wang Luo's price is often paid by others. He has never enjoyed benefiting at the expense of others, nor has that ever been the style of the Ling Mountain people. Specifically, regarding the card drawing within the scroll, based on his consistent luck. Maintaining the miracle of drawing gold every time may be unfeasible, yet his output rate would undoubtedly exceed the average of ordinary individuals, far more than the values indicated by the scroll workshop. Therefore, those who sought his assistance in drawing would inevitably have to pay the price of this good fortune. For instance, becoming a deluded individual obsessed with the void scroll, neglecting reality. Fang Qingqing, after tirelessly working at Old Hong's shop for an entire day, finally earned 1,000 spirit leaves, only to turn around and toss them into the scroll without batting an eye. A person who once exuded the aura of a big sister transformed into a flustered sycophant upon encountering the Crane Guardian. Old Hong had never seen her so obsequious even when paying her salary. The attitudes of Zhang Dun and Zhao Jinxie further solidified Wang Luo's judgment, particularly Zhao Jinxie, who had initially been able to maintain his integrity and distance from the scroll. But upon witnessing Wang Luo's card-drawing achievements, he resolutely decided to plunge into the scroll. Thus, Wang Luo had no intention of assisting them in their draws. Good fortune comes at a price. This reason was sufficient to deter them. The three laborers did not press Wang Luo further. Seeing his firm refusal, Zhang Dun and Zhao Jinxie merely lamented their misfortune before departing from Fang Qingqing's stone fortress. Zhao Jinxie mentioned wanting to go to the Qinglu to hear the beautiful girl he was pursuing sing, while also intending to display his recent record of 4 draws with 4 golds prominently in the forum to attract attention. Zhang Dun claimed he had a guild battle to participate in within the Fiyuan record. Although the enemy was formidable and defeat was imminent for his guild, he insisted on going down as a tragic hero. Thus, Wang Luo took his leave as well. On one hand, he did not wish to disturb Fang Qingqing's ecstatic admiration for the Crane Guardian and Yu Liang, while on the other hand, he had already gained a glimpse of the void's appearance, and his curiosity had been satisfied. It was time to return home. Soon, the group of blind drifters outside the tavern scattered like birds. When Wang Luo returned to the stone mansion, Shiryu had just finished her night shift, clad in a dull gray vest, with the words citywide communication printed across the front and back. The girl appeared exhausted, her steps unsteady, and upon seeing Wang Luo, her greeting lacked energy, infused with the local flavor of Rongqing. Good evening. Ao Luo, why are you out so late? I went out drinking and wandering through the void with my co-workers after work. It was rather enjoyable. The weariness on the girl's face immediately transformed into disdain. Wandering through the void. Those people can never do anything serious. Lord Mountain Master, please don't follow their bad example. I've seen far too many people who have become useless because they were obsessed with the Qinglu and the scroll. Wang Luodun finds it intriguing, despite individuals like Fang Qingqing and Zhao Jinxin not being exceptionally talented. Their work ethic is commendable, and their professional skills are solid. Why, then, are they deemed as mere idlers? Of course, in comparison to Shiryu, who works tirelessly day and night, they may appear somewhat lacking. Yet the irony is that these so-called idlers can afford to indulge in card draws within the scrolls, while exemplary young women are suffocated by debt. Nevertheless, Wang Luo does not dwell on Shiryu's disdain for idlers, but instead inquires, "You seem unwell. Is work not going smoothly for you?" Shiryu forces a smile, regaining her composure as she replies, "It's fine. Work is as usual. It's just that after a long day, I find that the meager earnings barely cover the rising interest, which is rather disheartening." Wang Luo expresses surprise. Has the interest changed again? Can it just fluctuate like that? Shiryu sighs. Thus, the most lucrative venture nowadays seems to be operating a moneylender. Wang Luo contemplates for a moment, then flicks a few drops of cool, concentrated spirit leaves from his fingertips. I earned 300 spirit leaves from work today. Take this for your use. Shiryu is taken aback, her expression a blend of gratitude, embarrassment, and a hint of grievance. Lord Mountain Master, I truly do not know what to say. In any case, thank you. This is the first unexpected windfall I've had in the past few years. Wang Luo is astonished. Your first unexpected windfall? Don't you ever find money when you go out? Shiryu's expression becomes even more aggrieved. I've only lost money, which others have picked up. Does Lord Mountain Master find money whenever you go out? Wang Luo replies, Today alone, I spotted a total of 347 lost spirit leaves, 17 assorted trinkets, and various other odds and ends along Stone Street. Shiryu stares in disbelief. Is there really such a thing? Wang Luo explains, My luck has always been this way. But my senior sister taught me not to pick up lost items and to avoid gambling houses. So, strictly speaking, I haven't truly obtained any unexpected fortune. Your exemplary character is admirable, Lord Mountain Master, she responds. But, conversely, the Shi family has always been fortunate that if not, it would be impossible for a single family to serve Ling Mountain for nearly 10,000 years. There has never been a shortage of affluent families vying for the position of guardian family, Wang Luo remarks. Sure, you can only smile bitterly. It seems I have brought shame upon my family. Not at all, Wang Luo reassures her, pulling out the ascension record and flipping to the page for the outer mountain gate. Look, this is your personal information. Your luck attribute is. Before Wang Luo can finish, Shiryu jumps in shock. What is this? How do you have my information? I'm the Mountain Master of Ling Mountain. Naturally, I must be privy to the personnel information of the outer mountain gate. But there's no need to specify my measurements. The young woman's face flushes with embarrassment, her frustration palpable, yet curiously, her loyalty remains unshaken. Wang Luo patiently explains, The attributes displayed are based on the reader's request. What you wish to see will be shown. I have not previously viewed these 3 numbers. Shiryu pauses, ready to flee, but Wang Luo does not stop her, merely stating, In my view, while your luck may not be exceptional, it is certainly worthy of the name associated with the guardian family. Assuming the average luck of an ordinary person is 10, yours stands at 18, which is already a level where one would not incur losses even when buying lottery tickets regularly. If I truly had such good fortune, how could I have fallen into such debt? Wang Luo, intrigued, ponders the matter. Given Shiryu's apparent luck, it seems implausible that she would be unable to cover her interest from a day's work or be gossiped about by neighbors as a harbinger of misfortune. However, before they can come to a conclusion, Zhao Xuan's bright and enthusiastic voice rings out from the courtyard. Brother Wang and sister, you are back. Just in time. I prepared a late-night snack for you to try. Upon entering the inner courtyard, they find Zhao Xuan setting up a grill beneath the caretaker tree, surrounded by dozens of pre-marinated meat skewers over half a meter long, along with 2 large barrels of rice wine. Wang Luo inquires, I thought you were here to study. Zhao Xuan chuckles sheepishly. I had my girlfriend send me some old books, and she conveniently included a batch of discounted grilled meat from the cafeteria, suggesting I share it with my landlord and neighbors to build good relationships. Shiryu remarks, You've truly found a motherly girlfriend. Zhou Lu takes such good care of you. Zhao Xuan laughs heartily and adds, So after this late-night snack, I'll be studying all night. No matter what, I must reunite with Lu at the academy by year's end. I can't let her wait there too long. Shiryu encourages, You can certainly do it. Wait, did sister family return? As she speaks, her gaze shifts toward the west wing, where the light shines through, and a graceful silhouette of a woman is faintly visible against the paper window. Her posture elegant and gentle. Zhao Xuan responds, Yes, she just got back not long ago. I heard she finally has a long break. Unfortunately, she still has private work to attend to during her time off. And she wouldn't come to eat skewers with me. Shiryu shakes her head. She has always been somewhat socially anxious. Oh, has Uncle Qin not returned yet? No, he was supposed to have worked the night shift yesterday. So he should be back to rest today, but at their factory, it's not unusual for them to have last-minute overtime, Zhao Xuan explains. Shiryu sighs. Whenever I feel overwhelmed by work, thinking of Sister Fan Li and Uncle Qin makes me feel much better. As Zhao Xuan places the skewers on the grill, he asks, Your criteria for tenants, surely it can't just be pitiful? Shiryu replies, If they weren't pitiful, why would they want to rent from me? Neighbors must have warned you that my luck as a landlord is notoriously poor. And I am quite the harbinger of misfortune. Zhao Xuan laughs heartily. Nonsense. Thanks to you, I can continue accompanying Zhou Lu in Rong City, preparing for the academy. Moreover, if I were truly unfortunate, how could I encounter the extraordinary event of the Mountain Master of Ling Mountain being resurrected? Saying this, Zhao Xiuan offers Wang Luo a perfectly grilled lamb skewer. Try this. It's Zhou Lu's favorite preparation. The meat is tender and imbued with a lingering spiritual essence, clearly not an ordinary item, but rather meat from a cultivated lamb. Wang Luo takes a bite, savoring the exquisite flavor while feeling a subtle stirring of true essence within, greatly benefiting from it. Zhao Xiuan remarks, "The cafeteria at Rome City Academy is truly reliable. In all of Rome City, aside from the top-tier restaurants, the Academy's cafeteria sources the best ingredients. These skewers, Old Hong has waited a long time for them. Shiryu asserts, so we must ensure to get in by year's end. We can't keep Zhou Lu waiting too long." Absolutely. I wouldn't be at ease leaving her alone at the academy. The young talents there are truly numerous. As he speaks, Zhao Xiuan also shows signs of apprehension. Her popularity at the academy is quite high. Wang Luo curiously inquires about the story between him and his girlfriend, Zhou Lu. The narrative is straightforward. Both Zhao Xiuan and Zhou Lu hail from ordinary families in the southern countryside, but have been diligent and academically gifted since childhood. After completing their foundational studies, they received recommendations from their mentors to pursue further education in Rome City. Rome City is home to numerous prestigious academies, but none are as renowned as the Rome City Academy. When they arrived, it coincided with the academy's annual admission examinations. Zhou Lu managed to pass by a stroke of luck, while Zhao Xiuan narrowly missed out. Subsequently, Zhou Lu entered the academy for her studies, and Zhao Xiuan, undeterred by his initial setback, worked diligently to prepare for a second attempt the following year. However, the academy is indeed difficult to enter, especially for popular fields like legal studies, Zhao Xiuan remarks, tearing at a meat skewer while sipping rice wine. As he enjoys the moment, he begins to speak earnestly. If it were any other major, like the 5 elements or concentration, I would have an 80 to 90 chance of passing if I attempted now. But legal studies are truly beyond comprehension that I completed a practice exam this morning and only scored 43. Wang Luo inquires with curiosity, what does legal studies entail? Is it related to calculations? Zhao Xiuan explains, the formal name is Li Lu, which, along with Tiao Lu and Xia Lu, constitutes the 3 major fields of legal studies, specializing in theoretical calculations of legal principles in modern society. All things are governed by legal principles. However, these principles are not static. They require constant human adjustment, and the specifics of how to adjust them necessitate expert calculations. For instance, the recently introduced night snack law in Rome City was established only after careful calculations by legal experts in conjunction with the Commerce Department. Shiryu simplifies, in essence. They are officials responsible for drafting regulations. Most graduates from the Legal Studies Hall at Rome City Academy end up working in various legal departments, assisting legal advisors with top-level designs and policy research, enjoying quite favorable compensation. Wang Luo ponders for a moment before asking, and what about legal advisors? Zhao Xiuan replies, they are the ones in charge of execution. Legal studies only provide the proposals. Actual implementation relies on legal advisors. If they deem your proposal unsatisfactory, then no matter how many sleepless nights you spent calculating, it amounts to nothing but scrap paper. Moreover, most legal advisors possess solid mathematical foundations themselves. However, for commoners like us, merely entering the legal department's legal studies division is already a dream come true. Aspiring to become a legal advisor is simply beyond reach. Wang Luo inquires with curiosity, why is that? Are there requirements for legal advisors based on their background? Zhao Xiuan responds, officially, there are no requirements, but nearly 90 of the students from the Legal Studies Department at Rome City Academy come from affluent families, and the rest often have substantial investments from wealthy families. The objective reality is undeniable. Zhao Xiuan sighs. To become a legal advisor, the unspoken threshold is to condense a high-quality golden core before graduation from the academy. This is an insurmountable challenge for commoner youths. Wang Luo asks, a high-quality golden core? Is that referring to the Fusion Yuan Dan, Extreme Frost Dan, and similar elixirs? Zhao Xiuan chuckled. If it weren't for my recent intensive review of ancient history, I might not even recognize the names you mentioned. The standards for cultivation in modern times are far less stringent than in the past. Achieving a flawless elixir and spontaneous true essence is already considered a top-tier golden elixir. In the olden days, such a feat might only have placed one at the threshold of qualification for a golden elixir. However, back then, condensing even a mediocre golden elixir often required a century of time and an array of rare materials. Nowadays, the window for an individual to form a golden elixir is less than a decade. If one does not attain it before the age of 30, they might as well bid farewell to the prospect of a golden elixir. Without the resources poured in by prestigious families, the aspiration to condense a golden elixir becomes an exceedingly daunting task. Shiryu sighed. Ultimately, it all boils down to money. Without funds, how can one pursue immortality? Zhao Xiaowen lamented. Indeed, Sister Yu, with your innate talent, you could have easily attended the Ronqing Academy. Shiryu composed herself, raising her wine glass to interrupt his musings. Let us not dwell on my circumstances that I am already content to have graduated smoothly from Ming Academy and to have successfully established my foundation. Wang Luo inquired, so, you were compelled to halt your cultivation? Shiryu replied with resignation. If one could advance their cultivation, who would willingly remain at the threshold of forming a golden elixir? Even working for others during the golden elixir phase would yield a significantly higher salary. Yet, now burdened with debt, where would one find the means to pay tuition? Zhao Xiaowen nervously assured her, Sister Yu, please rest assured, I will pay the rent on time. You can relax. I want to raise your rent. The two clinked their glasses, sharing a bitter smile. Wang Luo silently munched on skewers, contemplating the issue of money. In fact, during the classical era, the four essential elements of cultivation, wealth, companions, methods, and land, placed money at the forefront. However, in those times, the spiritual mountains were incredibly prosperous. Even the outer sects seldom worried about finances. Those struggling at the brink of survival often found themselves tormented daily by the specter of money. Now, the cycle of heaven has turned, and it is the spiritual mountain dwellers who are ensnared in financial woes. Even setting aside Shiryu and Zhao Xiaowen's predicaments, and not considering the open-ended tasks presented to him by the ascension record, Wang Luo's own cultivation needs dictated that money was essential, and his requirements likely far exceeded those of Shiryu and Zhao Xiaowen. With this in mind, Wang Luo resolved to head to the Qingping Division Xiaobai building at dawn to expedite the process of obtaining his identification. Aiming to secure a legitimate identity before seeking a job that offers ample pay with minimal effort. Long ago, Lu Jiang had remarked to Wang Luo that the gatherings of the fortunate are always fleeting, while those of the unfortunate tend to linger at the time. This sentiment had been ridiculed by the other residents of the spiritual mountain. Yet in hindsight, one cannot help but admire Lu Jiang's foresight. The late-night snack stall beneath the caretaker tree felt particularly enduring. One declared their intent to study all night, preparing for the end-of-year examinations at the academy. The other professed a need for a good night's rest, so as to manage 7 jobs to repay debts. The two, with skewers of meat and rice wine accompanied by bitter waters, conversed until the dawn broke. Each harbored an endless bitterness within, but with a kindred spirit to share their woes. The conversation flowed endlessly. It was only when even the caretaker tree could no longer bear to watch, shaking its branches to urge them on, that they reluctantly returned to their quarters, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. As the master of the spiritual mountain, Wang Luo thoughtfully tidied up the remnants of their gathering, including putting away the grill, washing the dishes, and disposing of the trash. Just as he finished these tasks and was about to step out to procure the seed of the Jinmu tree, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Is Shiryu there? Is Shiryu there? Casting a glance at the faint sounds of slumber emanating from the north room, Wang Luo stepped out into the courtyard and opened the reddish outer gate. A tall, burly patrol officer in blue stood outside. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, disheveled, his once blue uniform faded, with oil stains marring the front and remnants of tofu pudding clinging to his stubble. He seemed quite down to earth. Hello, Shiryu isn't here. You can speak with me if you have any matters to discuss. The officer was momentarily taken aback by this response, adjusting his crooked cap and glancing down at the records in his handbook. Strange. It shows she is at home. Who are you? What is your relationship with Shiryu? I am Wang Luo O.S. for my relationship with Shiryu. Wang Luo paused, pondering the nature of their bond. What exactly was their relationship, landlord and tenant, mountain lord and protector? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Luo concluded, You may consider me her father. Chapter 20. The most important factor in an individual's success is excellent upbringing. Father and daughter. This succinct term encapsulated the essence of Wang Luo's relationship with Shiyu. The officer stood speechless for a moment, utterly flabbergasted. If you truly are her father, I would arrest you on the spot. Shi Xiuxing owes over 10 million and vanished without a trace. Yet someone dares to impersonate him? Regardless of who you are, since you reside here and seem to know Shiyu, you'll have to accompany me for a bit. It will suffice for now. Wang Luo didn't mind being a temporary stand-in and followed the officer, inquiring, "What exactly happened?" "The elderly gentleman living in your courtyard, Qin Yu, has gotten himself into trouble again," the officer stated. While on night patrol at the factory, several women from the neighboring bathhouse reported him for suspicious behavior. Alleging he was peeping, that he was promptly taken to the Qingping division. The We've already checked the nearby trees and have basically confirmed his innocence. But according to protocol, we need someone from your side to vouch for him before he can be released. Since Shiyu registered him as a guarantor when he rented the place, I came early to fetch someone. Wang Luo was somewhat curious. He merely rented Shiyu's house. Does the landlord really need to vouch for his character? The officer scoffed. There are so many transient people in Shi Street, and some inevitably resort to crime. Unfortunately, our manpower is limited. We can't apprehend every criminal. So what else can we do? Wang Luo nodded in understanding. I see. When we can't catch the elusive ones, we just grab a few local good citizens to take the fall. Exactly. So remember not to indiscriminately vouch for others in the future, and don't bully Shiyu. A person as honest as her is best kept to a minimum. If Shiyu isn't around, can I vouch for him? Aren't you Shiryu's father? If that is the case, then you can certainly vouch for him. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Xiaobai building on Shi Street. Despite his greasy appearance, the officer evidently held considerable influence within the Qingping division system. Upon entering, the younger officers in blue and white all greeted him respectfully, that a charming young lady in white sweetly called out, "Good morning." "Sen Han Yu." The middle-aged man named Han Yu merely grunted in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, a senior officer in a red-trimmed uniform descended from the second floor and frowned upon seeing Han Yu. "I asked you to summon Shiyu. Are you incapable of distinguishing between genders?" Han Yu replied, "Shiyu isn't home. I thought this person was staying with her, so I brought him along." The senior officer retorted, "What do you mean by thought he would do? There is no room for thoughts in casework." Han Yu replied nonchalantly, "When do we ever handle cases without a bit of leeway? For instance, in this case, those women were clearly overreacting, that if we were to investigate thoroughly, we should start by looking into their baseless accusations. That's so. What do you say, group leader? Shall we diligently pursue this?" The senior officer appeared troubled. Han Yu continued, "Right? We can't investigate them, can we? If we were to delve into their falsehoods, those women would rally their relatives and cause a ruckus at our doorstep every day, which would be quite unpleasant. So, it's best to handle this matter with a light touch. Just tell them this is the guarantor. Can they truly confirm his identity? At most, we can have old Qin apologize to them later. He doesn't care about losing face. And this will all blow over." The senior officer sighed. "All right, you certainly have more experience handling such matters." After appeasing the group leader, Han Yu led Wang Luo upstairs, reminding him as they walked, "You heard what was said earlier. Keep your comments to a minimum and don't engage with those women. Just escort him out." Wang Luo nodded in agreement. Soon, in a room at the corner of the second floor, Wang Luo encountered his daughter, Shiyu's guarantor, their neighbor Qin Yu. Upon seeing him, Wang Luo was immediately struck by a wave of bitterness. Qin Yu appeared to be nearing 50, standing just over 5 feet tall, yet his hunched and withdrawn posture made him seem exceedingly diminutive. His features bore an uncanny resemblance to a waterlogged portrait, sagging downward unnaturally. His cultivation was in utter disarray. While he possessed a foundation, every aspect of his being, true essence, physical form, and spirit, resembled a dilapidated ruin, riddled with holes and leaks, with every breeze carrying the taste of life's bitterness. If Shiyu and Zhao Xiuwen had represented bitter waters last night, then the sight of Qin Yu before him was akin to a personified sea of suffering. This was the first time Wang Luo had encountered someone whose countenance was so steeped in anguish. One could only wonder how much hardship he had endured in life to shape such a being. In the olden days, among the three demonic sects, the masters of manipulating fate, reveling in the torment of others through misfortune, would have marveled at the natural artistry that had crafted Qin Yu. Fortuitously, we now reside in a new era. No matter how harsh one's fate, there exists a grand law to protect humanity, thus allowing Qin Yu to retain his human form without falling into the abyss of despair. In stark contrast to Qin Yu were a group of middle-aged women, their demeanor fierce and unyielding. I tell you, that old man is definitely not a first-time viewer. Just look at that lecherous face. Such proficiency in admitting fault and apologizing, if he truly had not peeped. Why would he confess? The absence of the tree's gaze does not signify his innocence. In light of the contrasting behaviors displayed, Wang Luo had naturally pieced together the sequence of events amidst the clamor. Han Yu intensified his steps, cleared his throat twice to interrupt the women's outcry, and declared, "I have summoned the guarantor." According to his statement, Qin Yu has not exhibited any misconduct. This is merely a misunderstanding. Hence Qin Yu is free to leave. Wang Luo remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement that on the other side, the group of middle-aged and elderly women was clearly displeased, launching into a tirade of denunciations and curses. Han Yu did not engage in a rebuttal. He simply nodded along while stating, Indeed, we shall prioritize preventing similar incidents in the future. Rest assured, we will not overlook any wrongdoers." He then gestured for Wang Luo and Qin Yu to leave promptly. Qin Yu glanced up at Wang Luo, his gaze devoid of curiosity, akin to that of a marionette, merely numb. Wang Luo was unceremonious, beckoning, "Let us go." Qin Yu obediently trailed behind. Upon exiting the building, Wang Luo halted. "You can find your way home, right? I have matters to attend to here, so I want to be seeing you off." Qin Yu nodded, forcing a smile that struggled to mask the bitterness etched on his face as he murmured, "Thank you." Just as Wang Luo was about to wave goodbye, his brow furrowed suddenly. The sincerity in Qin Yu's expression, though appearing to waver between a smile and tears, managed to dissipate some of the previously accumulated sorrow. It was then that Wang Luo perceived something amiss in his countenance. "You, of all people, ought not to bear such a grim demeanor." Qin Yu was taken aback, shrinking slightly in confusion. Seizing the moment, Wang Luo scrutinized the elderly man with renewed intensity. The suffering he bore was undoubtedly real. The marks of hardship were unmistakable. Yet, on the other hand, he should not be so tormented. His visage seemed more aligned with that of a fortunate individual. Of course, facial features do not dictate fate, and Wang Luo's knowledge of physiognomy was merely superficial, but the disparity between Qin Yu's appearance and his actual life was too stark. More absurd than that of Shi Yu, who bore the burdens of an indebted girl at 18 to thus. Wang Luo was certain he could not be mistaken. However, before he could examine further, an exceedingly jarring commotion erupted nearby. "Damn it, old Qin, why aren't you at your post? What are you loitering around for?" Wang Luo turned to see a portly, blonde-haired man striding toward him with a menacing air, his ample flesh jiggling as if waves were rippling across his surface. 3 lackeys followed closely behind, equally brash, exuding an aura of entitlement. Yet, after just a few paces, they were halted by a passerby clad in blue. "What do you lot think this place is? Making a racket so early in the morning, strutting about as if you own the street. Are you looking to end up in jail?" The portly man's bravado crumbled instantly, and he began to nod and bow apologetically. Yes, we will be more mindful." "We will." The blue-clad individual's anger somewhat subsided as he glanced at the portly man's golden hair and blue eyes, rebuking. "Zhang Fatty, you look like neither man nor ghost. Be careful lest your father breaks your legs." Initially, Zhang's head nearly drooped to his chest, but he suddenly lifted it, proclaiming, "This is a trend. Recently, it has become all the rage in Taisu to flaunt golden hair and blue eyes. Stop with the Taisu nonsense. Your father's factory has been waiting for you to inherit it. That's why I came here to check in early, only to find the gatekeeper slacking off. Your family's factory is at the east end of Stone Street. What business do you have here? Forget it. I'm not in the mood to argue with you. I have work to do. Remember to behave and don't embarrass your father." Once the blue-clad man left, Zhang Fatty exhaled in relief, his drooping golden locks perking up again, and his sharp eyes scanned his lackeys. who immediately stood straighter, eyes fixed ahead at that moment. Zhang Fatty's intimidation faltered, and he merely shot a glare at Qin before swaggering into a nearby opulent shop. Wang Luo, feeling curious, inquired, "What does that shop do?" However, Qin did not respond. Instead, he shrank back, murmuring, I need to go to work now." Wang Luo turned back to ask, "You just picked up a night shift and were dragged to Qingping Sea. Aren't you going to rest a bit?" Qin Yu again forced a twisted smile. No need. I'll take my leave now." Observing the old man's hunched and faltering figure, Wang Luo felt an increasing sense of dissonance. Nonetheless, just as Qin Yu had work awaiting him, Wang Luo too had pressing matters. He still needed to expedite the procurement of his Jianmu seed. After reporting to the woman in white with ease, Wang Luo received some rather unfortunate news. Today's shift is still being handled by Senior Xia Shuang. I just submitted a request for expediting, but they are completely unresponsive. Wang Luo frowned, casting his gaze toward the wall behind the woman in white, where the work regulations of Qingping Sea were emblazoned, proclaiming loyalty and service to the people in shining letters. So, because of his bias against Nanxiang, he openly violates the work regulations and tramples on others' rights. Yet such a person can still serve normally at Qingping Sea. The woman in white initially hesitated to elaborate, but upon noticing the muscles in Wang Luo's arms, she quietly explained, "Senior Xia Shuang is an elite from a reputable academy, though he has offended the upper echelons and cannot be promoted. Once assigned to this small Bailu, he doesn't intentionally cause trouble. He merely engages in passive neglect. Unfortunately, we have no means to deal with him. Luckily, there's a rotation system. In a few days, he'll be replaced and everything will be resolved swiftly. Rest assured, while Xia Shuang often creates difficulties for others, he wouldn't extend his work hours out of spite." Although the woman in white was sincerely trying to console him, Wang Luo found the situation increasingly absurd. Was Xia Shuang some kind of natural disaster? Must he wait for the calamity to pass before enjoying his rightful entitlements? Yet, considering that his current application for the status of a wandering guest from Nanxiang was almost entirely fabricated, he could hardly claim the moral high ground. So Wang Luo decided to let it go for the time being. "All right, I'll just wait a bit." Just as he turned around, he spotted a familiar face. An elderly man clad in a white shirt and gray vest was warmly waving at him. "Kong Zhang, you're here to take care of business too?" The elderly man smiled. "I only completed half the formalities yesterday, so I came today for the rest. What about you?" "Xia Shuang's shift isn't ended yet." Wang Luo replied, "It's still him, so the Jianmu seed remains unavailable. No need to rush. The turnover of the tree planters at Qingping Sea is rather slow, and Xia Shuang has been in a foul mood lately, likely extending his shift out of spite towards people like you from Nanxiang that if luck is against you, it could take a month to process." Wang Luo asked, "What if luck is on my side?" Kong Zhang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Luck on your side? Then you might hope for Xia Shuang to make a mistake in his duties, become obsessed, and have to take a sick leave. In that case, Qingping Sea would have to expedite the next tree planter's arrival." Just as he finished speaking, a young woman in white hurried down from the second floor, whispering urgently to a senior attendant in blue. The attendant's expression changed, prompting him to fetch the work manual and jot down the latest instructions. Moments later, all the white-clad receptionists received the directive. Their expressions varied. Among them, the woman Wang Luo was most familiar with hesitated for a moment before discreetly waving him over. "I just received news that Senior Xia Shuang, for some unknown reason, has made a mistake in his duties and is now experiencing a crack in his Dao heart. The tree planter who is to take over is already here, and I have requested expedited processing for you. Soon, you will be able to collect your Jianmu seed." Witnessing the entire exchange, Kong Zhang could only stare in astonishment. What kind of luck is this? No, is this truly luck? You aren't some undercover inspector from the Golden Deer Hall, are you? Wang Luo chuckled. "All right, let us just call it luck. But if you possess such good fortune, why bother working for others? Any casino in the world would be your private bank. My senior sister doesn't allow me to gamble. Such good upbringing." Chapter 21. Every bald head may conceal a hidden master. Wang Luo. With his commendable upbringing, smoothly obtained his Jinmu seed. The process was remarkably straightforward, waiting for his number, ascending to the second floor, greeting the tree planter on duty, and upon confirming his identity, extending his hand. The tree planter would then connect with the laws of the universe, and a seed, as translucent as jade, would descend from the void and merge into his bloodstream along his arm. The entire procedure took no longer than 15 minutes. Especially considering that the newly appointed tree planter was amicable and talkative, engaging Wang Luo in conversation about anecdotes from Nanxiang for about 10 minutes, thus reducing the effective time spent to less than 5 minutes. Possessing the complete Jinmu seed signified that Wang Luo had become a recognized citizen blessed by the laws of the universe, a wandering guest from Nanxiang embraced by the civilized world. According to the tree planter, in this era, the identity of a wandering guest from Nanxiang often proved more advantageous than that of local Nanxiang residents in terms of education and employment. Of course, regarding specific employment situations, I'm not an expert and can't provide precise information. Therefore, I recommend you visit the Taisu Zhaodang and seek out the Rongqing Foreign Division. They will promptly update various job postings, which is quite suitable for a promising young individual like you who has just arrived in Rongqing to establish a foothold. However, since you have only just obtained the Jinmu seed, you likely have not registered in Taisu yet. Temporary visitors must have a formal Taisu traveler accompany them to cross the Taiyin River. So, you will need to head to the Taisu station first to complete your registration. In Rongqing, there exists an abundance of such small establishments. The most recent one is the second shop to the left at the T-junction opposite this quaint white building. Typically, they also sell the elusive Li Shun San, so feel free to make your purchases according to your budget. The suggestion made by the plant expert, who firmly believed in Wang Luo's local identity, was both thoughtful and meticulous. Wang Luo expressed his gratitude sincerely and departed from the small white building. Following the expert's guidance, he soon spotted a flamboyant shop on the left side of the intersection, which struck him as somewhat familiar. Not long ago, the rotund blonde named Zhang had swaggered in with his 3 lackeys, exuding an air of triumph. Presently, he could hear Zhang's self-satisfied laughter resonating from within the shop. "Ha! The Qizhu Wushan is mine. Prepare to be utterly annihilated in the next gang war. Ha!" Immediately following was a voice filled with indignation and fury. "Zhang Fatty, have you no shame? We were the first to reserve that card." The voice was unmistakably familiar, causing Wang Luo's ears to perk up. Zhang Dun. Meanwhile, Zhang's laughter continued unabated as his lackeys seethed with anger behind him. "Is Zhang Fatty what you call him?" Zhang Dun retorted angrily. "I also bear the surname Zhang. Why shouldn't I call him Zhang Fatty? You, a pauper, are fit to bear the Zhang name? Damn it!" Upon arriving at the shop, Wang Luo beheld a chaotic scene filled with foul language. On one side stood Zhang Fatty and his 3 henchmen, while on the other were Zhang Dun and 2 of his impoverished companions that a few scattered customers leaned against the counter, watching the spectacle unfold with apparent indifference. Upon noticing Wang Luo's entrance, Zhang Dun's face lit up with surprise. "Brother Wang, you're here? When did I become your brother?" Before Wang Luo could voice his question, he saw Zhang Dun raise a finger, pointing it at Zhang Fatty's nose with palpable defiance, declaring, "Zhang Fuhong, this is your end." Zhang Fatty was momentarily taken aback, glancing from Wang Luo to Zhang Dun, and then sneered, "My end? What do you mean? Have you found another seller for the Qizhu Wushan?" He then shifted from amusement to wariness. "Wait, you're not planning to buy the Jining Dadi, are you?" One of his lackeys quickly interjected, "Zhang Guo. A single card of Jining Dadi costs at least hundreds of thousands of lingye, and it's hard to come by. How could those impoverished souls possibly afford it? They're already on the verge of financial ruin just to acquire a few thousand lingye for the Qizhu Wushan." At this revelation, Zhang Fatty's surprise morphed into delight. "That's true. Even I can't buy the Jining Dadi. Why should these beggars think they can? Ha ha. They treat a single Qizhu Wushan like a treasure, even needing to raise funds and take loans. What are they even doing playing Fei and Lu when they're so broke? To be frank, I don't even need a Qizhu Wushan in the upcoming gang war. Whether I have that character card or not, I could crush you effortlessly. That I came specifically to intercept your purchase, to help you abandon your futile struggle sooner rather than later, so you don't waste your money on something you can't afford." With that, Zhang Fatty departed, laughter echoing behind him. Zhang Dun and his companions gritted their teeth, seething in impotent rage. Once Zhang Fatty's figure faded from view, Zhang Dun approached Wang Luo, his expression earnest. "Brother Wang, this time, I implore you to assist us. I am willing to lend a helping hand, but you must first elucidate the situation." Zhang Dun promptly explained, "Brother Wang, didn't we mention last night that we were going to engage in a gang war in Fiyuanlu? Our opponent is that insufferable fatso. His father is the big boss of Shiji, rolling in money. The meat factory at the eastern end of Shiji is owned by him, but he constantly bullies us with his wealth. This time, we have found a seller willing to part with the Chiju Wushin card, but somehow he got wind of it and rushed here to buy it at an inflated price." Wang Luo nodded in understanding. "So, you want me to help denounce the unscrupulous seller?" That might not be necessary. While the seller's actions are indeed unscrupulous, the reality is that there are no strict rules governing the trade of such character cards. The highest bidder prevails. And it's not their fault we can't afford that much. Unfortunately, I am also out of money. You'll have to look elsewhere." Zhang Dun exclaimed in desperation. "But Brother Wang, aren't you supposed to draw cards with guaranteed results? Although the Chiju Wushin is highly sought after, it's merely a common card among the many. With your luck, you could easily draw a rare Jining Dadi or even a Blood Demon 13. And we could turn the tide in the gang war." Before Wang Luo could respond, a cold laugh resonated from outside. "Heh, turn the tide. Even if you manage to turn the tide, what then? Winning against Zhang Fatty in the Tai Su Scroll 1T make you wealthier than him?" Zhang Dun was taken aback, turning in confusion to see a man in a white shirt and black trousers, around 30 years old, exuding an air of cultured arrogance and displeasure. Behind him, one of Zhang Dun's impoverished companions suddenly flushed with anger. "Brother, what are you doing here? This doesn't concern you." "How can it not concern me? The 1,000 linye you borrowed was lent by me. After all, that I was curious about your sudden need for money. So I followed you here, only to discover it was for a mere reputation in the Tai Su Scroll. Whether it's about reputation or not, it's still our affair. I am your brother. Your matters are my concerns." The man retorted sternly, then continued in a low voice. "I want to indulge in platitudes about being an elder brother. Let us get straight to the point. What benefit is there in squabbling with that Zhang Fatty? Winning against him in the scroll doesn't earn you a single linye, does it? In fact, you're merely digging deeper into debt to secure a win. A powerful character card is nothing more than pocket change for him. Yet for you, if you borrow 1,000 linye from me, how long will it take you to repay it? Even if you win this time, what about next time? The more resources you invest, the greater your loss when you inevitably fail." After this reasoning, not only did his brother fall silent, but even Zhang Dun and another friend who played Fiyuanlu appeared visibly shaken, as though their resolve was crumbling. Seeing this, the man in white smiled with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "There's an old saying. Pursuing trivial pleasures leads to the loss of ambition. Though the Tai Su Scroll is vibrant and alluring, it is also a great detractor of one's spirit that we are all still in our youth. We must not lead ourselves astray." He then turned to the shopkeeper, speaking earnestly. "Shopkeeper, I understand that managing a Tai Su business is your livelihood. However, I must assert that even within the realm of survival, there exists a hierarchy, and earning money can indeed be done with dignity. Facilitating trade for the Tai Su Scroll is hardly dignified." The shopkeeper, taken aback by the statement, sighed deeply after a prolonged silence. "I, an uninvolved bystander, am truly caught in the crossfire. Very well, if you wish to draw me into this, I shall share a few words of my own." With that, the shopkeeper rubbed his bald head, making it glisten even more, causing the man in white to squint slightly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Luo Xiao, the proprietor of this humble Tai Su establishment. May I inquire your name?" The man in white narrowed his eyes and replied with an air of superiority. "No need for formalities, Gu Fan, senior clerk at Xinglan Real Estate." Luo Xiao chuckled upon hearing this. Xinglan Real Estate. Now that's a significant enterprise. To hold such a position there truly places you above many in Shiji. No wonder your words are so lofty. Alas, it's merely a case of why not eat meat porridge. Gu Fan remained unfazed. "I welcome your teachings." Luo Xiao continued. What you just stated was all lofty rhetoric. Indeed, growing stronger in the Tai Su does not affect reality. Regardless of the outcome of the gang war, Zhang Fuhong will remain a well-known rich second generation in Shiji, while Zhang Dun and his companions are merely daily wage workers. But if these daily wage workers abandoned the Tai Su scroll, or even if they devoted the time spent on the scroll to work and strive, could they then surpass Zhang Fuhong in wealth? Zhang Dun, hearing this, smiled wryly. I earn the most among us three, 600 a day. At the month's end, it's around 12 or 13,000. At this, Gu Fan displayed clear astonishment and wavering resolve. But even if I toiled for 10 years without eating or drinking, it wouldn't compare to the red envelope Zhang Fatty receives for a single birthday, the shopkeeper added. After all, Zhang Fatty's father, Zhang Yu, is the undisputed richest man in Shiji. However, when considering the entire Rongqing, Zhang Yu likely doesn't even rank within the top 20. In Zhuang, he wouldn't even make the top 100 compared to those truly wealthy individuals. Zhang Yu is merely a small fish. And we, what are we but the lowliest of ants? Not only in terms of wealth, but also in status, cultivation, and ability, we are akin to mere insects. While Zhang Fuhong may be a useless student at Meng Academy, his father donated 5 million lingye to the Rongqing Academy, enabling his son to enter the outer academy and pursue deeper cultivation. That in the past, we would have to respectfully address that golden-haired, blue-eyed fatso as Zhang Zhenren. Moreover, there are countless other affluent heirs even more extravagant than Zhang Fuhong. To them, the entire Shiji is nothing but a heap of garbage. No matter how hard the people of Shiji work, cultivate, or live, they will always remain as ants. They can't even aspire to compete with them, let alone hope to look up to them. Yet, within the Tai Su scroll, we can compete, even have a chance to win. Thus, for the sake of victory, even if it's merely an illusory triumph, what does it matter to spend a little money? This money can secure us a relatively fair opportunity to compete, which is already an incredible value. Moreover, every penny we spend is earned through our labor. It symbolizes our effort in contributing to this world. Indeed, even if Zhang Dun and his group were to fortuitously triumph in this gang war, in the future, Zhang Fuhong will undoubtedly have the means to reclaim victory through financial might. Yet if we were to win even once, if only that solitary occasion, it would be a momentous miracle, forever etched in the memories of us humble individuals. Of course, as a small proprietor managing the Tai Su Pavilion, the majority of my income derives from products related to the Tai Su scroll. Thus, my words may seem self-serving, as if I am safeguarding my livelihood. However, the very reason I established this modest shop was rooted in a profound dream that I envision a world, even within the virtual realms of Tai Su, where fairness prevails. After delivering this impassioned speech, the bald proprietor was the first to receive applause from Wang Luo. It was nothing short of extraordinary, in truth, while Wang Luo did not entirely concur with Luo Zhao's viewpoint. He recalled the frequent admonitions from his master, Song Yijing, during their time on Ling Mountain. As a member of Ling Mountain, one must never disdain the fervor of others, in the words of his senior sister. Do not exude such paternalistic superiority. It is rather distasteful. The impact and persuasiveness of Luo Zhao's address stood in stark contrast to the condescending remarks of the privileged, igniting passion and fervor not only in Wang Luo, but also in Zhang Dun and the others, who were filled with an overwhelming desire to pound their chests and howl at the heavens. Meanwhile, Gu Fan's countenance oscillated between shades of green and red, wishing to retort but finding himself at a loss for words, ultimately retreating with a scathing remark. A rotten wood cannot be carved. With his mission accomplished, Luo Xiao returned to his place behind the counter, sipping a cup of hot tea while consuming the departure spirit, drifting into the realm of Tai Su. Zhang Dun, panting heavily, approached Wang Luo earnestly, stating, Brother Wang, I know that someone as capable as you would likely find the ethereal elements of the Tai Su scroll beneath your notice. But I truly beseech you, assist us. This gang war is not merely about pride. It is about safeguarding our most cherished home. It is the establishment that we, a band of brothers, have toiled over for 2 years. Yet, Zhang Fuhong covets our spiritual veins and threatens to wage war, declaring that upon victory, he will raze all our structures to the ground. Therefore, we absolutely cannot afford to lose this battle. We cannot. Wang Luo paused for a moment in contemplation before responding. I can offer my assistance. Zhang Dun was taken aback, then erupted with joy. Really? Brother Wang? You. However, my senior sister has previously advised me against entering gambling establishments, so I cannot assist with the card drawing. Zhang Dun quickly interjected. I understand that fortune comes at a cost, so I will not allow you to exert yourself in vain. Our guild has saved 5,000 spiritual leaves to purchase the Qizhu Wushan, and all of it is yours, as long as you can help us draw Jinying Dadi. At this moment, Luo Xiao, intrigued, set down his teacup and inquired, What are you discussing? Zhang Dun immediately animatedly recounted Wang Luo's remarkable achievement of drawing 4 gold cards out of 4 during a session of Yuling, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the patrons in the shop. That an unrelated onlooker furrowed his brow for a while before shaking his head and retorting, What kind of fantastical tale is this? Have you been drinking and lost your senses? Luo Xiao, equally perplexed, remarked, How could such a thing be possible? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Dun was instantly displeased. You ignorant fools, soon you will be kneeling and calling him God Wang. However, Wang Luo was disinterested in such veneration. I have stated before, I do not gamble. Zhang Dun felt a pang of frustration, at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Luo Xiao, however, became intrigued, stating, Brother, you are mistaken. The card drawing in the Tai Su scroll cannot be classified as gambling. The only similarities are the investment of real currency and the randomness of outcomes, with participants having profit expectations. But if we were to categorize the Tai Su scroll as gambling based solely on that definition, then the military actions of the Nanshang Dinghuang Brigade against the wild beasts, which also involve substantial financial investment with significant uncertainty and potential rewards, would likewise be considered gambling. Are we to label those brave souls as participants in organized gambling? Wang Luo furrowed his brow. You are merely conflating concepts. Luo Xiao replied, Strictly speaking, it is not I who is conflating concepts, but rather our esteemed Jinglu Pavilion and the overarching laws that are doing so. Look at this. As he spoke, the bald proprietor retrieved a thick tome from behind the counter, explaining, This is a compilation of regulations jointly issued by the departments of the Jinglu Pavilion, the Commerce Department, the Taisu Bureau, and the Qingping Bureau, detailing various laws and regulations regarding commerce, clarifying which industries are classified as gambling and which are not. The Tai Su scroll is unequivocally not considered gambling. Wang Luo, curiosity piqued, began to peruse the tome, discovering that the intricate legal text indeed made a clear distinction between traditional gambling and the card drawing activities within the Tai Su scroll. It was established that as long as the virtual items within the Tai Su scroll could not be directly exchanged for real currency through the operations of the Scroll-S workshop, then any resources invested by the Tai Su practitioners would merely constitute consumer behavior. As for virtual friends engaging in card trading in reality for real currency, it simply indicated a robust commercial atmosphere and thriving economic exchanges within the realm of Zhulang. Luo Xiao continued, In fact, if we were to apply a stringent definition, even lotteries could be considered gambling, but Wang Luo waved his hand. I will not engage in lotteries, but I understand your point. Strictly speaking, the Tai Su scroll should not be classified as gambling. Thus my senior sister's prohibition does not apply. Zhang Dun immediately resembled a pet dog anticipating a meal, rushing forward with gleaming eyes. Then Brother Wang. Regarding the card drawing, Wang Luo added, But I must clarify in advance, my good fortune is not omnipotent. It cannot conjure something from nothing. For instance, if the merchant has not placed the prize in the pool, I certainly cannot produce it out of thin air. Zhang Dun nodded vigorously. Understood, it just means we cannot guard against deceit in the card pool, but that is of little concern, as the workshop operating the Feiyuan record is the largest in Zhulang. And it possesses a degree of credibility that if they say something exists in the card pool, it surely does. Wang Luo continued, Moreover, the nature of luck is the transfer of resources. If some are fortunate, others must inevitably experience misfortune. That I observe that the probabilities in the Tai Su scroll's card pool are generally fixed. Thus, if I draw more grand prizes, it necessarily implies that fewer are available for others. And such predatory behavior will inevitably provoke backlash. Zhang Dun's excitement slightly waned. So, after drawing 3 gold cards in 10 attempts, I might very well be crippled the next day. Wang Luo pondered before replying. To explain it in detail would be quite complex. So, you may interpret it that way. Zhang Dun then turned to his 2 companions, and the 3 exchanged resolute glances. Brother Wang, we are not afraid of disability. Please help us draw the Zhening Dadi. At this moment, Luo Zhao's interest peaked, urging, considering these individuals' consistent luck in playing Feiyuan record, along with their experiences of being trampled by wealthy players, securing a Zhening Dadi for them is not unreasonable, provided you can truly draw it. Chapter 22, So Why is Shuriyue so impoverished? Wang Luo's good fortune had been a source of astonishment since the Ling Mountain era. Yet, luck remained merely luck. It was not an omnipotent law of causation, and thus he occasionally found himself unable to pick up money or draw grand prizes. Moreover, fortune always exacts a price, which is why Wang Luo often needed to deliberately restrain his own luck. However, within the Tai Su scroll, his fortune seemed to have received some unseen, supreme force's blessing, allowing it to run rampant. For instance, at this very moment, oh my goodness, it really appeared. Zhening Dadi, the living Zhening Dadi. I can't believe it, this card pool truly contains the Zhening Dadi. In an expansive grassland, a 10-meter-tall giant slowly materialized within a sacrificial altar adorned with flowers and fruits, clad in obsidian armor and wielding a demon-slaying crescent blade. Upon his entrance, he radiated an aura that seemed to devour light, leaving all present in a daze, rendered speechless. Zhang Dun, overjoyed, immediately knelt on the ground and fervently bowed to Wang Luo. Brother Wang, from this day forth, you are my dear father. Wang Luo furrowed his brow and shifted to the side. Yet, more people drew near, incessantly kneeling in reverence. Father Wang, dear father, please accept me as your filial son. Please, Father Wang, grant us another draw. And mother. Wang Luo promptly extricated himself from the Tai Su realm, returning to reality. Free from this unsolicited worship, Zhang Dun hurried over. I apologize. Everyone is just overly excited after such a long drought. With the Zhening Dadi, Zhang Fatty can buy as many Qizhu Wuxian as he wants. In any case, thank you, Brother Wang, for your generosity. Here are the 5,000 spiritual leaves we agreed upon. Frankly, this amount is certainly insufficient that a Zhening Dadi can fetch at least several 100,000 on the market. And we, Wang Luo countered, will you sell it? Zhang Dun was momentarily taken aback. Of course not. Then it is not worth several 100,000, Wang Luo replied, accepting the emerald bamboo from Zhang Dun's hands. Zhang Dun was astonished, then overwhelmed with gratitude. Observing the entire scene, Luo Zhao's expression grew serious. Brother Wang, I have a question to ask. Please, go ahead. You are truly not a certain law enforcer from the Tai Su Bureau. Visiting incognito, are you? Luo Zhao inquired. I have managed this Tai Su shop for 20 years, facilitating countless transactions through my intermediary platform, perhaps tens of thousands. Throughout this time, I have witnessed the rise and fall of numerous Tai Su scrolls, and I have indeed encountered countless strange and wondrous events. However, it is indeed the first time I have encountered someone as outrageous as you. Wang Luo inquired. Have you never met the living true Shadow Emperor? Luo Zhao replied. I have seen him, purchased his card, and even sold it. Although the true Shadow Emperor is the pinnacle of the martial general character cards in the Feiyuan record, he can ultimately be drawn from the card pool based on luck, albeit with an exceedingly low probability. Furthermore, there are limits to the number of draws each virtual friend can make, which is why he is considered a rare commodity to as someone who operates a part-time intermediary platform. How could I not have encountered him? However, I have never heard of anyone claiming that they could simply draw the true Shadow Emperor like you. He then leaned over the counter, earnestly asking, is it truly just luck? Wang Luo responded, or you could consider me a master of divination from the Taishu division. Luo Zhao withdrew, stating, if it is indeed luck, have you considered making the most of it? For example, no, Wang Luo replied decisively. Unwilling to concede, Luo Zhao pressed on. This is not an illicit trade. I operate a part-time platform for trading Taishu scroll items that if you draw rare cards from the scroll, I can sell them on your behalf for a mere 5% profit. With your luck and the current physical market for Taishu items, one could conservatively estimate earnings of several million in a month. If I merely wish to make money, I could buy a lottery ticket. Did you not say that does not count as gambling? Luo Xiao was taken aback, shaking his head with a sigh. That is indeed a valid point. If one seeks wealth, there are certainly more convenient avenues. So, how about a dedicated drawing service? This time, curiosity piqued Wang Luo's interest. What is a dedicated drawing service? It is a service specifically for drawing cards on behalf of others. For instance, the recently popular Yuling and the reissued card pool of the Crane Immortal. But the card drop rate is only 1 in 1,000. The average expectation is that it takes 20,000 spirit stones to obtain one card. And if one is particularly unlucky, it could require 40 or 50,000 spirit stones just to guarantee a draw at such a moment. If someone were to say, "Give me 25,000 spirit stones, and I assure you will draw a card," what do you think would happen? Wang Luo pondered briefly and replied, "The expectation would be a loss, but it could effectively mitigate risk. Many would likely choose that route." Luo Xiao remarked, "You grasp this quickly. Brother, the essence of a drawing service is akin to purchasing insurance. With the development of the Qinglu industry, many practitioners have engaged in loss-leading draw services to attract more viewers, even incurring losses for publicity. Additionally, some highly popular practitioners collaborate with workshops to secure discounted card draw prices. Of course, beyond card drawing, any business related to probability, such as equipment enhancement or item drops in the scroll, can be extrapolated in a similar manner. In summary, that's essentially what a dedicated drawing service entails." Wang Luo pondered for a moment and asked, "But compared to ordinary drawing services, my cost advantage is virtually limitless. How does this differ from bulk card trading?" Luo Xiao replied, "The difference lies in your ability to select clients, choosing those you deem worthy of assistance." This left Wang Luo momentarily stunned. Luo Xiao added, "I understand your reluctance to profit from good fortune, but you could use it to help others. Those unfortunate souls who are unable to experience the joy they deserve in the Taishu scroll. Like Fang Qingqing and Zhang Diyuan. Tio put it grandly, you would be acting in accordance with the heavens. That should be a righteous application of good fortune, no?" Wang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Luo Xiao's interpretation of good fortune was somewhat skewed. Whether it be for the sake of righteousness or altruism, the underlying motive was too strong and essentially indistinguishable from a desire for profit. The only true application of good fortune was this: to cast aside all meticulous calculations and act on impulse. That if one felt inclined to draw, then they should draw. That if one found someone agreeable, then they should assist them, with the exception of what the senior sister had expressly forbidden. Everything else should be done at will. Thus, Luo Xiao's proposal did indeed possess a degree of feasibility. If he could choose his clients freely and meet like-minded and intriguing virtual friends, he would not mind sharing a portion of his good fortune. Sensing Wang Luo's growing interest, Luo Xiao quickly added, "I can help you with initial client screening. The decision to accept orders will ultimately be yours. I will handle the remaining operational matters of the service, including tax payments and account maintenance. As for the profits, we could split them 80-20, with me taking 20% of the net profit. How about that?" This swift and seamless exchange left Zhang Dun and the others dumbfounded. Then gradually dawned on them why Luo Xiao's seemingly inconspicuous Taishu establishment had stood firm on Shiji for 20 years without faltering. Wang Luo smiled, approached to examine the contract closely, and after scrutinizing Luo Xiao, confirmed the sincerity of the offer before signing his name, that he had no particular desire for profit, and Luo Xiao's contract seemed fair. So there was no need to waste time quibbling over details. Once his name was affixed, the freshly sprouted seed of the Jinmu tree within him quivered gently, exuding a cool essence that entwined with the contract. And upon Luo Xiao also signing his name, the contract paper radiated a faint glow, gradually vanishing into the void, absorbed by an invisible force emanating from the heavens. "All right, the contract is now in effect. From this moment on, we are business partners." Luo Xiao beamed with an open smile. "And I just happen to have an excellent order for you. I kindly ask you to consider it." As he spoke, he presented a trading tag, upon which the applicant's name boldly featured his own. Actually, I also play the Fei Yuan record, so I intend to enlist your help to secure a Qizhu Wuxin card for 3,000 spirit leaves. Ah, I hope you don't mind my use of public resources to seek an internal price. Wang Luo chuckled, finding the bald boss's business acumen truly adept that he might not genuinely need an internal price. Nor even the Qizhu Wuxin card, but evidently, he required another opportunity to see things for himself, along with a baseline price acceptable to both parties. 3,000 spirit leaves for the Qizhu Wuxin card was the price Luo Xiao proposed. And it was also a price Wang Luo was pleased to accept. Upon leaving the Fei Yuan record once more, Wang Luo found himself with over 2,000 spirit leaves in hand. While he could not continue the miraculous streak of drawing as he had before, acquiring the Qizhu Wuxin card within a mere few dozen attempts was still an eye-opening experience, enough to thrill even the seasoned Luo Xiao, who inadvertently let slip half a word of praise. This served as indirect proof of his genuine commitment as a virtual friend. Otherwise, he would not have expressed such excitement. Earning nearly 10,000 in a day could be considered windfall. But it was merely that a windfall that on one hand, the Fei Yuan record did not count these 2,000 spirit leaves as assets from Ling Mountain. On the other, Wang Luo had no intention of treating the drawing service as a stable career. Wealth should still be pursued through diligent labor. So now let us commence with the formalities, Wang Luo stated, causing Luo Xiao to pause. What formalities? Please assist me in registering for Taishu, and also let me know where the Taishu Zhaotong's business division is located. I'm looking to find some part-time work, akin to Bai Chung Tong, with favorable treatment. The bald boss's expression instantly contorted in disbelief that is there truly any part-time job that offers better treatment than a drawing service or card trading. You just earned nearly 8,000 spirit leaves in less than half an hour, and now you tell me you want to go deliver goods for Bai Chung Tong? Wang Luo could clearly discern Luo Zhao's unspoken thoughts and was unperturbed, simply asking, "This place should be able to handle the registration, right?" Of course it can. In reality, the trading of scroll items was merely a side business for this Taishu establishment. Luo Zhao's main operations consisted of two facets. One was assisting customers with Taishu registration and providing simple guidance for Taishu travel. The other was selling the Taishu division's designated brand of Li Sen San at the prices set by the Taishu division. It was evident that this was not a lucrative enterprise, but only by accepting this unprofitable endeavor could he engage in the more profitable trading of Taishu scroll items on the side. Now that Luo Zhao's business was flourishing, he had not forgotten his roots. He personally handled Wang Luo's comprehensive Taishu registration process without delegating to staff, guiding him through the various official halls. When it came to the matter of part-time work, he offered his sincere suggestion. I am currently in need of an assistant, and I believe you would be a perfect fit. How about a daily wage of 1,000? No, 1,500. How does that sound? Meanwhile, the current assistant behind the counter displayed a look of terror, confusion, and helplessness. Wang Luo naturally declined the boss's enthusiastic invitation, but he sensed that if he were to accept this position, the boss would inevitably look to hire his own father in the future. Chapter 23. The situation was evidently no longer as simple as repaying a debt. Upon leaving the Taishu establishment, it was just in time for lunch. Following the recommendation of the bald boss Luo Xiao, Wang Luo ordered a portion of sauce stir-fried diced meat, a serving of braised chicken feet, a plate of fluffy chicken slices, a smoked chicken, and a cold dish of crispy celery, along with 2 barrels of spirit rice wine and a bowl of stir-fried noodles, costing nearly 500 spirit leaves, a rare indulgence on Shiji. Perfectly suited to reward the hard-working Shuriyue and Zhao Xiong. Alas, it was even more fitting for Wang Luo, who had a hearty appetite. After a satisfying meal, upon returning to the Shi residence, Wang Luo was met with a heavy atmosphere before even stepping through the door, as if some malevolent entity had intruded upon the courtyard. Yet in broad daylight, with an ancient lineage guardian tree present in the Shi residence, how could any evil be allowed inside? Curiosity piqued, Wang Luo stepped inside. And before he could even set foot down, he heard Shi Yu's furious voice. I have said it before, Shi Xiuxing has nothing to do with me. The debts he owes are his own concern. Do not come to disturb me. A mocking voice responded from the other side. How can you say it has nothing to do with you? He is your father, and it is only just for a son to repay his father's debts. I neither inherited his estate nor guaranteed his debts. Why should I be responsible for repaying them? If we are to speak of justice, It is only right not to lend money to a gambling addict who cannot repay. If you two do not leave, I shall call for Qingyi." At this moment, Wang Luo had just crossed the inner courtyard gate and beheld the housekeeper beneath the tree, where Shiryu stood defiantly confronting two towering, burly men. Clad in black vests and shorts, their exposed muscles exuded a striking visual tension. Yet their demeanor was relaxed and at ease. "You want us to leave? Very well. This is your home, and we shall not linger. However, the area outside the gate is beyond your jurisdiction, is it not? We shall sit right at your doorstep to eat, drink, and relieve ourselves, and we will depart only when we are reimbursed. Indeed, as you venture out to work, we shall follow closely behind you. Wherever you go, we shall accompany you. We shall not engage in illegal activities, but do not expect us to let you live in peace." As they spoke, they strolled out, casting merely a curious glance at Wang Luo, avoiding any trouble, and then settled themselves at the courtyard entrance with a mocking demeanor, as if certain that they would be the victors in this standoff. Inside the courtyard, Shiryu's anger subsided, replaced by a sense of helplessness. Upon seeing Wang Luo, she couldn't help but lower her head. "I apologize for letting the Mountain Lord witness such a spectacle." Wang Luo replied, "There is nothing amusing about it. Your opponents are quite professional, and your loss is not unjust. Thank you for your consolation." Wang Luo continued, "You're welcome. What do you intend to do next?" Shiryu remained silent for a prolonged moment before saying, "We shall delay. We will wait until they deem it unprofitable to stay, and they will naturally leave. As you mentioned, they are a professional debt collection team, and professionals require compensation for their time. Each day they linger at my doorstep equates to a day of loss for them." Wang Luo retorted, "Would a professional team engage in such unprofessional conduct? What else can we do?" Shiryu countered, "Shall the Mountain Lord demonstrate his innate Tao physique to entice them to depart?" Regrettably, those two, despite their muscular appearance, are merely a fade created by injected essence. Their innate talent for body refinement is nearly non-existent, rendering them as blind as bats. Is this truly considered a professional team? They would rather inject essence into their bodies than appear weak. Thus, they certainly qualify as professionals. Before she could finish her statement, the sound of the so-called professional team's jeers echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied not only by verbal insults but also various instruments playing, specifically those suited for funeral music. Shiryu, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "In any case, do you have a solution, Mountain Lord?" Wang Luo nodded. "Leave it to me." With that, he stepped outside and immediately spotted the two muscular men, one playing a suona and the other singing lyrics, while a crowd began to gather nearby. Wang Luo turned back and remarked, "Did you see that? This is what professionalism looks like." Behind the shadow wall, Shiryu covered her head with her hand. "You are right. What should we do next?" The subsequent events unfolded in a manner that surprised Shiryu with its simplicity. Wang Luo approached and swiftly kicked each of the men on their calves, an action so quick that the recipients hardly registered it, casting only wary glances in return. However, mere moments later, the suona player's expression abruptly changed, his breath faltering, causing the instrument to emit a discordant sound, followed by instinctively curling up and clutching his abdomen, which began to emit a low, rumbling noise. The other man, who had been singing, was a moment slower to react, but soon turned pale, his recently initiated melody going awry as he doubled over, grasping his stomach. Wang Luo kindly gestured aside. "The restroom is over there." For modern individuals, the cycle of grains has largely become symbolic. Even a person of minimal cultivation, who barely grasps the basics of education, can digest food with reasonable efficiency, expelling any residuals through methods such as gas release or guiding techniques. However, the food of contemporary society is a highly developed and refined product, combining both nutrition and flavor, which in turn necessitates equally advanced and sophisticated digestion techniques. For instance, the digestive goo worms implanted by the state for all citizens, and the 5-chi formula taught in the first year of compulsory education. Yet, when these methods falter, the consequences are readily imagined. Do these methods ever falter? It is apparent, as evidenced by the public restrooms that populate streets and alleys across nations and towns. Often, even those esteemed as nascent soul masters may experience indigestion and urgency, In extreme cases, such as food poisoning, they might even become involuntary sprayers. Fortunately, Wang Luo's actions were not severe. He merely used a light kick to disrupt the true essence circulation of the two men, allowing them to stagger away before a calamity could occur, racing towards the nearby public restroom. The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle remained blissfully unaware of the near miss with disaster. Still marveling at the scene, in response, Wang Luo cast them a bemused glance. His gaze was so pure that soon the onlookers could no longer sustain their amusement, feeling a chill in their calves and lower abdomens. Some hurriedly explained, "Hey, we're just here to watch the commotion. We're not affiliated with those two." Wang Luo found this quite amusing. If they were not affiliated, then why were they there to witness the spectacle? Was it a peculiar custom of Stone Street to deliberately observe someone else's embarrassment as a gesture of neighborly goodwill? At that moment, an elderly voice echoed from a distance. "We are all locals of Stone Street. Anyone with eyes can see sure U.S. character. To allow a diligent and aspiring young girl to be bullied by outsiders while merely coming to gawk is rather unseemly." As he spoke, the crowd of onlookers parted, revealing an elderly man dressed in a white shirt and gray vest before Wang Luo. "Kunza?" The elder nodded. "I arrived a bit late and allowed you to witness this farce." Typically, the people of Stone Street are united and do not conspire with outsiders to trouble their own. Today presents a rather unique circumstance. "Everyone, the matter has been resolved, so it would be best if you all dispersed." Kong Zhang evidently held considerable respect within Stone Street, and upon hearing his words, the neighbors displayed expressions of shame, as if interrogated by their morals and consciences. They then dispersed at an astonishing speed. However, a middle-aged vagrant nearby remained unconvinced, loudly proclaiming, "Old Kong, we did not intend to make things difficult for the girl, nor did we mean to disrespect you, but Shishioxing borrowed money from many of us." Wang Luo inquired, "Including you?" The middle-aged vagrant hesitated, defiantly retorting, "The neighbors were too embarrassed to speak, so I said it for them. Shishioxing didn't just borrow money from the major lenders. Many of us were deceived by him. Now that Shishioxing has vanished, the house has passed to Shiryu, and she earns a monthly income of over 10,000 spirit leaves from rent. Surely, while the girl works hard, every penny she earns goes primarily to repaying the major lenders. If she truly considered herself a part of Stone Street and regarded the neighbors as kin, why not sell the house first and pay back the neighbors?" Wang Luo nodded in agreement before Kong Zhang could respond. "That is a valid point. So let us do this. Tomorrow morning, anyone who believes that the daughter should repay her father's debts and thinks that Shiryu, who has only recently graduated from her rudimentary education, should sell her only means of livelihood to repay Shishioxing's debts, bring your IOUs here, and I will assist her in settling the debts." The middle-aged vagrant was taken aback. "Who are you to repay Shiryu's debts?" Wang Luo replied, "You may regard me as her new father." The vagrant was stunned. "What the?" Kong Zhang, unable to contain himself any longer, narrowed his eyes from behind thick lenses and said, "Get lost." The vagrant immediately bowed and retreated. I'll leave now. Please don't be angry." "Old man, I was just—" He continued to back away until he vanished from sight. Kong Zhang then turned to the remaining onlookers and stated, "Did you all hear what was just said? Spread the word to the neighbors. Tomorrow morning, those seeking to collect debts should come here." He then looked at Wang Luo, concealing his piercing gaze once more behind his glasses, and whispered, "You handled that well. Shiryu has finally encountered a true benefactor. I must admit I misjudged you, mistaking you for one of the other tenants. However, the debts incurred by Shishioxing in the name of the Shur family are far too extensive. Spirit leaves are merely a trivial part of it, and it will not be easy for Shiryu to restore her family's reputation." After Wang Luo nodded lightly, Kong Zhang added, "Now that you have displayed your capabilities before the crowd and positioned yourself as a close relative of hers, Shiryu will no longer be regarded as a child in need of others' protection, but will stand as the legitimate jewel of Stone Street. Consequently, I can no longer assist her, as my neutrality as the third jewel of Stone Street is imperative." With that, Kong Zhang turned to leave, but Wang Luo stopped him. "Wait, what is this jewel business?" This time, it was Kong Zhang's turn to be surprised. "You don't know? Has Shiryu not mentioned it to you?" It is probably not an easy topic for her to discuss, that if the opportunity arises, you should ask her about it in detail. Chapter 24. Does Shiryu even count as human? After bidding farewell to Kong Zhang, Wang Luo turned and returned to the Shi residence. The maroon courtyard door slowly closed behind him, and the small square outside had resumed its usual tranquility, as if everything that had just transpired was a fleeting dream. However, within the courtyard, Shiryu was already kneeling beside the shadow wall. Mountain Lord, Before she could continue, Wang Luo raised his hand, gently lifting her with his soft, true essence. The mountain guarding families have served Ling Mountain for millennia without the custom of bowing. It is better to stand straight and speak. As Shiryu stood, she instinctively wiped her eyes, then sighed in relief. Thank you, Mountain Lord. The matter of the jewel was not something I intentionally concealed. I understand. Wang Luo had only arrived in Rongqing from Lingshan 2 days prior. As a remnant of a bygone era, there was an overwhelming amount for him to learn and assimilate, and the title of the Jade Lord of Shiji was not an essential piece of knowledge that required immediate attention. For Shiryu, however, the title of Jade Lord bore neither glorious historical significance nor practical value, making her failure to recall it understandable in the moment. Wang Luo's comprehension of her predicament brought her a sense of relief. She pondered briefly before once again leveraging her role as a part-time tour guide. The name Jade Lord of Shiji derived from 3 jade tokens. While the Shiji jade tokens were rooted in the unique history of this street that a millennium ago, when the pioneers of the Dingu Ing era reignited civilization on this wasteland and established Rongqing. They received substantial assistance from the local populace, represented by the Shi family. Thus, it could be asserted that a significant portion of Rongqing was built upon the ruins of the outer mountain gate. Consequently, Rongqing granted the Shi family considerable privileges, specifically autonomy that in the city's nascent days, Shiji was akin to a city within a city, and the Shi family was the de facto sovereign of this realm. Yet 1,000 years later, as the Shi family's fortunes waned, the once vast autonomy that had encompassed nearly half the city had dwindled to cover merely this impoverished enclave, and the concept of autonomy had become nominal under the shadow of the Qingping Bureau's Xiaobai Tower. The remaining power was even divided among 3 individuals who possessed the Jade tokens. Nevertheless, the influence of the Jade Lord of Shiji remained extraordinary for the denizens of the lower strata. The Great Law, the Golden Deer Hall, and even Xiaobai Tower felt distant, and tradition guided their daily conduct, with the Jade Lord serving as its representative. Holding a Jade token did not enhance one's cultivation or amass wealth. Yet it commanded the respect and recognition of the Shiji people, and the rules established by the 3 Jade Lords were laws that the Shiji residents were bound to follow, in simpler terms. The Jade Lord represented a quintessential elder of the clan. Shiryu, as the legitimate and sole heir of the Shi family, happened to possess such a Jade token. However, given her current circumstances, it was evident that she could not exercise the powers of the Jade Lord. And that very token had been forcibly reclaimed from the insane gambler Shi Xiuxing by others on her behalf. Therefore, until she could truly stand on her own, the token held little value for her. Although the Shiji people admired and even respected Shiryu, it was clear that they did not view her as a venerable elder. Shiryu had initially believed it would take considerable time to regain the family prestige squandered by her father and to rightfully possess the Jade token. But Wang Luo's arrival had significantly accelerated this process. Thus, my Lord of the Mountain, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Wang Luo replied, strictly speaking, it is I who should thank you on behalf of Lingshan. The Shi family has remained steadfast during the millennium of Lingshan's decline. Lingshan has owed you all a great deal. By saying that, you only make me feel more embarrassed after the heavenly calamity. The Shi family has, in truth, fared rather well, relying on the remnants of past glory. Furthermore, most of the Shi family members did not intend to uphold loyalty to Lingshan, gradually relocating with their divided inheritance over the course of several centuries. The subsequent decline of the family is, indeed, a result of our own shortcomings, Wang Luo remarked. Generally speaking, when leaders commend their subordinates, a single act of modesty suffices. Anything beyond that may come across as disrespectful. I was in the wrong. After a pause, Shiryu lamented. These years, I have been striving to prove myself. Yet just now, I was rendered powerless by 2 debt collectors. Wang Luo responded, "They are professionals." Sure, you replied, "But my lord of the mountain managed the situation with such ease. Because I am more adept than they are." Wang Luo explained, "There have always been despicable individuals like mud. In every my senior sister took me down the mountain multiple times for travels, and truly nefarious people are exceedingly rare. Rather, individuals like those in your air are ubiquitous. My senior sister always handled those situations with remarkable finesse." At this point, memories and sentiments surged within Wang Luo's mind. His senior sister was indeed an extraordinary person. Her way of navigating the world epitomized the distance from the mundane affairs of human relationships. However, when descending the mountain and encountering the sufferings of mortals, she always managed to display remarkable dexterity, wielding strength when necessary and employing gentleness to overcome rigidity, particularly excelling in punishing the wicked. For those naturally residing at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, the Lingshan people might find little need for the intricacies of human relationships. Yet conversely, for them, the consideration of necessity was also a superfluous concern. Hence, while it was true that some Lingshan individuals were utterly oblivious to the subtleties of human interaction, others merely feigned ignorance. Had it been his senior sister addressing the recent scenario, she would likely have done so even more adeptly and smoothly. Perhaps even coaxing those 2 debt collectors to retreat. Dadaes's thoughts drifted for a moment. He noticed Shiryu had already shifted the topic. My lord of the mountain, before Xiuxing fled, he borrowed over $1 million from the neighbors in Shiji. So if I am to repay the debts by tomorrow morning, I must quickly contact the brokers to sell the property. Wang Luo waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. Tomorrow morning, not many will truly come to demand repayment. There is no need for you to sell the house. Shiryu responded, "Yes, most of the neighbors are kind-hearted and have always looked after me. So indeed, not many may come tomorrow. However, I would prefer not to exploit their goodwill in this manner." After a pause, Shiryu added, "Xiuxing has severed ties with the Shi family, and I shall not assume responsibility for his subsequent debts. However, every piece of spiritual currency borrowed in the name of the Shi family before his departure, I must repay, no matter what." "Your resolve is commendable," Wang Luo nodded, increasingly admiring Shiryu's character. "Yet by doing so, it seems as though I am compelling you to sell your home." Shiryu replied, "No, your words have instead allowed me to release some unnecessary entanglements that, to be honest, with my current rate of earning. Even keeping up with the interest fluctuations at the money house is quite challenging, let alone repaying the neighbors. Moreover, this small courtyard has long had interested buyers, and the offered price is quite decent. But if you sell the house, what will happen to Zhao Xiuwen and the others?" Shiryu said, "I will explain the situation to them, and the buyer has a long-standing relationship with the Shi family. I will plead with him, and I should be able to ensure that Xiuwen and the others can stay for another year or two to as for what follows. I am powerless." Afterward, Shiryu sighed. "I rented the house to Xiuwen, Sister Fan, and Uncle Qin, as I wish to do my utmost to assist those in need. However, one's kindness should not exceed one's capacity. While I owe money to the neighbors, I cannot selfishly assume the role of the benevolent." "Well said." Wang Luo nodded in agreement. This loyal and kind-hearted guardian of the mountain increasingly pleased him. Although lacking in innate talent, her character more than compensated for that I in the past. Wang Luo would have certainly penned a separate letter of recommendation for Shiryu. In history, there were indeed many who were admitted to the mountain on account of their outstanding character, regardless of their innate abilities, as long as one was not excessively lacking with Lingshan's natural resources. One could cultivate a competent Lingshan resident. Alas, now there were no such resources, and Wang Luo's authority as Lord of the Mount had only been partially restored, leaving him unable to formally promote Shiryu. The only course of action left was to address one matter. The debt issue was raised by me, so naturally, I shall resolve it that a sum of around 1 million is manageable within a day. Shiryu blinked, feeling as though her hearing had malfunctioned. Wang Luo then produced a spiritual talisman, sending a message to his recently acquired business partner. "Luo Xiao, I wish to sell several true Shadow Emperor cards for immediate cash. Can you arrange for a transaction today?" Meanwhile, at the Taishu station, Luo Xiao, who was trying out the newly minted Qizhu Wuxin cards, nearly choked on his own saliva. "Brother Wang Luo, Are you selling cards? Or are you processing them in bulk? Did you not mention that your senior sister forbade you from using your good fortune for gambling? Wang Luo replied nonchalantly, provided that I am not short of money when funds are lacking. I merely need to avoid committing heinous acts. Your sect truly exemplifies a flexible adherence to principles. Luo Xiao was left utterly dumbfounded. I have a funding gap of 1 million. Can you arrange it? Of course. But if you are merely looking to raise funds rapidly, selling the true Shadow Emperor cards in bulk may not be wise. The essence of warrior cards lies in their scarcity. Excessive supply can easily disrupt the market dynamics. While Fei Huan Lu is popular, the market is not that extensive. It would be better to seek additional scrolls to diversify the fundraising effort. The more Luo Xiao spoke, the more excited he became. I will take charge of the planning in this regard. As long as your luck remains consistent, I can guarantee that by today, I will have raised the full million. Let me contact the buyers first, and we shall meet at Taishu shortly. After retracting the talisman, Wang Luo was met with a face of astonishment. My lord of the mountain, if I am not mistaken, sure you spoke with some difficulty. You truly can raise 1 million by today? Wang Luo contemplated. If that is insufficient, an additional several 100,000 should not pose a challenge. How is that possible? Sure you was nearly at her wit's end. You just acquired the seed of the Jinmu today, right? What business can yield 1 million in a single day? Even if one were to labor on a construction site under the scorching summer sun, one would barely earn 2,000 spiritual leaves in a day. Through scrolls. The young woman was left utterly perplexed. What do you mean by through scrolls? Observing that this girl had only recently graduated from her elementary studies and was merely 18. It was evident that she was far less attuned to contemporary trends than Wang Luo, an ancient relic of over 1,000 years, that I in response. The antiquated figure could only lament how poverty begets ignorance. In simpler terms, refers to drawing cards on behalf of others within the Taishu scroll. Upon hearing this, Shiryu was not only astonished, but also instinctively filled with a sense of aversion. Taishu scroll? Lord Mountain Master, how did you come into contact with that thing? As she spoke, the girl's expression shifted to one of vigilance. Taishu has deceived many. Shishioshing back then, Lord Mountain Master, you must have been duped. It's not too late to seek out Qingyi now. Just as her words faded, the talisman in Wang Luo's hand began to emit a faint warmth and light, from which a voice burst forth, brimming with excitement. Wang Luo, the buyer has been found. An absolute major client. I showed them the footage of you drawing the true Shadow Emperor for Zhang Zhuan and the others, and they are willing to pay 1,600,000 for a Blood Demon 13, with a direct advance payment of 100,000. Following this, Luo Zhao's voice took on a note of urgency. Brother, I've never encountered such a lucrative client in my 20 years of work. How are you feeling right now? Wang Luo chuckled. Excellent. Great. By the way, I've just transferred the advance payment to you. Remember our agreed split of 28. Be sure to check. Almost simultaneously, a small sword, black and white, sliced through the air and halted before the Sure residence. The hilt then reversed, gently tapping on the courtyard gate. Wang Luo casually opened the door, only to find a piece of emerald bamboo tied beneath the small sword. After accepting the bamboo, the sword soared away once more. This was the fastest delivery service in Rome City, known as 10,000 Swords Returning to Abundance, which outpaced Shiryu's 100 City Express by tenfold, albeit at a tenfold higher cost. The bamboo, delivered with such solemnity, was rich in color and translucent, its value evident even without extracting the spiritual leaves within. Shiryu rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming it was not an illusion, and felt as if her entire worldview was shattering like a fragile bubble. Many scams begin with small, enticing profits, and then Wang Luo then placed a meager profit valued at 80,000 spiritual leaves in a Shiryu's hands. The light bamboo feeling as heavy as a mountain, causing her to lean forward, her arms sinking. The discussion of scams could no longer continue. I understand now. Lord Mountain Master, your capabilities are truly formidable. A debt of 1 million can be resolved in a single day. Alas, this is the disparity between the Mountain Master of Ling Mountain and a fallen guardian. Shiryu managed a strained smile and added, Of course, this debt ultimately belongs to me. It would be unreasonable to expect Lord Mountain Master to repay it. I will do everything in my power to repay you. Wang Luo replied, well, my senior sister once said that long-term debt helps maintain a young person's fighting spirit, so I shall not disturb your endeavors. Duh. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, a sound emerged from Shi Yu's gray pocket. The girl perked up. Work has arrived from 100 City Express. I can earn several hundred spiritual leaves in a single day. Lord Mountain Master, let us discuss this later tonight. With that, she hurried out, striving for both youth and interest. After seeing Shi Yu off, Wang Luo returned to the inner courtyard, standing beneath the butler tree. Lost in thought, something felt amiss, very much so. Given Shi Yu's background, temperament, and luck, how could she have fallen to such a state? In the chaotic old times, it might have been understandable, but in this new era, isn't there a benevolent law to assist? Why is it that such a talented individual does not receive the favor of the law? Are the remnants of the old era not considered human? Chapter 25. The atmosphere from the neighbor. While Wang Luo was pondering beneath the butler tree, the door of the west wing creaked open. Wang Luo turned his gaze in surprise that a slender woman with hair cascading to her waist leaned against the doorframe, cautiously peering out with vigilant eyes. Upon spotting Wang Luo, she was taken aback, fear evident on her face as she withdrew behind the door, closing it halfway, revealing only half of her face. Yet, that half was enough to leave Wang Luo in awe. It could aptly embody the phrase, I see and I pity. In terms of beauty, aside from the idealized virtual images within Taishu, this woman was the most exquisite he had encountered since leaving Ling Mountain for Rong City. Beyond her looks, her cultivation was quite impressive as well. A golden elixir within her abdomen was round and full, her true essence fluctuating lightly yet steadily. Particularly remarkable was her mastery of the primordial spirit, her divine consciousness manifesting tangibly, keenly probing her surroundings without being ostentatious. She was undoubtedly a skilled individual from a formal background. Clearly, this was the Fong Li mentioned previously by Shi Yu and Zhao Xuan, who specialized in the art of writing and painting at the Rong City Academy. Unfortunately, Fong Li did not recognize Wang Luo. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly. I have already called for Qingyi. You should leave quickly, as you are trespassing. Wang Luo was momentarily taken aback, then realized with regret that Fong Li mistook the esteemed mountain master of Ling Mountain for an accomplice of a black-clad group. Considering her other skills were top-notch, but her physical cultivation talent was inferior to that of the black-clad man, it was forgivable. I am Wang Luo, the new tenant, currently residing in the rear guest room. Fong Li was startled and repeatedly apologized. Before asking, have those debt collectors left? They shouldn't return anytime soon. That's wonderful. Fong Li visibly relaxed, then continued. I just reported the incident using a talisman, but the Qingping division has been evasive about sending someone over. I was just fretting about what to do. Wang Luo raised an eyebrow. Is this typical behavior for the Qingyi of Shiji? Fong Li shook her head, then nodded again. I rarely interact with the Qingyi in this area, so I'm not sure if this is their usual conduct. However, logically speaking, once they receive a spiritual talisman notification, they should send someone regardless. Interesting. Then should I file a complaint against them? Fong Li gasped. You want to complain about the Qingyi? Please don't. It would be troublesome if they hold a grudge. Negligence and dereliction of duty, and they still want to hold a grudge. Is there anything more unreasonable than that? But Fong Li wanted to explain, but was at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing with urgency. All right, the complaint was merely a passing thought. You need not be anxious. Please go back and rest. Wang Luo kindly reminded, noting the evident dark circles beneath Fong Li's delicate face. Even with zero talent in physical cultivation, it was quite astonishing for a golden elixir practitioner to bear dark circles, typically indicative of having been excessively drained by a master of the Harmony sect. Yet Fong Li appeared to be untouched by such experiences. Regardless, given her current state, the best choice was to rest. Upon hearing Wang Luo abandon the idea of a complaint, Fong Li sighed in relief and offered a faint smile. Thank you for your reminder. I will make sure to rest. With a soft sigh, she closed her door, clearly intending to engage in activities far removed from relaxation. As a young person of the new era, she exuded an air of ambition that rivaled that of Shi Yu. Wang Luo could only respect, understand, and wish her well, accompanied by a tinge of curiosity. Previously, Shiryu had displayed a strong bias against Taishu, particularly the Taishu scroll. How then did she come to take in Fong Li, who worked in a scroll workshop? Was it possible that there existed a mutual recognition among those with ambitions? However, setting aside these intricate details, Fong Li's appearance inevitably raised another question. Those two black-clad individuals who had caused a disturbance earlier might have had the tacit approval of the Qingping division. Of course, it could simply be that the Qingping division was overwhelmed and unable to dispatch personnel. Or perhaps, as the current managers of Shiji, they wished to assess the capabilities of the Jade Master Reserve. Or it might be that a Qingyi had indeed arrived earlier. But Wang Luo resolved the issue too swiftly, leaving them no opportunity to intervene. Yet Wang Luo's intuition suggested that matters were likely not so simple at that moment, standing in the inner courtyard of the Shi residence. He instinctively gazed skyward, through the gaps in the branches of the butler tree, to behold a vast expanse of blue. Yet within this pristine azure, countless invisible threads seemed to interweave, forming a chaotic web that slowly descended. Numerous thread-like tendrils reached out, probing both the Shi residence and him. This sudden surge of intuition prompted Wang Luo to activate his consciousness, setting up an invisible divination array beneath the tree. Following his instincts upstream, for one whose card drawing was nearly infallible, intuition was always worthy of respect. However, when it came to calculations that did not rely on intuition, Wang Luo's progress became sluggish. Having recently awakened in Ling Mountain, his understanding of this new world was still quite shallow, making it difficult to derive more information from what he currently possessed. But since he had little else to occupy his time, he continued his calculations until evening, when the door to the east wing creaked open, interrupting Wang Luo's thoughts. Zhao Xuan emerged, yawning. This industrious, ambitious young man from the south understood the importance of focus well enough that he remained thoroughly engrossed in his sleep, oblivious to the day's events. Thus, upon learning that Shiryu had been visited by debt collectors, and that the debts were unjust, Zhao Xuan felt a mix of anger and guilt. Sister, you charged us rent at only half the market rate. Otherwise, the burden of her debts would have been much lighter. She's in greater need of money than any of us, yet has never prioritized it as irreplaceable that we tenants are, in fact, being cared for by her. Subsequently, unable to contain himself, Zhao Xuan shared the story of the Shi residence and its various tenants in one breath. Though he had not been in Rome City for long, his affable nature and curiosity made him well acquainted with the tales of the Shi residence. First, he recounted the story of the Shi residence. Many drifters on Shiji believe that the Shi residence was inherited by Shiryu from her father, Shi Xiuxing, but in truth, this small courtyard had been passed down to her by her grandfather. Shi, when she was just a child, at that time, Shi Xiuxing had not yet succumbed to gambling, but it was evident in the eyes of the older generation that the future of the Shi family was already clear. Regrettably, Shuri passed away too prematurely, while Shi Xiuxing descended into decadence far too rapidly. As a result, the little property that remained within the family had not yet been gradually entrusted to Shiryu before it was squandered away by Shi Xiuxing, who even nearly pawned the jade talisman. However, under any circumstances, Shi Xiuxing's debt should not implicate the Shi household. Thus, if Shiryu could adopt a more pragmatic approach, casting aside the burdens imposed by her family, she could easily manage this exquisite little courtyard, collecting rents and leading a life of affluence and ease. Yet, she obstinately refused to do so, not only shouldering the family's debts alone, but also converting this small courtyard into a place of assistance for others. The first beneficiary was Fan Li, a remarkably talented individual who, having reached the pinnacle of his studies at the Rongqing Academy, recently secured a position at the burgeoning Tai Su painting workshop, earning a respectable income as a quintessential member of the common elite. However, unbeknownst to many, she harbored her own struggles. Her family of origin had nearly drained her of all vitality, while she toiled day and night. A considerable portion of her earnings was siphoned off to fill the financial void left by her family, often leaving her with less disposable income than Zhao Xiuwan, who worked diligently to support his studies. This precarious financial situation rendered her incapable of affording rent in the prosperous districts surrounding the workshop. Had it not been for Shiryu providing her with a nearly half-priced guest room, Fan Li would have been relegated to seeking a single room on the outskirts of Rongqing, enduring a grueling daily commute of 4 hours, a life far less desirable than that of sleeping on the workshop floor. The second beneficiary was Qin Yu, a man with a countenance marked by hardship. He rarely interacted with others, and Zhao Xiaowen knew little about him, only that he had suffered a calamity in middle age, falling from the esteemed Academy Street to the streets of Shi Street. Had it not been for Shi Yu's assistance, Qin Yu would have found himself utterly destitute. Shi Yu not only provided him with affordable lodging in the southern room, but also helped him secure a position as a gatekeeper. The third beneficiary was Zhao Xiaowen, who, along with his girlfriend Zhou Lu, had journeyed from the southern region to Rongqing, aspiring to enroll in the Rongqing Academy. Ultimately, only Zhou Lu managed to scrape through, while Zhao Xiaowen narrowly missed the mark. The consequences of this setback were far more profound than merely losing a year. Admission to the Rongqing Academy required passing an entrance examination, which in turn necessitated obtaining examination eligibility. There were several ways to acquire this eligibility. First, by being born into a prominent family, where connections would naturally facilitate the process, with eligibility delivered by flying swords. Second, through a recommendation from a teacher of a top-tier academy, a path Zhao Xiaowen initially pursued, but unfortunately faltered during the entrance examination, and the validity of a recommendation letter was limited to a single instance. Third, by participating in the Qingyin Hall hosted by the Academy's external faculty, essentially a tutoring class, where students with exceptional performance at the end of the academic year could earn the coveted entrance examination qualification. However, this Qingyin Hall had numerous requirements for students, the foremost being that one must have a stable cultivation location in Rongqing. This requirement, seemingly straightforward, concealed its own complexities, for according to Rongqing's laws, a typical residence could only be deemed a temporary dwelling, while the term cultivation location carried significant weight. Among the nearly 10 million housing units in Rongqing, only 1 in 100 received the cultivation location certification. In simpler terms, this was a clause designed to filter out the elite. If one could not even afford a cultivation location, what hopes did they have of entering the Rongqing Academy? Moreover, in recent years, the Academy had lowered its standards, allowing even rented accommodations to qualify. Yet, Zhao Xiaowen belonged to the category that could not afford even to rent such a space, with housing prices skyrocketing. Those with the cultivation location designation were even more exorbitantly priced, with even a tiny single room costing 5,000 to 6,000 spirit leaves per month. However, the Shi residence stood as a rare exception in all of Rongqing, due to its historical significance. This small courtyard, though unassuming in Shi Street, was indeed a small paradise conducive to cultivation. It had received certification from the Golden Deer Hall a millennium ago, making it one of the few authentic cultivation locations in Rongqing. Shi Yu rented the eastern room to Zhao Xiaowen at less than half the market price, and even included numerous precious cultivation manuals and supplementary texts, some of which were family heirlooms of the Shi family, and held considerable value. So, sister U.S. matters are my matters. My current capabilities are limited, and I cannot assist with financial matters. However, it is utterly unacceptable that a creditor has come knocking at our door. Most of my classmates at the Qingyin Hall specialize in law, and such illegal activities are perfect for honing my skills. Zhao Xiaowen spoke through gritted teeth. Wang Luo reminded him that he need not concern himself with financial matters, as he had already resolved the pressing matter of the million spirit leaf debt. Zhao Xiaowen, however, did not react with the same incredulity as Shi Yu upon hearing of the million per day income. Instead, he merely exclaimed in awe that the legendary Ling Shan people were indeed capable of anything, and then solemnly stated, "This issue transcends mere finances. It is fundamentally a matter of legal justice that if the Qingping Bureau allows scoundrels to come and extort money today, will they permit bandits to openly rob us tomorrow? I am aware that the Qingping Bureau holds significant power on Shi Street, so if necessary, I can have Zhou Lu assist as well. She is a legitimate student of the Academy and possesses far greater influence than I do." As many students there enjoy participating in social matters as he spoke, a cheerful female laugh rang out from outside the courtyard. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Before her laughter faded, a girl dressed in yellow had already stepped through the inner courtyard door. Appearing before the two, the girl seemed no older than 16 or 17, possessing a delicate beauty that blended youthful innocence with allure. Her graceful curves were beginning to take shape, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Clearly, this girl, who entered uninvited, was Zhou Lu, Zhao Xiaowen's proud girlfriend. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Zhou Lu's gaze immediately fell upon Wang Luo, who was beneath the tree. her bright eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "So handsome! You must be Wang Luo?" She then effortlessly shifted her attention to Zhao Xiaowen, adding, "Just a tad less handsome than my boyfriend." Zhao Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback before he let out a bitter laugh. "When we admire someone, we must adhere to the principles of the law." Zhou Lu approached, giving Zhao Xiaowen a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Why this sudden bashfulness? Are you troubled? What were you discussing just now that requires my assistance?" Zhao Xiaowen glanced at Wang Luo and, seeing no objection, briefly recounted their previous discussion. Zhou Lu's face flushed with righteous indignation upon hearing this. "This is absolutely outrageous. What exactly does the Qingping Bureau on Shi Street intend to do? They are turning a blind eye to such blatant illegal activities in broad daylight. Do they deserve to wear the blue robes? I will consult with my senior sister to devise a solution." With that, Zhou Lu raised her hand to summon a talisman, beginning to contact her classmates from the academy. However, the content of the conversation was not suitable for outsiders to hear, so she turned and entered the eastern room. Zhao Xiaowen bowed apologetically, then remarked, "Zhou Lu has always been this decisive. Since coming from the southern region to Rongqing, she has taken charge of everything." Wang Luo commented, "No wonder you practice the Huan guiding technique. You've chosen the yin style." Zhao Xiaowen nearly choked on his own stomach acid. "How do you know that?" "It's quite evident. Isn't it? Your qi is buoyant while your blood is sinking. Why would you think others cannot see through it? Aside from you, no one can discern another's qi and blood circulation through clothing and flesh, much less deduce the Huan style." Wang Luo mused. "It seems that not everything in this new era has progressed, so she is here to seek a dual cultivation session with you?" Zhao Xiaowen clarified, "Strictly speaking, she is here to tutor me. My recent academic progress has been lacking, and I've nearly bottomed out on several pop quizzes that I cannot afford the one-on-one tutoring sessions at the Qingyin Hall. So I had to reluctantly ask Zhou Lu for help." Just then, the door to the eastern room swung open abruptly, and Zhou Lu emerged, her face a mask of shock and confusion, her talisman trembling in the wind like a withered branch. Chapter 26. Why must we study diligently? Zhou Lu's expression was clearly not a good sign. Zhao Xiaowen inquired, "Is everything all right?" Zhou Lu replied, "I just contacted senior sister Haning." Zhao Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise, "You mean the daughter of Han Guming? Is she the senior sister you're referring to?" He quickly explained to Wang Luo, "Han Guming is the current governor of Rongqing, a prominent figure with a title from the Golden Deer Hall, akin to a prince of a different surname in the past, that he has only one daughter, who is studying at the Rongqing Academy." "I can't believe Zhou Lu knows her." Zhou Lu patiently elaborated, "Senior sister Haning is not as unattainable as the rumors suggest. She is very approachable, that we met at the Academy's cleansing pool, where she even voluntarily guided me in the 5 elements body refinement technique." Zhao Xiaowen warned, "Is this cleansing pool and body refinement technique legitimate?" Zhou Lu retorted, "Senior sister Han Ing is completely trustworthy. I am not as charming as you think. Not everyone has ulterior motives towards me, so please refrain from interrupting me with such base thoughts." Zhao Xiaowen quickly apologized, though his expression suggested he would do so again in the future. "In any case, I just discussed the Qingping Bureau matter with senior sister Haning, hoping that with her influence we might stir the governor's attention, or at the very least, gather the academy students to collectively write a petition to pressure the Qingping Bureau. However, she advised me to steer clear of any involvement regarding Shi Street for the time being." After a pause, Zhou Lu added, somewhat disheartened, "Senior sister rarely speaks in such terms. She has always been fiercely opposed to wrongdoing." Zhao Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle. The daughter of the governor of Rongqing is fiercely opposed to wrongdoing. Isn't the wrongdoing occurring under her father's jurisdiction? Doesn't that make her opposition somewhat unfilial? Zhou Lu shot him a glare. "I can still distinguish between good and evil. We've encountered enough hypocrites since coming from the southern region to Rongqing." Zhao Xiaowen asked, "Then why would this truly righteous senior sister advise you to abstain from participating in this matter?" Zhou Lu shook her head. "The senior sister did not speak plainly. It's quite peculiar. As the daughter of the governor of Rongqing, she is accustomed to being forthright in both speech and action, rarely shrouded in ambiguity. Thus, her silence now makes it rather difficult for me to inquire further. However, she did mention that while the matters concerning the Qingping division are troublesome, the 2 individuals who came to collect debts, along with the gang behind them, could certainly be dealt with. Consider it a lesson to deter others, which might alleviate some subsequent troubles. Zhao Xiaowen's eyes widened in astonishment. Does this imply there are further complications? Zhou Lu responded. The senior sister is likely hinting at that very notion, which is why her sharing this matter with us has been immensely helpful, that I shall express my gratitude to her when I return later. Additionally, I will attempt to reach out to the students and faculty at the academy to see if anything can be done. However, my capabilities are limited to these efforts. The debt issue concerning Sister Shiryu is fundamental. And unfortunately, I find myself powerless in this regard, that I previously consulted several professors at the academy, and their responses were unanimous. Shi Xiuxing pledged the management rights of Lingshan as collateral to secure a loan from a moneylender, which is, by law, a legitimate action. Neither the Qingping Division nor the Industry and Commerce Division can void such a loan. Even the most vehemently opposed professors suggested I counsel Sister Yu to relinquish Lingshan, as this historical burden is far too heavy for her. In response, Wang Luo could only express gratitude on behalf of Shiryu to these two well-meaning individuals. Rest assured, I will handle Shiryu's affairs. You two need not worry. Zhou Lu nodded, her furrowed brow easing as she smiled. Indeed, I have heard from Xiao Zhao that you possess considerable talent, with a nickname such as Mountain Pig. Zhao Xiuwen gasped in shock. It is Master of Lingshan, an ancient cultivator who has awakened after a millennium. Oh! That nickname sounds quite imposing, though the persona feels somewhat outdated. The concept of ancient cultivators traversing to the modern era was popular several centuries ago, and now it seems rather cliché. Zhao Xiuwen cast an apologetic glance at Wang Luo. Wang Luo, however, simply smiled in indifference. Zhou Lu remarked, in any case, I will entrust you with Sister Yu's matter. Although your persona may be peculiar, you appear quite earnest and well-suited for her. I believe you will surely guide her out of adversity. As she spoke, Zhou Lu patted Wang Luo's shoulder to convey her trust. Zhao Xiuwen was nearly crouching in disbelief. Yet Zhou Lu remained oblivious to the awkwardness, chattering like a matchmaker. To be honest, Sister Yu is undoubtedly a promising prospect. Despite her current financial woes, living in a modest dwelling on Shiji, she consistently ranked first during her time at Ming Academy. Had it not been for her family's debts, she would have pursued further studies at the Rongqing Academy 2 years ago. Some might deem her stubbornness foolish, but conversely, such fools are often the most steadfast in love, eager to grow old together with their partners. Suddenly, Zhao Xiuwen sprang to his feet, grasping Zhou Lu's shoulders fiercely. Lu, we must study. Zhou Lu was taken aback. But I haven't finished my praise. We must study. But we must study. Zhou Lu stared in shock for a moment before slowly nodding. All right, find it so. How did you fare with the past exam questions I sent you? Zhao Xiuwen sighed. Everything else is manageable. But my performance in calculus is utterly dismal. I have been waiting for your rescue. Upon mentioning academics, Zhou Lu quickly shifted her mindset, stating, don't expect too much from me. I am barely keeping afloat myself. Professor Song, who teaches calculus, advised me last week to transfer to the Harmony Hall to avoid hindering my own progress, lest I drag down the results of the Law and Regulation Hall. Wow, that's excessive. Should we file a complaint against him? Zhou Lu replied, I'm just joking. Professor Song, we could be rather stern, but it is said he has been single for over 50 years. His academic prowess is widely recognized. Wait a moment. What does being single have to do with teaching? Being single for 50 years merely indicates he lacks charm with the opposite sex, doesn't it? What have you been learning at the academy? I merely meant to describe his dedication to the study of immortal pathways, that I in any case, as long as one persists in studying under him. The future remains bright. Pausing, Zhou Lu added, moreover, I happened to pass by the canteen last time and noticed the vice president greeting him. Zhao Xiuwen immediately countered, then should we bring some gifts and pay a visit to Professor Song? Haha, don't be so slick with your words. It's not easy to gain access to the office of such a seasoned professor, though we can't afford to buy anything remotely decent. That let's get our homework out and analyze what problems we are encountering. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the two swiftly shifted into study mode. Zhao Xiuwen set up a small desk beneath the caretaker tree, laying out several open calculus textbooks and a mound of crumpled papers, each laden with worry. Zhao Xiuwen pointed to a corner of the textbook, saying, Here, I've hit a wall. Zhou Lu furrowed her brow. How can you be stuck on the first question? Let me take a look. Upon inspection, she seemed to vanish into the depths of thought, her mind entirely consumed. Moments later, wisps of white smoke began to rise from her head, a clear indication of her mental exhaustion. Zhao Xiuwen, too, was deeply engrossed in concentration, though he lacked the visible signs of mental strain. His blood surged as he summoned all his resources to tackle the problem. However, after a considerable period, only the gentle rustling of the caretaker tree's leaves broke the silence, sending a refreshing breeze to soothe the two outstanding scholars from the southern region. Both rendered mute. Wang Luo observed curiously and stepped closer to glance at the problem, stating, "The supreme alignment of the 100 eyes. According to the regulations, the result should be an elevation of 3 ranks in the legal framework." At his utterance, both scholars halted even their breathing, and after a brief moment, Zhou Lu was the first to come to her senses. Indeed, it should be derived using the 100 Eyes chapter of the Supreme Scripture. How could I not have thought of that? As she spoke, she curled her right hand's fingers and swiftly calculated the result. It truly is an elevation of 3 ranks. Subsequently, Zhou Lu looked at Wang Luo with newfound respect. "May I inquire which academy you studied at?" Wang Luo shook his head. "I have never attended an academy. Self-taught." "How impressive!" Zhou Lu exclaimed, marveling at his capabilities, though she did not delve further into the matter and redirected her attention back to the problem set. Since arriving in Rongqing from the southern region, she had encountered numerous prodigious talents, individuals who seemed to possess innate knowledge, starting from an insurmountably high point. Yet, what significance did that hold for her? What mattered was focusing on her own endeavors. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan bore a complex expression as he quietly approached Wang Luo, posing his inquiry. "How do you know about the Supreme Scripture? This calculus text was published only 170 years ago by the Taixue of Zhuguo, and the regulations were only formally compiled during the 200-year anniversary of the Great Law. Both are not knowledge from the olden days." Wang Luo replied, "Strictly speaking, I am not familiar with the Supreme Scripture. I simply glanced at your problem out of curiosity, and the answer naturally surfaced in my mind. Is this the divine ability of the Master of Lingshan? I am on the verge of tears from jealousy." However, Zhao Xiuwen did not genuinely express any jealousy. Instead, he quickly redirected his focus to the next problem. Wang Luo's prowess was indeed remarkable, but it remained a matter of astonishment for someone working as a water server at Lao Hong's restaurant. Earning 100,000 a day would be the true divine ability. Having witnessed genuine divine abilities, what were these fleeting insights into calculus worth? If a professor from the academy or some talented youth were in his place, they could similarly solve complex problems at a glance. But could they earn 100,000 a day? This couple from the southern region was acutely aware of what they should prioritize and accomplish, while also possessing immense focus and execution to diligently attend to their own affairs. Chapter 27. This is why Zhao Xiuwen was overshadowed while Zhou Lu excelled. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. To avoid disturbing the couple beneath the tree, Wang Luo gestured for the caretaker tree to summon a sound-dampening breeze, then proceeded to open the courtyard door himself. Outside, Zhang Zhuan and several enthusiastic friends from Fiyu and Lu awaited him. "Brother Wang, we heard you're going to summon Blood Demon 13. Can we come along to witness it?" Yes. We've been playing Fiyu and Lu for years, and aside from the official promotional images and some illusory scenes, we've never actually seen Blood Demon 13. When Blood Demon 13 appears, it will grant a continuous day's effect of the Blood Shadow Curse to all non-enemy Taishu practitioners in the vicinity. What a free opportunity! In response, Wang Luo activated a communication talisman, saying, "That will depend on the buyer's wishes. They may not appreciate being observed." What could be unappreciative about it? Blood Demon 13 has been active for over 5 years, and there are only a handful of truly prominent character cards. Only those who spend sufficiently each year are qualified to access the card pool, and the number of draws is strictly limited. Indeed, if its strength were slightly higher to match its rarity, this character card could easily fetch several million spirit leaves. As Zhang Zhuan and the others excitedly discussed the card, their enthusiasm evidently surpassed even their own acquisition of the true Shadow Emperor. Indeed, From the perspective of gang wars, the true Shadow Emperor's value was slightly higher than that of Blood Demon 13. Perhaps this illustrates the adage that the flowers at home are not as fragrant as those in the wild. Just then, Wang Luo's talisman glimmered, revealing a reply from Luo Xiao. "Sorry, brother. I just confirmed with the buyer that they have added a request for complete confidentiality during the transaction process. The fact that I informed others about the buyer wishing to acquire Blood Demon 13 has displeased them. In such matters, the one who pays holds the most power, so let us cooperate. By the way, the buyer is ready. When you have the time, come to Taishu to prepare for the transaction." Wang Luo naturally had no objections. Thus, amidst the thumping of chests and stomping of feet from Zhang Dun and the others, he coldly closed the courtyard door and returned to the inner chamber. From the sleeve of his white robe, he retrieved a flawless porcelain vial of pure white. This was the new model of the divine separation powder recommended to him by Luo Xiao, designed and refined by the English workshop under the jurisdiction of the Taishu division, which had only been released in the domestic market earlier this year. Its efficacy far surpassed that of previous iterations, not only rendering the scenes within the painted scroll more vivid, but also lightening the burden on the user's primordial spirit. Long-term use even promised remarkable effects in promoting the growth of the primordial spirit. Apart from its exorbitant price, it had almost no drawbacks, an issue solely for the consumers. After consuming the powder, Wang Luo soon found himself drifting along the Taiying River, ultimately encountering Luo Xiao. This time, his appearance in Taishu bore a striking resemblance to reality, not due to mere happenstance, but due to a deliberate adjustment to cultivate an image of a trustworthy businessman. Under Luo Xiao's guidance, Wang Luo swiftly returned to the Fuyuan record. This time, however, the landing point was chosen on a solitary island surrounded by an inky sea. This is the Beihai Archipelago. Generally, transactions that require confidentiality are conducted here, Luo Xiao explained. The buyer will arrive shortly. Since he is unwilling to reveal his true identity, let us refrain from asking too many questions. Money exchange for cards. As they spoke, the distant sound of roaring tides resonated, and the gray sky seemed to ignite as a crimson meteor burst through the clouds and the waves, rushing toward them. Luo Xiao stared in astonishment. Is this person here for a secret transaction? Or to flaunt their fashion? Moments later, the red meteor drew near, revealing a crimson figure that expanded and contracted with each breath, resembling a burning flame or a pulsating heart. Luo Xiao had already donned a businesslike smile. No wonder it's a limited edition launch for the 4th anniversary. The blood garment's allure remains unparalleled even today. Back then, I couldn't even acquire one. The owner of the blood garment snorted disdainfully. Ordinary people certainly can't get their hands on it. Now, enough idle chatter. I will activate the blood pool to draw out the Blood Demon 13. The remaining payment is 1,500,000, which I will transfer to you immediately. Should the drawing fail, I want to demand a refund of the deposit, but your little Taishu station can expect to gain notoriety. Luo Xiao laughed heartily. You flatter us. Since we dare to engage in this business, we certainly have the confidence to see it through. Alas, if only you were willing to keep it public. If we could share the details of this transaction, our small station would indeed gain great renown. The owner of the blood garment nodded, his gaze shifting toward Wang Luo, curiosity and confusion mingling in his murmur. I truly can't discern. He then focused intently, tearing open a rift in space before him, through which a torrent of blood flowed forth, instantly saturating the solitary island. Luo Xiao urged, Brother, the limited card pool has opened. Hurry and make your draw. Reach into the blood river. Whatever you find is yours. This unprecedented card pool intrigued Wang Luo, recalling that the blood demon sector also possessed a similar blood river. He wondered whether remnants of the past still lingered within the Fuyuan Records workshop. Lost in thought, Wang Luo extended his hand toward the blood river. Bolstered by the new divine separation powder, his sensory experiences within Taishu were extraordinarily rich that he felt a slick, searing warmth traveling from his arm, followed by a particularly intense surge that seemed to possess its own awareness, drawing near to him. Without hesitation, Wang Luo closed his fingers around the torrent. Did I end the next moment? The blood river halted abruptly, and the flow of time came to a standstill. The rift in space quivered, echoing with the lamentations of countless beings from the distant void. Above the solitary island, the gray sky split open, and thick streams of blood cascaded down like a waterfall. Blood fell from the heavens, blood saturated the earth, and the infinite blood from the rift began to resonate across the fabric of space. A hazy female figure gradually coalesced within this resonance. As her presence materialized, all the blood hues in the world faded at an astonishing pace, as if every drop had been siphoned away by that diminutive silhouette, causing even the blood garment to lose some of its luster in that moment. Time passed, though it felt unmeasurable, until the figure stabilized, releasing a hoarse sigh, without uttering a single word, before swiftly vanishing into the blood garment. With that, all extraordinary phenomena dissipated. Is this it? The owner of the blood garment questioned, still incredulous. Luo Xiao replied, that spectacle was undeniably genuine. Apart from the renowned Blood Demon 13, what other card possesses such a breathtaking summoning ceremony? There are 7 or 8 cards in the Feiyuan record that surpass the Blood Demon 13 in strength, and a few that are even more expensive, but none can match the ceremonial gravitas of this one. Indeed, you make a valid point. This ceremony is not to be taken lightly. But was it truly so simple? The owner mused, his consciousness swirling as he summoned the recently absorbed blood shadow, transforming it into an unremarkable figure. Is this really Blood Demon 13? Why is it so obedient? Luo Xiao chuckled. After all, this is Taishu's painted scroll, not reality, and no matter how rebellious Blood Demon 13 may be in the tale, it is now a character card drawn with your hard-earned money. How could it defy its master's commands? At most, it may deliver a few rebellious lines, treating you like a mere janitor in the air. Indeed, this is merely a character card. I am the true master, the owner of the blood garment realized, nodding repeatedly. I am now the master of Blood Demon 13. Congratulations, congratulations, Luo Xiao said, offering his well wishes without rushing the other to make payment. Fortunately, the owner of the blood garment, after a moment of excitement, turned to Luo Xiao and solemnly stated, having engaged in Taishu's painted scroll for so many years, this is the first time I've witnessed someone draw cards as if plucking them from a pouch. I do not know whether you are genuinely fortunate or have uncovered some loophole in the scroll, but since I have acquired Blood Demon 13, I shall, of course, fulfill my promise and transfer the remaining payment via the Tying River immediately. And please, keep today's transaction confidential, Luo Xiao assured him. Of course, no problem. Should you have any further needs, do not hesitate to reach out to our little station. After exchanging pleasantries, the owner of the blood garment departed through a rift, while Luo Xiao led Wang Luo back out of the painted scroll, retracing their steps along the Tying River to return to reality. Shortly thereafter, Luo Xiao personally visited, bringing with him 12 plump bamboo tokens. Filled with sincerity, according to their prior agreement, the total amount of 160,000 spirit leaves would be divided, with Wang Luo receiving 128,000, leaving him with a clean 120,000 after deducting the deposit. Yet the accounting figures within Taishu and the cash laid before him felt fundamentally different. Raising such a substantial sum in a short time not only demonstrated Luo Xiao's sincerity, but also showcased his capabilities. I have heard that you require cash for your expenses tomorrow, so I have brought my own funds to cover it, Luo Xiao explained. Wang Luo, curious, inquired, "You're not married at your age?" Luo Xiao's grand gesture faltered as he replied helplessly, "Brother, your words remind me of my father. In any case, I have brought the money. If you need anything else, feel free to ask that do not treat me as a stranger." The bald owner's enthusiasm was palpably sincere, yet it was evident that it was not entirely uncomplicated. Nonetheless, Wang Luo accepted the goodwill. "Thank you, I will remember this. Then I wish us a pleasant collaboration moving forward." Wang Luo smiled, not rejecting the offer. With the successful completion of this transaction worth 160,000 spirit leaves, it was clear that further dealings had already been set in motion by this astute proprietor. After bidding farewell to Luo Xiao, Wang Luo began to playfully examine the bamboo tokens in his hand. Valued at 120,000 spirit leaves, these treasures felt like mere toys to him, as they held no significance in the asset section of his Feishing record. In other words, the Feishing record did not acknowledge the existence of this 120,000. Naturally, this was not surprising. as the few thousand spirit leaves drawn earlier were equally unrecognized. So, where lay the issue? As he pondered, Wang Luo suddenly noticed Zhao Xuan casting a look of admiration beneath the tree where the steward stood. "Zhou Lu, did you see that? Now that is true divine prowess." Zhou Lu, however, remained engrossed in the problem set on her desk, not lifting her head as she retorted, "When senior sister Haning visited the academy last week, the flying shuttle she rode was worth 35 million spirit leaves. Does that count as true divine prowess?" Governor Han Gumming's mere utterance at the law department meeting can dictate the rise and fall of trillion-level markets. Does that count as true divine prowess? So, are you going to solve this problem or not? Zhao Xiaowen's momentary reverie was abruptly shattered by his girlfriend's furious outburst, leaving him utterly flustered. Chapter 28. Just returning things to their proper stature, Zhou Lu could not linger long at the stone residence. After barely collaborating with Zhao Xiaowen to solve half a set of problems, she had to return to the academy. She too needed to work her way through school. As a struggling student who barely passed the entrance exam, Zhou Lu had not received any significant scholarship. She had to manage her living expenses on her own. Fortunately, the academy provided ample job opportunities for students like her, offering decent pay for relatively little work. With some help from Zhao Xiaowen, she managed to achieve a semblance of self-sufficiency. After seeing Zhou Lu off, Zhao Xiaowen wasted no time packing his belongings and heading for the Academy Street in the upper city, as the name suggests. Academy Street was built in conjunction with the Ronqing Academy. However, over a millennium, more than one academy focused on helping students cultivate their elixirs had emerged there, leading to the establishment of various private tutoring centers apart from the Qingyin Hall. Most of these private institutions charged exorbitant fees, rivaling those of Qingyin Hall, and the wealthy students there often handed off mundane tasks, like homework, to individuals like Zhao Xiaowen from less privileged backgrounds. Watching the retreating figures of the young couple, Wang Luo felt the bamboo tokens in his hand grow lighter than a feather. Though the two individuals were not destitute, they were evidently in a state of financial strain. Nevertheless, from beginning to end, they harbored no trace of greed for the emerald bamboo in Wang Luo's possession. Therefore, what weight could this ascension record, which even the impoverished scorned, possibly carry? The following morning, Wang Luo discovered the true significance of the feather he held. Before dawn, the sounds of bustling activity began to emerge outside the Shi residence. "Brother Shen, you two have arrived? So early. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. How could I not be early? It's odd. Didn't we agree that unless it was an urgent need for money, we wouldn't disturb Shi girl for debt collection? Why the sudden change of heart? Who knows? Anyway, it's old Master Kong who summoned us. We can't just ignore it, can we? Could it be that old Kong has set his sights on the talisman in Shi girl's possession? Don't speak carelessly. If anyone were to set their sights, it would be that unscrupulous Zhang. I've heard that Shi Yu managed to gather the debts out of the blue, not wanting to fall prey to the moneylender's exploitation, and hurriedly paid off the debts of her neighbors while the moneylender was wavering. Gathered it? Is that true? Shi Xiuxing borrowed over 1 million in total, right? Shi Yu, the one who loses her wallet even while buying groceries. Rumor has it she encountered a benefactor. What kind of benefactor would take notice of someone from Shi Street? You're pulling my leg. I'm not kidding. I've seen the real person. A tall gentleman, with flowing black hair like a waterfall. He was previously on a date with Shi Yu at Li's roast meat, casually waving his hand and driving Li Dongyang's son away. Oh wow, so it's that person? No wonder, no wonder. Who would have thought that the perpetually unfortunate Shi Yu would have such a turn of fortune? Of course, he can turn his fortune around. The Shi family is an ancient lineage that served the Spirit Mountain. Such families, when they face decline and ruin, have means of salvation. There are many stories like this in the Mirage. Just take a look. For instance, there may be a ring hidden in the Shi family ancestral home, containing a remnant soul of an ancient cultivator. Or perhaps one of their ancestors hid an oilcloth bundle in a well at the Spirit Mountain scenic area, wrapped around a benefactor. As more and more people gathered, the discussions outside grew increasingly animated. By 6 in the morning, the small square outside the residence was overflowing with people, to the point where newcomers had to expend their essence to hover in the air. At 7 o'clock, the first rays of sunlight from the distant east pierced through the sword-like skyline of the upper city, casting golden-red outlines around the hovering neighbors, resembling strings of over-fried silkworms. The clamor of the crowd gradually subsided as if they were collectively anticipating something. Shortly after 7, the gate of the Shi residence swung open. Wang Luo was the first to step out, followed solemnly by Shi Yu. Waiting at the front of the residence was Kong Zhang, who had been there for quite some time. The elder spoke directly. The 33 neighbors who provided loans to Shi Xiuxing are all present. The remaining neighbors are here as witnesses. Shi Yu, are you prepared? The young girl nodded, her gaze turning towards Wang Luo. Wang Luo produced 12 translucent emerald bamboos, causing the crowd to erupt in murmurs once more. Wow! This is serious, isn't it? And it's actual cash. It seems the revival of the Shi family is promising. Yet Kong Zhang did not allow the neighbors to chatter for long. He raised his hand, instantly silencing all noise, and then spoke, "Very well, neighbors, please come forward in order to collect your due payments." With the third Jade Master's command, the creditors approached Wang Luo one by one, exchanging their debt notes for their payments. In no time, the debts of the 73 individuals were settled. Kong Zhang declared, "The process has been verified. The Shi family's debts to Shi Street have been cleared. Henceforth, the Shi family remains one of the 3 Jade Masters. Do any of you have objections?" The crowd exchanged glances, and no one spoke up. Kong Zhang then cast his gaze upwards, spotting a certain worm-like figure hiding at the back of the crowd. "Nuia, this matter arose because of you. What do you have to say now?" The individual, the middle-aged drifter who had previously questioned Shi Yu while demanding debts, shrank back at the mention of his name, then forced a twisted smile. "Master Kong, I'm not called newcomer. From today onwards, your name shall be newcomer. Do you have any objections to what I just said?" The newly dubbed newcomer laughed bitterly. "Master Kong, when it comes to matters of the Jade Master, how could it be my place to speak? The matter of the Shi family's debts was never your concern. Yet you spoke up, didn't you? So you should express your thoughts on this matter as well." Neo-Air hesitated, but then saw Kong Zhang suddenly remove his thick glasses, his gaze piercing like a sword. "I demand your opinion. Do you not understand my words?" Neo-Air shivered, feeling as though even his very core trembled under the pressure, and he plummeted from the air, fortunately landing without too much harm due to his considerable cultivation. Though he was momentarily dazed, he quickly exclaimed, I have no objections. I support the Shi family in regaining their status as Jade Master." Kong Zhang nodded. "Good. Remember to convey this to Zhang Yu as well." I don't know, Zhang." Kong Zhang paid him no further heed and turned to Shi Yu. "First of all, I must congratulate you on taking the first step towards revitalizing your family. But I must ask one more question. From now on, will the one holding the talisman be you or this young friend, Wang Luo?" Shi Yu showed no hesitation. "Of course, it will be him." Yet Wang Luo immediately interjected, "Of course, it will be her." Kong Zhang chuckled. "It seems that matters of Shi Street must be handled by the rightful members of the Shi family. Shi Yu, your temperament and abilities have not gone unnoticed by the neighbors, and they accept you as the Jade Master." Shi Yu sighed. "I feel a bit apprehensive." Apprehension is a good thing. The position of Jade Master in this day and age has lost much of its former glory. Yet it still pertains to the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of people on Shi Street that I, as the third Jade Master, can afford to be carefree. Zhang Yu, the second, can act selfishly, but you are different. No matter how much the Shi family declines, they still represent the dignity and backbone of Shi Street. Your apprehension in holding the talisman is a blessing for the people of Shi Street." As he spoke, Kong Zhang sighed. "It feels somewhat ironic for me, an ineffective talisman master, to say such things, so consider it the ramblings of an old man, and take it as you will." Shi Yu's lips moved, and after a long pause, she solemnly stated, "No, I sincerely thank you for your continued support. I will certainly not let your expectations down." Meanwhile, all the neighbors around them silently bore witness to this moment. Chapter 29. A leaf obscuring the eye. Many changes in life seemed to occur suddenly. It was as if one morning, Shi Yu transformed from a beleaguered, debt-ridden girl, reliant on the kindness of others, into the esteemed first Jade Master of Shi Street. Consequently, as she hurried to the designated location of the Literary Tourism Office to welcome the visitors from Spirit Mountain that day, The greetings from the neighbors carried a hint of respect. To outsiders, these changes might appear trivial, mere variations in tone. Yet for those living on Sher Street, this newfound respect was of paramount importance, so significant, in fact, that many could no longer remain seated at 18 noon. The old Hong family restaurant on Sher Street was as crowded as ever, a square table near the entrance. Two individuals sat facing each other. Point one. A young man of around 20, donned a finely crafted silk shirt, with a wooden box and a jade bottle hanging from his waist, resembling a lotus that emerged untainted from the mud, distinctly out of place amidst the bustling, restless atmosphere. I'm still somewhat confused. The young man furrowed his brow, setting down his chopsticks and allowing the perfectly cooked, oil-fried delicacies on his plate to cool, yet his curiosity compelled him to question his companion. That young girl, did she really just effortlessly assume the position of Jade Master, just because she repaid a mere 120,000 in debts? The middle-aged man across from him, plump and dressed in a blue hat and white robe, chuckled at the remark. A mere 120,000? Only you, young Master Bo, could utter such words that in our impoverished Sher Street. Finding someone who can produce 120,000 spirit leaves is a rarity. What's more, it was cash, even if it's a 1 in 1,000 chance. Among the hundreds of thousands on Sher Street, there should be several who could qualify. Why is it that she alone can become the Jade Master? The middle-aged man replied, Young Master Bo, the Jinlan Wharf where you work is a renowned moneylender in Rome City. And the employees there are all graduates from prestigious academies, skilled in the art of alchemy. Yet, despite this assembly of elites, don't they still have to obediently follow the orders of that Gu girl? Young Master Bo laughed. Gu Shi's father, Gu Tsongxing, is the second owner of Bolyang Wharf, a close associate of the main owner, Yu Wanyin, and his family even has a retired quasi-Wanning elder from the Jinlu Hall, facing the young princess of the Gu family. Those lowly alchemy workers dare not utter a word in protest. But what about Shi Yu's father? The middle-aged man continued. Shi Xiuxing was a complete failure, a notorious gambler. Yet he still carries the Shi surname. Even if the Shi family has nothing left, but they still have history and tradition. The middle-aged man said, picking up a piece of slightly cooled kidney and chewing it thoughtfully before continuing. You may not know this, but Shi Xiuxing never formally inherited the talisman. Yet as a quasi-Jade Master, he was able to borrow over 100,000 spirit leaves from the neighbors. At that time, his gambling was notorious, and his debts were well known. Yet, people were still willing to lend him money. They even took out their meager savings hidden in porcelain jars to give him. Later, when Shi Yu voluntarily took on the debts, hardly anyone from the neighbors was willing to collect. This is the advantage of the Shi surname, you see. If it were any other family, would they ever have such a fortunate circumstance? Even you, Boss Zhang, cannot escape this, can you? Haha, if it were me, Zhang Yu, people would undoubtedly come to gloat and calculate interest. After all, I'm the one who stands in stark contrast to tradition on Shiji. In stark contrast? Young Master Bo asked, intrigued. In what way? Firstly, I possess more wealth than any of them, Zhang Yu replied. Young Master Bo nodded. Indeed, even within the entire Rome City, your wealth ranks around the top 20, and on Shiji, you are far ahead. So, does being wealthy imply a contradiction, meaning that the people of Shiji resent the affluent? Zhang Yu continued. Secondly, I frequently dine with elites from the upper city like yourself. Young Master Bo chuckled. So, you mean I am a burden to Boss Zhang? Not at all. It is fortunate that you do not despise Shiji for dragging down the entire Rome City. Of course not. While Shiji possesses many unique characteristics, it is still part of Rome City, in reality. In such a vast city, how can there be two districts that are entirely identical? As long as we adhere to the greater good and prioritize the interests of Rome City as a whole. The notion of dragging anyone down simply does not exist. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu sighed. Young Master Bo truly understands the greater principles. But alas, young Master Bo interjected, there is no need for regret. Rest assured, Boss Zhang, civilization is an unstoppable trend. Those who conform thrive, while those who resist perish. Neither regional traditions nor the occasional rise of a Jade Lord should, or can, hinder the progress of civilization. All in all, I look forward to collaborating with Boss Zhang in the civilized Shiji. Afterward, young Master Bo glanced around curiously and asked, "Is there a particular reason why you choose this small eatery every time you dine?" Zhang Yu replied, "To be honest, I do not particularly like this place. The owner is quite eccentric, and the workers are rather ungrateful. Yet the culinary skills here are unparalleled on Shiji. Thus, I often force myself to come here. As a businessman, one must discern good from bad, profit from loss, and endure even the unpleasant aspects." Zhang Yu often reminds himself and his children of this principle. In Shiji, business must be conducted this way. Young Master Bone nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu added, "Moreover, I have a personal quirk. You see, whenever I venture out alone, I wear this green hat adorned with jade, which has a mystical veil that creates a barrier within 3 meters, rendering those outside the barrier oblivious to us, perceiving us merely as ordinary passersby, and our conversation as mere background noise." Young Master Bone nodded again. Indeed, the green hat customized exclusively for elite clients by Shangjing Pavilion has a simple yet effective purpose, making it ideal for prominent figures to navigate the bustling streets. Were it not for this hat, I would not dare to accept an invitation to dine and converse with you here. Zhang Yu chuckled, saying, "Each time I enjoy a meal in this noisy little eatery, freely speaking while those around remain blissfully ignorant, I truly feel like the genuine Jade Lord of Shiji, and my roots lie in Shiji. And my fortune was built here. That is an unchangeable reality. Even if one day I find myself on the stage of your upper city, the audience will undoubtedly mock my Shiji accent, branding me as a monkey in fine clothes." Young Master Bo smiled, not denying this. "But that is good. One must never forget their origins, and I am quite content with mine." As he spoke, the wealthy magnate of Shiji, whose fortune ranks among the top 20 in Rome City, slightly inclined his head towards the young master before him. Young Master Bo did not accept this gesture. He stood up, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, "I cannot accept your courtesy, Boss Zhang, but I can express gratitude on behalf of Jinlinwu for your attitude. As for the matters ahead, please await good news. Your efforts for Shiji will not be in vain." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was overjoyed. "With Jinlinwu's assistance, I am at ease. By the way, young Master Bo, regarding the matter of land allocation." However, the smile on young Master Bo's face instantly froze. He placed his finger to his lips and said, "Some matters cannot be discussed outside regulated areas." Zhang Yu, somewhat confused, adjusted his green hat. "This can be considered my territory. No one can hear our conversation here." "I understand, but to put it bluntly, even if I do not trust Boss Zhang, I cannot question the craftsmanship of Shangjing Pavilion. The Shangjing mystical veil is impervious even to the Qingyi of Qingping Division, which is already somewhat against the law. But rules are rules, and I dare not err in such matters." Zhang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. "That is true. Some things will naturally be known when the time is right." "Exactly. They will be known when the time comes, and that day should not be far off, Boss Zhang." After saying this, young Master Bo stood up first, and even as his figure blended into the crowd of Shiji, the dishes on the table remained untouched. Zhang Yu, however, diligently finished both servings, leaving the plates and bowls spotless before calling for the bill. "Hello, that will be 310 lingya." Zhang Yu retrieved a piece of emerald bamboo and counted out 310 lingya on the table. After a moment's thought, he added 10 lingya as a tip before departing without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Wang Luo, dressed as a server, chuckled to himself as he carefully collected the lingya. He had not employed any magical barriers and had always presented his true self. Yet the two distracted diners failed to recognize that the worker serving them tea and dishes was none other than Wang Luo, a newcomer of some renown on Shiji. That, of course, it was possible that, for these two prominent figures, a mere newcomer from Nanchang was simply not worthy of their attention. Thus, when discussing how Shiryu ascended, they never mentioned that the young lady had a benevolent superior. They also did not notice that this benevolent figure was right beside them during their meal and conversation. This illustrates that, regardless of any pavilion's mystical craftsmanship, nothing obscures one's vision quite like ignorance. Chapter 30. Is this the 3 fires of a new official appointment? I truly do not understand. Late at night, at the window of a tavern on Shiji, Fang Qingqing held a wine barrel. Perplexed as she asked, Do all you wealthy people have a screw loose? This question was immediately met with agreement from Zhang Dun and the others. A millionaire running to a dog food restaurant to work as a server. It's no wonder we harbor prejudices against you rich folks. Meanwhile, Wang Luo, regarded as one of the wealthy, recalled the demeanor of the two true affluent individuals from lunch and nodded. Indeed, they seem a bit off. Zhao Jingxing added, in that case, old Hong has a steadier mindset. When he paid you, he even solemnly stated that he was giving you an extra 20% as a bonus for your high work efficiency. He truly had no idea of the wealth of the person across from him. Wang Luo appreciated old Hong's attitude, believing in doing what needed to be done without altering his behavior based on the other person's status. This was precisely why he could dominate and remain resilient in the fiercely competitive dining scene of Shiji. In the realm of common dining, consistency and equality are paramount. As for himself, he chose to continue working in old Hong's restaurant based on a calm mindset. After all, extraordinary daily earnings of $1 million are not recognized in the ascension records. Instead, the daily wages of several hundred can genuinely contribute to the appreciation of spiritual assets. What reason would there be not to maintain a composed demeanor? Moreover, if he were not working at old Hong's, how could he have overheard the intriguing conversation between Zhang Yu and young Master Bo? I must admit I never expected that Luo Guantou would be so wealthy, Fang Qingqing remarked, setting down the barrel, her heart filled with wonder. 1,200,000 in cash. What does he mean by a dowry? Is he planning to marry how many wives? Zhang Dun scoffed. That sum of cash. It's likely borrowed. His own savings would be at most a few hundred thousand. Wang Luo, intrigued, asked, is that so? Zhang Dun explained. Boss Luo's business acumen is undeniable, even if that Taishu station seems unassuming. There are few small stations on that street in front of Bai Lu that can earn as much as his. But that bald man's daily expenses are quite substantial that he indulges in all sorts of scrolls and frequents various Qinglu establishments, claiming he wants to save for a dowry. Yet all his money goes to the fat artists at the scroll workshop for their wives. There was one time when I drank with him, and he inadvertently revealed that after all these years, the actual usable funds in his hands amount to only a few hundred thousand. Fang Qingqing sighed. Well, that truly shows his sincerity. Zhang Dun remarked. Actually, there's not much risk involved. The funds for these scroll transactions are reviewed by the Taishu Division's reflection platform for only a day or two before transferring to his personal account. He is merely cashing out in advance. Of course, it still shows considerable sincerity since that bald man has never been this attentive before. Zhao Jingxing added, let us not forget that Luo Xiao also earned over 200,000. If it allows me to earn 20,000 a day, I wouldn't just be attentive, I'd be extravagant. Old Zhao, be realistic. With your looks, the only extravagant thing would be you paying 20,000 to get someone. As they laughed together, Wang Luo suddenly heard the spirit talisman in his sleeve resonate. He opened the talisman, only to find it was the very boss Luo they had been discussing. Brother Wang Luo, I've encountered some trouble. In an instant, everyone at the window fell silent, nervously watching as Wang Luo held the talisman. Wang Luo, in contemplation, asked, has the transaction with Blood Demon 13 hit a snag? Luo Xiao replied solemnly, indeed, it has been halted by the Taishu Qingyi under the pretext of irregular operations. After a brief pause, Luo Xiao straightforwardly added, in the worst-case scenario, not only will the entire sum of 160,000 need to be refunded, but we will also have to compensate for the operational losses of the scroll workshop and pay fines to the Taishu Division and Qingping Division. Wang Luo, equally straightforward, inquired, so, what do you need me to do? Luo Xiao remained silent for a moment. Can you come to the store to meet? Setting down the spiritual talisman, Wang Luo glanced at Fang Qingqing and the others, saying, I shall take my leave now. A few of his colleagues hesitated to speak, some wishing to follow and observe, but were restrained by their companions. The ensuing matters were evidently no longer suitable for idle onlookers to partake in. Luo Zhao's small establishment was not far from the tavern, and Wang Luo arrived on the scene in just a few minutes. The first thing that caught his eye was the seal on the door. White paper with black characters, faintly glowing with a bluish light under the night sky. IT not only created an invisible force field to deter the approach of the uninvited, but also With the formidable authority of the Qingping division, suppressed all unwelcome thoughts, Luo Xiao stood at the entrance, leaning against the wall, half of his face cast in the eerie blue light of the seal. Resembling a ghostly figure, upon seeing Wang Luo, the bald proprietor still managed a warm smile. "Have you had your late-night snack? The skewers over there are quite good." Wang Luo replied, "Let us get to the point. What on earth is happening?" Luo Xiao then reined in his smile. After yesterday's transaction, everything was as usual, but this morning, the Taishu Division's Xiaojin platform suddenly sent a notification, claiming my transaction was irregular. Before I could inquire further, the Qingyi from the neighboring Xiabela came knocking, stating that I had violated the operational regulations of Taishu. Wang Luo inquired, "Was there indeed a violation?" Luo Xiao nodded. "Strictly speaking, there was a violation that you remember our previous discussion about whether Taishu scrolls constitute gambling? You mentioned that Zhu Wang has very stringent and detailed regulations, stating that as long as the workshop does not provide cash exchange services for the resources within the scrolls, it does not count as gambling." "Precisely, but the current issue is, you drew a character card from the scroll and directly earned 160,000. Wang Luo pondered for a long while and asked, "Then it becomes perplexing. If such behavior is to be categorized as gambling and thus prohibited, then all scroll trading activities should also be banned. The Xiaojin platform of the Taishu Division would then have no need for establishment." Luo Xiao responded, "What you say is correct in most areas. Since the Jinlu Pavilion Taishu Division permits the card-drawing design of Taishu scrolls, it would not impede real-world transactions, and in fact, encourages them. The Xiaojin platform was specifically set up for financial regulation." Wang Luo suddenly realized, "Is the rule different on Shiji?" "Indeed. Shiji is different," Luo Xiao sighed. "The historical context is not worth discussing, but on a practical level, the laws regarding Taishu operations on Shiji are more stringent. Broadly speaking, you will find that many people from Shiji harbor biases against Taishu. And on a smaller scale, many businesses cannot operate their .my Taishu establishment, if placed on Shuyuan Street, would definitely comply with the law, but on Shiji, it could at most be considered a gray area. The term gray area implies that according to the law, my establishment should not have the operational qualification for trading scrolls. Yet the reality is that among the hundreds of Taishu establishments on Shiji, none have been thoroughly pursued for such matters that I team most. It involves mischievous children hiding consumption from their parents, and we help to retrieve funds from the workshop. Moreover, many Qingyi often purchase props from me in their daily dealings." Wang Luo understood immediately, so it is evident that the root of the problem lies not in the law itself, but rather that you have become a target. Luo Xiao hesitated to speak. "And you believe that, fundamentally, you are suffering collateral damage, while the true target of the Qingping division is me?" Luo Xiao shook his head. "I cannot say it is entirely collateral damage. Involving a rare character card like Blood Demon 13 may have raised objections from the operating workshop. But regardless of who is being targeted now, I can only come to you for help." Wang Luo approached the door and gazed at the softly glowing seal. Lost in thought, behind him, on the long street in front of Xiabela, countless pairs of eyes silently observed. Soon, Wang Luo made a decision. "Let us go to Xiabela tomorrow morning to file a complaint. This matter is not one where either of us is at fault, and there is no reason for us to bear the loss." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao's spirits lifted, though he still harbored some doubts. But if it truly comes down to strict adherence to the law... Wang Luo chuckled. "If we strictly adhere to the law, Li Ji roast meat should have been shut down by now." Chapter 31. Persuasion through reason and emotion. After bidding farewell to Boss Luo, Wang Luo returned to the Shifu. "We're sure you have been waiting in the inner courtyard for quite some time." From the weary expression on the young girl's face, it was evident that her day had not been particularly pleasant. Becoming the Yuju of Shiji could only elevate her status there, but it clearly did not improve the quality of visitors attracted by the Wenyu division to Ling Mountain. From the look of someone who had endured the brunt of a fierce bull's assault, it was easy to discern that she had once again replicated the tragic scene from the day of their first meeting. Upon returning home, she received more bad news, which inevitably left her both physically and mentally exhausted. "Master of the Mountain, I have heard about the scroll trading issue. Luo Xiao is in a dire situation. The cash he provided us was borrowed, and if he is indeed determined to have violated the law, he will immediately face bankruptcy, and that small establishment may be permanently shuttered. Wang Luo nodded. Although Luo Xiao had not mentioned it, it was apparent. Sure, you continued. There has never been such a precedent for enforcement on Shiji. He is clearly implicated because of me. So, I absolutely cannot stand idly by. Wang Luo asked, "What do you intend to do?" Sure, you replied, "I wish to approach the local Simu Shi in my capacity as the Yuzhu of Shiji, who is essentially the actual head of the Qingping division in Shiji, to see what he has to say. Although going in my position will likely lead to humiliation, I must still make the attempt. If it truly comes to nothing, I will have no choice but to execute the original plan and sell the house to help boss Luo settle the debts." "You are mistaken," Wang Luo corrected her. "In the future, when encountering problems that you cannot handle, the first course of action should be to seek assistance from others." Sure, you smiled wryly. "So, am I not here seeking help from the master of the mountain? Very well. I will visit the Qingping division tomorrow morning, but do not remain idle. Take this opportunity to see Zhang Yu." "Zhang Yu?" Sure, you inquired, her expression shifting as she grasped the implication. "Are you suspecting he is stirring the pot behind the scenes?" "Indeed." Then, Wang Luo briefly recounted what he had observed while working at noon, causing Shi Yu's expression to grow serious, accompanied by a touch of confusion. "But why would Zhang Yu? I know he has designs on the jade talisman in my possession. But does it necessitate taking it to such extremes? Colluding with the Qingping division to sanction the neighborhood would only further tarnish his reputation here. It is utterly counterproductive. Tell me about Zhang Yu." "Ah, certainly." Sure, you paused, quickly resuming her role as a guide to recount the life story of Shiji's wealthiest man to Wang Luo. Zhang Yu was a genuine native of Shiji, born and raised there. Yet unlike the majority, his family had been prosperous since 300 years ago, making them a well-known affluent household in the area. Thus, from a young age, Zhang Yu received a superior education, and his innate talent did not disappoint his family. While he may not have been a once-in-a-century genius, he was certainly not lacking in capability. Among his peers at the Meng Academy, the top achievers were often already cultivating their vitality elixirs by graduation, just a step away from achieving golden elixir status. Those with slightly lesser grades were still at the foundation establishment stage, needing only a year or two of refinement to reach perfection and challenge the golden elixir realm. Zhang Yu, however, was renowned for his remarkable mastery of qi induction. Having barely begun foundation establishment, and many whispered that had it not been for the Zhang family's continuous provision of spiritual herbs, he might have struggled with even that initial threshold. He was at a level where one could seek disability assistance from the foreign division. Yet, while Zhang Yu was not adept at cultivation, he was exceptionally skilled in social interactions. During his time at the Meng Academy, he adeptly navigated the social landscape, befriending a vast array of influential young heirs from the upper city. Utilizing these connections, he swiftly took over his family's enterprises and, within just a few years, expanded them significantly, by the time he became the wealthiest man in Shiji over a decade ago. His influence had permeated every corner of the district and in other locales. This would be a tale worthy of public admiration. Zhang Yu would be idolized by thousands, hailed as Daddy Zhang on the streets. However, in Shiji, he was merely Zhang Yu, acknowledged respectfully as Boss Zhang, yet playfully referred to as Zhang Fatty's father by mischievous children. Shiji was not a place that placed emphasis on authority and wealth. The third Yuzhu, Kong Zhang, often set up stalls on the street, while the first Yuzhu frequently delivered goods himself. Thus, even a second Yuzhu with a fortune in the billions would merely find himself in a middle ground. Zhang Yu was certainly discontent with this. He yearned for more respect and recognition, desiring to wield power akin to the Shijia of old, where three would align as one, exerting influence over the region. The first step towards that alignment was the talisman in Shi Yu's possession. Old Master Kong is a veteran of the Shiji Chess Association, always upholding a principle of neutrality. A TO sees the talisman from him would be a loss outweighing the gain. But I am different. The three jade talismans of Shiji were gradually lost as the Shijia fell from grace. In other words, the Shijia has a glorious tradition of losing talismans. You are correct. Moreover, by the time of Shi Xiuxing's generation, the Shijia's performance was even worse, nearly tarnishing the last vestiges of their family's reputation. Thus, even if one day I cannot retain the jade talisman, the people of Shiji would not find it surprising that then, with Zhang Yu holding two talismans, Old Master Kong's neutral stance would be rendered moot. In his pursuit of the Jade Talisman held by Shi Yu, Zhang Yu had indeed made numerous efforts, such as high-priced acquisitions, and high-priced acquisitions. It was not that, as the wealthiest man, he could only conceive of such a simplistic and crude solution. Rather, it was the only approach that might garner the approval of the Shiji populace. The Jade Talismans of Shiji did not carry the same binding authority as the Qingping Division's green leaves and law pens. The talismans themselves were merely symbols of the people's allegiance. To possess the talisman, while losing the people's trust, was to abandon the essential for the trivial. Zhang Yu can leverage his financial advantages to acquire the Jade Talisman, which would naturally lead the citizens of Shiji to acknowledge his astute methods of wealth accumulation and judicious use of resources. However, should he conspire with the upper district to incite the Qingping Division to raid a local resident's Taishu station, thereby coercing Shi Yu for the talisman, that would be exceedingly contemptible. Yet, after considering Shi Yu's analysis, Wang Luo found his conviction only strengthened. The difficulties that Luo Xiao faced were undoubtedly being exacerbated by someone with ulterior motives, and even if Zhang Yu were not the primary instigator, he was at least an accomplice, for his senior sister had once imparted a simple yet universally applicable principle. To assume the worst of the wealthy is rarely a misjudgment. Tomorrow morning, you should approach Zhang Yu with a demeanor that suggests you're seeking to take advantage of him. And observe his reaction, Shi Yu suggested, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by a taking advantage demeanor? Wang Luo pondered for a moment and offered an example. Boss Zhang, you hail from Shiji and possess a Jade Talisman. You are undoubtedly a prominent figure. Now that the neighborhood is in distress, it is imperative that you lead by example. How can you stand idly by? You have extensive connections in the upper district. Could you possibly reach out to some influential individuals to mediate? Your vast wealth renders any social expenses negligible, while for the ordinary citizens of Shiji, it is of immense significance. Shi Yu nearly burst out laughing. Lord Mountain Master, you are going too far. Can't you appeal to reason and emotion instead? This time, it was Wang Luo's turn to be puzzled. What difference does it make? I concede that I am mistaken. But do you truly believe such rhetoric would be effective against someone as seasoned as Zhang Yu? Moreover, I am genuinely not adept with words. Wang Luo was already aware of this, as during their first meeting, this earnest guardian had brandished a small red flag atop his head, eloquently articulating his thoughts, achieving a remarkable result despite having zero revenue. So after that, you should follow this approach. Wang Luo reminisced about that master of subtlety while imparting the essence of the technique to Shi Yu. After only a brief moment of listening, Shi Yu's expression turned pale. Lord Mountain Master, if I were to be assaulted at the Zhang residence, you would come to my rescue, wouldn't you? Chapter 32. The Will of the People. The following morning, Wang Luo appeared punctually in front of the Qingping Division's Xiaobai building. Meanwhile, a weary Luo Xiao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was already waiting there. Not only had he secured ticket number 1 from the self-service counter, but he also held a bowl of tofu pudding and a bag of deflated buns. Brother Wang Luo, have you had breakfast? I just brought these from the bun shop at the corner of Xianshan Road. They're still warm. Wang Luo accepted graciously. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Seeing Wang Luo eat with such ease and confidence, Luo Xiao felt a significant weight lift from his mind, though a small part of him still remained restless. The portion of breakfast he had was only sufficient for one. It wasn't tea that he had already eaten, or that the buns didn't suit his taste, but rather that he was plagued by anxiety, rendering him unable to swallow. Last night, a friend acquainted with the Taishu informed me that my current predicament might have far-reaching implications and is directly related to the recent special rectification efforts in Shiji. Wang Luo chuckled upon hearing this. Isn't that directly related to me? Not long ago, he had incapacitated the deputy leader of the special operation at Li Ji roast meat shop. No, what I mean is, my case has become a typical example, so to overturn the current conclusions would essentially amount to directly questioning the special operation, which would likely be quite difficult. Wang Luo then inquired, what is your opinion on the Qingping Division's special rectification? Luo Xiao pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. To claim that they have done nothing wrong would be an unfair portrayal of the Qingping Division and an undue glorification of Shiji. Over the years, the Qingping division has made significant contributions in managing Shiji. Yet in recent years, there have also been numerous instances of misconduct under the guise of goodwill, which are evident to all. Over 20 years ago, when relations were more amicable, many Qingyi would dine at Xiangshan Road, and the owners would often throw in an extra dish. However, during the recent special operation, the owners are often unwilling to accept payment. Wang Luo grasped the underlying meaning and couldn't help but chuckle. So, as a resident of Shiji, isn't it permissible to question the special operation? Luo Xiao fell silent for a long time before explaining. Your question is akin to asking why one should question the reclamation orders of the Nanshang regiment. As a faux Nanshang native, Wang Luo had to admit that the other party had touched upon his knowledge gap. He genuinely did not know what the reclamation orders entailed. However, the principles governing all matters in the world are interconnected. What Luo Xiao was trying to convey was merely that in the face of overarching trends, individual power is limited and challenging to contest. Yet, this is a classic cognitive fallacy. While Luo Xiao was astute in business, his insights remain confined to that realm, and no matter how grand the scheme, it requires execution by people. Hence the need to address, not the nebulous forces, but the tangible individuals involved. If the Qingping division's actions were directed at individuals rather than matters at hand, then he could hardly be blamed for reciprocating in kind. That if the white-clad, blue-clad, and red-clad individuals within Xiaobai building were united in purpose, it would be a different story. However, Wang Luo did not believe that the current chaotic situation was the desire of the masses. Wang Luo patted Luo Xiao's shoulder. Rest assured, leave everything to me. Although Luo Xiao still harbored some trepidation, feeling anxious and restless, Wang Luo's reassuring gesture felt like a warm spring in the midst of a frigid winter, dispelling all unease. Phew, I understand now. Everything will be handled by you, my brother. As they entered Xiaobai building, the familiar spatial expansion and the awe-inspiring atmosphere enveloped them. Yet, beyond this familiarity, there lingered an inexplicable sense of dissonance, as though he had transformed into an incongruous outsider or had stepped into a trap. Countless gazes, each with its own intent, converged upon them from all directions, accompanied by an invisible weight: the white-clad individual behind the counter, the blue-clad figures surveying from the second floor, and the gray-clad personnel cleaning the hall. Some were closely observing, wearing expressions that suggested they awaited a spectacle. Others frowned and pouted, as if they were indifferent to the impending events. "Brother," Luo Xiao whispered, trailing behind Wang Luo. However, Wang Luo raised a hand. "No need to speak so cautiously. Even if you lower your voice, the Qingyi will still hear you. That if you have something to say, feel free to express it forthrightly." Luo Xiao had no choice but to muster his courage and say, "They seem to have been prepared, as if they knew we were coming. It's good that they are prepared. The more preparations made, the more advantageous it is for us." More advantageous? Luo Xiao truly found this difficult to comprehend. The more actions taken that lack public support, the easier it is for me to address them. Lack public support? Otherwise, do you think these Qingyi, who spend most of their time in Shiji, genuinely enjoy facing the disdain of locals while raiding a Taishu station that they might frequent? Do they truly take pleasure in conducting their legitimate work in a manner that lacks justification? As the two conversed, Wang Luo, wearing a gentle smile, approached the familiar counter. The white-clad woman he recognized was feigning an effort to organize documents, deliberately ignoring Wang Luo's arrival. That it was only when he walked up to her desk that she let out a resigned sigh and softly said, "I heard what you just said and know why you are here." Wang Luo kindly remarked, "There's no need to be so cautious. You could." The white-clad woman rolled her eyes and retorted loudly, "Then you might as well hurry back. Your complaint won't be processed." "Oh, really? Then I must file a complaint." The white-clad woman was almost laughing in frustration. "Who will you complain about, me?" "Of course not. I wish to lodge a complaint against the Qingping division for unlawfully sealing Luo Xiao's Taishu station." And the enforcing officer at the time was Luo Xiao quickly added, "It was the Qingyi Wu Xiong." "Yes, we wish to complain about Wu Xiong." The white-clad woman restrained her irritation. "Did you not hear what I just said? Your complaint will not be processed." "Why not? Is it not the right of every citizen to lodge a complaint?" A white-clad man at the adjacent table interjected. You have already been designated as a typical case in the special rectification action. The higher-ups have long since concluded this matter as a solid case. So, of course, your complaint will not be entertained. Wang Luo smiled and asked, "Who says complaints about typical cases cannot be processed?" The white-clad man pondered for a moment and chuckled. "You've genuinely stumped me. It seems there is no such regulation. Unfortunately, this conversation is of no use to me. Then who should we speak to?" The amiable dialogue was abruptly interrupted when a burly blue-clad individual, stationed in the corner of the first-floor hall, noticed Wang Luo and the others engaging in light-hearted conversation. His brow furrowed, and he sternly interrupted. "You two, if you want to cause trouble, take it outside. Do not disrupt normal operations here." As he spoke, the blue-clad man strode forward with a dark expression, emboldened by the aura of authority within Xiaobai building, reaching out to seize the commoner Luo Xiao. The two white-clad individuals behind the counter quickly subdued their expressions and retreated to their posts. Refraining from further speech, Wang Luo turned to face him, causing trouble. "We are merely taking a number, making reasonable requests, and engaging in friendly dialogue. Which of your eyes has witnessed any trouble? And what right do you have to demand that we leave?" The blue-clad man frowned. Surprised that his authority could not intimidate Wang Luo, that he decided not to waste more words and simply reached for Luo Zhao's shoulder. As he grasped it, he felt his heartbeat quicken, pounding like a warning bell, foretelling impending doom. Yet, with so many eyes upon him from the second and third floors, how could he relent due to an abnormal heartbeat? Gritting his teeth, he placed his hand on Wang Luo's shoulder. The next moment, he heard Wang Luo chuckle. Perhaps no one is instructing you. It is purely your own desire to impress your superiors that has led you to act so presumptuously." The words spoken caused the heart of the figure in azure to race uncontrollably. An unprecedented sense of dread creeping upon him, he soon realized that he was utterly incapable of moving Wang Luo, despite his golden core cultivation and the accompanying azure artifacts. In this domain of the azure-clad, even those of the highest Dan could be subdued. Yet he found himself unable to budge a mere foundation establishment practitioner. It felt as though his hands were ensnared in an unfathomable abyss. His true essence, strength, and even courage were rapidly dissipating. Meanwhile, Wang Luo continued his discourse. "Your abilities are mediocre, your intellect is dull, and yet you are blinded by self-interest, embodying the worst of human nature. Your reputation at the Qingping Bureau is in tatters. You are unable to earn the trust of your colleagues, nor can you appease your superiors. Your position in the workplace resembles that of a stray dog, a rat scurrying through the streets. Thus, upon encountering us, you mistakenly believe an opportunity has arisen for you to wield power oppressively in order to curry favor with those above you. Such a wretched creature, draped in azure, truly sullies the fabric of that color." Each word Wang Luo uttered struck like a heavy hammer, rendering the azure figure's complexion increasingly pallid as the final word fell. The rhythmic pounding of his heart transformed into a deafening explosion that an already tarnished and intangible Dao heart shattered in that instant, fragmented by Wang Luo's words. With the destruction of his Dao heart, the laws retaliated, and in a heartbeat, the azure-clad figure fell to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his official robes rapidly losing their hue. Gasps of shock filled the room. The white-clad observers behind the window recoiled in horror, while those in the second and third floors exchanged bewildered glances. Some relished the misfortune of a villain, yet many were left at a loss witnessing a colleague's collapse. One individual instinctively grasped the golden seal at his waist, contemplating an impulsive attempt to subdue Wang Luo, but upon seeing the lifeless gaze and colorless form of his fallen colleague, memories of a recent incident involving a deputy leader at a meat shop on Stone Street dampened his resolve. The thought of those obstinate superiors responsible for this predicament further dissuaded him from intervening. Another person, having just risen to take action, noticed that all around him, whether intentionally or not, others remained motionless. And thus feigned ignorance that in that moment, the little white tower was enveloped in a profound silence. Wang Luo, surveying the reactions of those present, could not help but smile that he bowed and clasped his hands in respect. Offering a salute to all, the people's hearts still leaned towards justice.